Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 101 I Promise You. Chi Wanshan asked someone to take me to his study. Before I entered the door, I heard an argument inside. I asked the attendant next to me with my eyes. The attendant only said, "Miss Chen, wait a moment, the eldest princess and the prince are still inside." I nodded in understanding. But the arguing inside was quite loud, and I could hear it clearly even standing outside. Chi Wanshan, where does the eldest princess want to go? Song Shi, the prince knows about the Northwest military camp. Chi Wanshan, no. Song Shi, you can't control me. If I leave the city gate now, no one will dare to stop me. Chi Wanshan, if they can't stop them, they don't have to live anymore. Maybe his tone was a little strong, but Song Shi laughed obviously angrily. Your Majesty is really, as strong as ever. I heard the sound of some clothes rubbing together, and maybe Chi Wanshan got up and took 2 steps. The eldest princess can stay in the eldest princess's mansion with peace of mind, isn't it good? There is no need for the princess to think about anything, just do it. Before Chi Wanshan could finish speaking, Song Shi should have pushed him away. My father just restrained me before. What position does the prince have to talk to me like this? Is it the ridiculous childhood friendship? Or is it you? I wonder how many people were killed to get the position of regent. A dead silence. I could feel the fear of the attendants around me. Before I could ask, another voice came from inside. Chi Wanshan, I really shouldn't have saved you back then. The door was opened, and the attendants knelt down, as if trying to appease their master's anger. Song Shi appeared in front of me with an angry face. When he saw me standing here, he was still stunned. You. Miss Chen. I saluted. Please greet the eldest princess. When Song Shi approached me, I discovered that there was still a slight injury on her neck, with blood oozing from it. I was a little surprised and stopped Song Shi, who was about to leave. Elder princess, please stay. Song Shi looked at me, a little impatient. It seemed that she didn't want to stay here for a while. What's the matter? I took out a small porcelain bottle from my sleeve and handed it to her. Sorry for the rudeness, I just heard that the eldest princess is going to the Northwest military camp. There will be some bumps and bumps. I also saw that the eldest princess has a wound on her neck. It must not leave a scar. I have homemade Shuan ointment here, and I would like to give it to the eldest princess. Song Shi looked at the small porcelain vase with some surprise on his face. Miss Chen can still do this. After taking the small porcelain vase, he thought of something and said with a smile, I guess there must be many capable people around the Imperial Master. It's not like someone who doesn't know whether he or she is dedicated. That's fine, I'll accept it, thank you very much, girl. Looking at Song Shi's leaving figure, I tapped the system. Isn't Song Shi really a side character? Drop. The system did not detect the side character. Close hollow corner bracket. Well, I also want to say that if you want to make friends with Song Shi, it doesn't seem impossible. Just when I turned around, I saw Chi Wanshan standing at the door of the study, looking at me with a complicated expression. I almost forgot about this giant Buddha. Bless me, Your Majesty. Chi Wanshan stretched out his hand towards me, and I looked at him inexplicably. Options that appear. Put your hand up. Give him the blueprint. Others, make up your own mind. This was the first time the others tab appeared, but to be conservative, I chose the second one. I handed the drawings I brought to him and said, this is what the prince wants. The servants around me all left at some point, which made me feel a little helpless. Chi Wan frowned deeply and looked at the neatly folded drawings in her hands, feeling inexplicably unhappy. I wonder, isn't this what he wants? Chi Wanshan walked in with the drawings and asked me to follow. I just took a look at the whole study room, but I couldn't tell that Chi Wanshan was actually a person who loved to collect famous utensils and paintings. There were calligraphy and paintings hanging everywhere in the room, but the ground next to it was indeed in a mess. I'm afraid he was talking to Song Shi just now. Something broken during the dispute. Are you distressed? Chi Wanshan noticed my gaze and saw my thoughts. I said, a little bit. That's the old regent's thing, it's not that precious. Me, so are the calligraphy paintings on this wall also a masterpiece of the previous regent? Chi Wanshan looked at the drawings with a serious expression. But I always have an uneasy feeling in my heart, as if something has been overlooked by me. Just listen to him say, yes, the girl's craftsmanship is amazing. It also lets Gu know that the bargaining chip that the girl holds is not as simple as it seems. I smiled slightly. The prince is joking, and Ping is just an ordinary woman, and there is no bargaining chip that the prince needs. Chi Wanshan collected the drawings and asked me, what does the girl want? I opened my mouth, but was interrupted by him. If the conditions remain the same as before, I can consider agreeing. I originally planned to be too tough and attack him in another way. When I heard these words, I suddenly jumped up and looked up at him. What? Chi Wanshan said word by word. Gu said, I can agree to the girl's previous conditions. When he said this, I didn't feel any joy at all. I always felt as if he had dug a hole and was waiting for me to jump into it. I didn't show it on my face, but in my heart I thought about some of the conspiracies he might do, and then I sighed and gave it up. The worst outcome was death, so I might as well give it a try. I asked, what does the prince want me to do? Chi Wanshan, girl, just do what you can do, just like before. Like before. Is it just like making a formula to cure Jiang Yuchen's eyes? He only needs a result and no process. I understood clearly. Yes, I will not let you down. Chi Wanshan was very satisfied and then reached out to me again. How could this person do it so freely? He didn't even say what he wanted. Chi Wanshan saw that my face was full of doubts, and she felt a little unhappy. You only saw the eldest princess's injuries, and didn't care about the others at all. What did you say about Xinyugu? Only then did I see Chi Wanshan's face and some injuries on his hands. I'm afraid that before he talked to Song Shi, the two of them had already had a fight. Only then did I know what he wanted, and I was a little embarrassed. Your Majesty, it's not that the common people don't want to, it's just that the small porcelain bottle is only with me. Why don't the common people go back to the house now and make an extra bottle for the prince? Qi Wanshan said nothing. Your Majesty's future plasters will be made by ordinary people, and you won't take any money from your Majesty. Qi Wan saw that he had taken advantage and immediately let me go. A real dog, I have never seen anyone more doggy than him. From now on, you don't have to use modesty. Drop. Unlock the story fragments of Qi Wanshan. Close hollow corner bracket. I looked at Qi Wanshan's somewhat uncomfortable expression and said with a smile, I understand. Forget it, just take it. I'm never the wrong person. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 102 Making Medicinal Diet for the first time. I originally planned to walk back to the National Master's mansion by myself, and I could buy some pastries on the way. But I couldn't bear Qi Wanshan's repeated persuasion, and the sedan was extremely comfortable. I couldn't shirk it, so in the end I was sent back in a sedan chair from the Prince Regent's palace. Coincidentally, I met Jiang Yuchen, who had just returned home. I waved to him. Good, what a coincidence. Jiang Yuchen looked at me quietly. The sedan chair of the Prince Regent's palace behind me was quite eye-catching. Okay, Qi Wanshan, the trap is here. Me, it doesn't seem to be a coincidence, haha. Why don't you, Master Imperial Master, go to the mansion first? Jiang Yuchen ignored me and walked away minding his own business. I also quickly followed in. Yun stood beside me and said, Girl, you are really capable of tossing people. I grabbed him and said, Do you know if you need the herbs in this hospital, who else can you contact besides the Imperial Master? Yun's was shocked. Miss Chen, you don't even let the people in charge of the house go. I gave him a blow. Look at those second-rate books of yours. Believe it or not, I will burn them for you right now. Yun's begged for mercy. I said, So who shall I report to? Yun's glanced at my wrist strangely, or maybe it wasn't my wrist, but the silver bell. Isn't it that the girl doesn't know the meaning of her silver bell? Thinking that those people who broke into the Imperial Preceptor's mansion before were also talking about silver bells, I was very curious. I don't know, what's the meaning? Yun's made a gesture of praying, muttered a few words, and then said to me, It's better to wait for the master to speak to the girl in person, but whoever owns this bell can pick any herbs and other things from the Imperial Preceptor's house. I'm surprised that this little bell has so much power. Just as I was about to leave, Yun's pulled me back. Girl, why don't you go and coax? Well, why don't you go find the master? I said, I'm looking for it, but not now. Of course, you can't go to Jiang Yuchen empty-handed, that would be so insincere. Thinking that the Encyclopedia of Pharmacology also includes the preparation of medicated meals, this really won my heart. After working in the kitchen for a long time, it was already evening when I finished cooking. Thinking of the plaster that Qi Wanshan had promised, it wouldn't be too late to do it tomorrow, and he didn't like that. I came outside Jiang Yuchen's room, knocked on the door, and asked who was inside. I said, Master Imperial Master, it's me. There was silence for a moment. The door opened from the inside, and what came into view was Jiang Yuchen in plain clothes, which made him even fairer. Jiang Yuchen, what's the matter? I said, my servants said that the Imperial Master did not eat tonight, so I made some pastries for the Imperial Master to try. I handed the cake in my hand to Jiang Yuchen, but he didn't take it. Jiang Yuchen, no need. I felt a little disappointed. After all, it took me 2 hours, then I'll give it to the Yun's guard. The Yun's guard also likes sweets. Stay. I stopped. This is a cake that the girl made for me, why would I give it to someone else? In the eyes of a girl, can I throw away things that have no value at will? I smiled and said, it's not about giving up, it's about finding a better home. If the Imperial Master says you won't eat it, then you can't waste the food. It's better to give it to others. Jiang Yuchen lowered his eyes. His pupils were not the aqua blue he had seen before, but a light smoke blue. They were very beautiful. If they looked at each other for a while, they would definitely fall into it. I didn't say I wouldn't eat. My eyes lit up. I worked hard for 2 hours on this. I thought the Imperial Master didn't like what I did. I brought it back to him. He took the plate of medicinal pastries and took a bite under my expectant eyes. I asked, is it delicious? Jiang Yuchen commented seriously, it's delicious. I smiled and said, this is the first time I have made medicinal food for others. I hope the master likes it. Jiang Yuchen said nothing while eating the pastry. He usually talks little and I am used to it. Master Imperial Master, if nothing happens, I will go back. You went to the Regent's palace today? I nodded, yes. Jiang Yuchen said hesitantly, what kind of deal do you guys want to do? I thought for a while about what to say to him. Seeing my silence, Jiang Yuchen added, if it's inconvenient, there's no need. Seeing that he was obviously drooping, I was a little amused. Is this still the National Master I know? How about waiting until the right time to tell the story to the Imperial Master? It is good. After finally coaxing Jiang Yuchen, I thought about it in the room, wondering what Qi Wanshan wanted the most. If I was still Chen Yuji, then I would just give him 2 more drawings. But now I am Chen Anping, a stupid beauty, self-proclaimed, who only knows a little about pharmacology. After thinking about it, I still feel that I need to take a look at his memory fragments. Drop. The virtual story scene has been entered for the host. Close hollow corner bracket. It was Qi Wanshan who appeared in front of him, holding 2 swords in his hands and glaring at the 2 strong men in front of him. He should be invincible. Although he looks like he is 15 or 16 now, I feel he is invincible. But Qi Wan's deep swords were all fatal blows. Just when I said there was no need to fight so hard, the 2 strong men's skills were also merciless and even more brutal. The 2 strong men seemed to be able to do it with some ease, as if they were going to kill Qi Wan here. At this time, my eyes were drawn to several bodies lying on the ground. It must have been corpses. Could it be that Qi Wanshan had already killed those people, and these two strong men killed the remaining ones? Well, it does take a killing blow. Otherwise, if the physical strength is exhausted, it will really be a matter of people fighting for their own safety. Unfortunately, Qi Wanshan was still a teenager after all. After a while, his arms were pulled by two strong men, revealing two bloody wounds. It's not fatal, but if you hurt your hand and can't hold the knife, you can only wait to be killed. Just when Qi Wanshan was waiting for death to come, Song Shi appeared. She rode a horse and whipped her whip to scare away the two strong men. In broad daylight, there was a fight at the royal hunting ground. You are not allowed to be arrogant here. Song Shi, who was 12 or 13 years old, was naturally not afraid of two strong men, but Song Shi was not stupid. He also brought a group of guards behind him, so the two strong men were naturally captured. Song Shi dismounted and checked Qi Wanshan's injuries. Hey, where did you come from? Are you dead? Before he ran out of energy, Qi Wanshan glanced at Song Shi. Maybe he wanted to remember his savior, but he fainted again without saying a word. Song Shi stood up with some disgust and continued to ride the horse. As she was leaving, a guard asked, Your Highness, what should he do? Song Shi glanced at him and didn't know what he thought of, but he softened his heart. Take him back and heal him. The guards took orders and took Qi Wanshan away. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 103 It's better to buy it with your own hands. Song Shi took Qi Wanshan to his bedroom and called several imperial doctors over to save his hand. Song Shi, just what? The imperial doctor sighed. It's just a pity that such a good seedling will have difficulty lifting heavy objects in the future, including swords and the like. Song Shi looked at Qi Wanshan, who was still unconscious on the bed, with a hint of distress and regret in his eyes. Can it be cured? It can't be cured, it can only be alleviated. I was also sighing. No wonder Qi Wanshan rarely used swords as weapons. The last time I saw him kill someone, he only used the slender silver wire. It turned out that he had an old injury on his hand. Suddenly, I had an idea, and I knew what I was going to do for Qi Wanshan. Over there, Song Shi left the dormitory, and the attendant came to report, Your Highness, the injured young man is the adopted son of the regent. His identity is indeed not simple. Does Your Highness still care about this? Song Shi smiled and said, He dares to place people in my royal hunting ground, regardless of their life and death. What a regent. If my father hadn't been controlled by him, would it be his turn to cause trouble in my princess's territory? I really have to take care of this matter. Yes, it would be good to let the old man suffer. When the attendant saw his master saying this, he did not dare to dissuade him. Song Shi thought of something and asked, Since he is his adopted son, why did he want to kill them all? The attendant said, Go back to your royal highness, the prince regent has more than one adopted son. He didn't say anything else. Song Shi knew a lot, and when he heard this, he sneered, Damn old man, just throw away the useless chess pieces after use. This princess wants him to fall on his useless chess pieces. From that day on, Qi Wanshan relied on Song Shi to provide him with food, clothing, housing and transportation. After the old regent knew that Qi Wanshan was not dead, he sent people to assassinate him, but Qi Wanshan blocked them all. Qi Wanshan was brave and resourceful and had a certain understanding of the old regent. It would definitely be difficult to kill him. Zhu realized this, and seeing that the results he wanted had not been achieved, the old regent simply let Qi Wanshan live. Drop. Fragment reading completed. Close hollow corner bracket. The next day, I kept thinking about Qi Wanshan's hands. If I could heal his hands, that would be what he wanted. I just did what I said. I read books all morning and found related symptoms of this kind, which are more complicated. Still need acupuncture. I can't do this. It doesn't matter, you can ask other doctors for help. I just need to prepare the required medicinal materials. There are many kinds of herbs in the courtyard. Jiang Yuchen is not in the house at this time, but I don't need to tell him. The servants in the house said that I can just pick them myself. But there are many kinds of herbs, and I have been able to distinguish them for a long time. By the time I finished gathering the herbs I needed, it was already evening. Miss Chen. It's Yun's. I wondered, God Yun's, when did you come back? Yunze said, just now, I saw that the girl was serious about her work, and the master didn't let the young one disturb the girl. I said, Master National Preceptor is back too. Yun's, yes, I am in the study at the moment. The master asked the young lady to come and deliver a message to the girl. After the girl is done with her work, she can ask the servants to prepare the meal. I nodded to show that I understood. In fact, I rarely eat with Jiang Yuchen on weekdays. Firstly, Jiang Yuchen is a bit busy and only comes back in the evening on weekdays. Secondly, I am often greedy, maybe 4 times a day, so I often have separate meals with Jiang Yuchen. Something strange today is that Jiang Yuchen is waiting for me to have dinner together. I patted the mud on my hands and went to the middle hall to wait for Jiang Yuchen to have a meal together. I never thought he would be waiting for me here. I glanced at Yun's. You were quite fast. Yun's looked proud. Basic operation. The maid brought me a basin of hot water to clean my hands, and then I realized that Jiang Yuchen had been staring at my hands. Maybe there was too much mud on my hands, and he was a little disgusted. Do you want to continue making medicinal meals while collecting herbs today? When I heard this sentence, I understood it for a moment, and then I came back to my senses. Does the Imperial Master want to eat the medicinal cakes I made today? Jiang Yuchen's mouth curved and he was in a good mood. That's right. After I cleaned my hands, I sat on the wooden bench and said, if it is, it is, if it is not, it is not. What does the, approximately, mean by the National Preceptor? I looked at him, wanting to see a hint of a different emotion in him. But he was still calm and just asked Yun's to bring something. It was something wrapped in oil paper. I was very curious. Jiang Yuchen rarely bought things outside. Yun said, "This is the peach blossom cake that the master brought from outside because the girl loves to eat shortbread. It took a long time to get it today. The girl is really lucky. There are a few pieces of peach blossom shortcake wrapped in oil paper, which is my favorite kind on weekdays." Even I didn't notice the joy in my tone. The peach blossom cakes from the master's house are hard to get. I went there several times before and couldn't buy them. "How do you do it, Master National Master?" Arrived. Yun hesitated, but Jiang Yuchen covered his mouth and coughed. "Maybe it's fate." Fate. Seeing that Jiang Yuchen had no idea of what to say, I didn't ask any more. Having something delicious is better than anything else. After dinner was over, I spoke to Jiang Yuchen and went back to the room, dragging Yun's away in the process. "Tell me quickly, how did the Imperial Master buy the peach blossom cake?" Yun said helplessly, "Girl, why are you still obsessed with this?" "I'm just curious." I couldn't imagine Jiang Yuchen's indifferent look on his face, queuing up with the people, and finally saying to the old master, "Here are some shortcakes." Moreover, Jiang Yuchen showed up, so there were naturally a lot of people who didn't know. What a scene. Yun said, "Actually, master didn't queue up. He robbed it. Quote. Everyone let me." The scene was that Jiang Yuchen saw the peach blossom cake stall and walked over to get in line, but he was recognized. Then everyone stood aside respectfully and let him buy first. If he doesn't buy it, everyone will hand the shortbread they bought directly to him, and say in passing, "Master Imperial Master, eat my shortbread. If you eat mine, I will get rich." It's not crazy. Fortunately, the old chef had quick eyesight and quick hands. Seeing that Jiang Yuchen was disturbed by him, he directly handed the prepared peach cake to Yun's. Yun's reacted, left the money and took Jiang Yuchen away. Yun's expressed that he did not want to experience that scene again. "Next time, don't let the Imperial Master go there in person." But the master said that only if you buy it yourself, girls will like it. I must have personally cooked a plate of medicinal food for Jiang Yuchen last night and asked him to remember it and talk to him carefully next time. The peach cake must be delicious. Even my movements of making medicine became faster. After struggling for a long time, I really couldn't stand it any longer. I made a rough outline of what I saw and went to sleep directly. "Miss Chen, miss, is the girl here?" Someone called me outside the door, but I was still very sleepy. Because I was tossing around with medicine last night, my mind was full of pharmacological principles that I needed to remember. I opened my eyes and looked at the time and found that it was already noon. I woke up in a second. "I just woke up, what's the matter?" The maid outside sounded very anxious. "Girl, the regent has been waiting for the girl in the front hall for half an hour." "Regent, half an hour? What is he here to do?" Not allowing me to think too much, I immediately pulled the maid outside in and quickly freshened up for me. "Qi Wanshan came to see me today. He just asked me to hand over something. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together?" Chapter 104 I Can't See Through You. I quickened my pace and rushed to the front hall. As soon as I entered the door, I was frightened by the low air pressure inside. "Maid, girl, why don't you go in?" I tightened my robe. "It's warm outside." The maid blew the cold spring wind. I still went in, even though I had to face Qi Wanshan and the cold-faced Jiang Yuchen. "Oh no, shouldn't Jiang Yuchen be at the Gashi temple? Why are you still in the mansion?" "Qi Wanshan, Master Imperial Master seems to be very leisurely these days." "Jiang Yuchen, your majesty is not bad either." I hid behind the screen and winked at Yun's. "What's going on?" Yun's winked. "Don't I have to ask you, girl?" "Qi Wanshan, Chen Anping, stop hiding." When my name was called, I became excited and quickly showed up and saluted. Your Majesty the Imperial Master." "Qi Wanshan, you are so elegant. You didn't get up until the sun was up." After Qi Wanshan finished speaking, he sipped his tea. I couldn't tell whether he was mocking or criticizing. However, I wiped my tears silently and said aggrievedly, "I made some things yesterday, but I spent the whole night. I guess it's also a problem with the safety. I won't keep the prince and the master of the country waiting for a long time next time." After hearing this, Qi Wan calmed down deeply. He must have known what I was doing last night. Seeing me working hard all night, he probably wouldn't blame me. Jiang Yuchen can put it even better. As long as I hint to him that I am thinking of a new medicinal diet, he will definitely not care. In this way, the expressions of both of them softened a lot. Yun's next to me gave me a thumbs up. "Sample, take it in minutes." I asked at the right time. "Your Majesty came here today and I don't know why." Qi Wanshan became interested when he talked about this. He stood up and said, "I will take you to see something good." He walked ahead and motioned for me to follow him. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Yuchen grabbed his wrist. "Master National Teacher." Jiang Yuchen looked at me, then at Qi Wanshan who was standing in front. "I'll go with you." Qi Wan gave a deep sneer, as if she was disdainful. "I'm dragging my family with me, as if I'm afraid they'll be sold." Then he ignored us and walked forward on his own. Jiang Yuchen asked me on the way, "Do you know what the regent is showing you?" I was about to speak when the person named Qi in front of me, who had a good ear, said first, "Isn't it true that Miss Chen hasn't even told the master about this yet?" Jiang Yuchen was confused. "What did you say?" Qi Wan smiled deeply and said, "Oh Tilda, this is Miss Gutong Chen's unique secret." Hi. Qi Wanshan is not 23 this year, but only 3 years old. Qi Wanshan satisfied her bad taste and got on a horse by herself, leaving the carriage behind us. I thought Jiang Yuchen was angry, so I grabbed Jiang Yuchen's sleeve with my backhand and said, "Master, please don't listen to the regent." Jiang Yuchen smiled and said, "The prince is joking, so there is no harm in accompanying him." After that, he stretched out his hand towards me. "Come on, get in the car." Qi Wanshan must have heard this. I suppressed my laughter and without looking at his expression, I took Jiang Yuchen's hand and got into the car. After the carriage started, I told Jiang Yuchen, I told the Imperial Master before that I have a deal with the Prince Regent, and that should be the matter today. Jiang Yuchen, what is the transaction? I said, at present, we have only handed over the drawings of Nanyang Shrinking Blade to the Prince Regent. Jiang Yuchen, Shrinking Blade. Although I don't know anything about the Imperial Court, I also know that this Shrinking Blade is from Nanyang and cannot be easily leaked. How did you make this thing? I said, it's simple. I had the opportunity to take a look at it in Nanyang before. It's simple to make, but it doesn't have much power. I don't know why the Regent is so interested in it. In fact, I had a little guess, but I could only wait and see what Qi Wanshan showed us. Just when I was thinking hard, I found that Jiang Yuchen kept looking at me with a complicated expression. I asked, Master Imperial Master, what's wrong? Jiang Yuchen, everyone knows the Beiyan Imperial Master has the ability to spy on all things and learn about the future, but I have never been able to see through you. I pinched my fingers, not knowing what to say. Jiang Yuchen, I asked you earlier why you came to Beiyan. You said it was to seek revenge. However, I have never felt even a trace of disgust in you. Anping, are you really here to seek revenge? Who knew that I would still have to make up for the excuse I made casually at that time? At that time, I thought Jiang Yuchen was not the target of my attack, so I thought we would part ways when we got to Beiyan. Who would have thought? It's all the system's fault. Open hollow corner bracket, confused face. Close hollow corner bracket. I replied, seeking revenge is seeking revenge, but you can't be blinded by hatred. Living is a good thing, and the most important thing is to be happy. Jiang Yuchen didn't say anything, but I knew he believed it. I breathed a sigh of relief, finally rounding off this lie. I told so many lies that I could hardly tell which ones were true and which ones were false. We arrived at the place. When we got off the bus, we found that this place was very remote. It felt like the outskirts of Beiyan capital city. Qi Wanshan's men handed us some black ribbons and asked us to blindfold our eyes. I understand you, Shay, and I think it must be a very important place. After putting it on, someone led us away. Someone suddenly grabbed my hand and squeezed it tightly. It's Jiang Yuchen. He didn't say anything, but I could tell he was nervous. Remembering that he was blindfolded just now, could he be afraid? I squeezed his hand tightly in response. After many twists and turns, we finally arrived. When I pulled off the silk scarf, the scene in front of me shocked me. Burning iron, forging. Every process is amazing. I asked, this is? Qi Wanshan showed a proud smile, the place where swords are made. Qi Wanshan only took us to see the finished product. There were swords everywhere, and the guards around him were all strong men. It felt like a strong man was twice as big as me. I leaned back, and Jiang Yuchen looked behind me and asked me what was wrong. His expression was so calm, as if it wasn't him who held my hand just now. I shook my head to show I was fine. Qi Wanshan took out a dull knife from a large iron box, which looked familiar. Qi Wanshan handed it to me and asked me to examine it carefully. Only then did I realize that it was actually an evolved version of the shrinking blade. I was about to pick it up and look at it more closely. Careful. Qi Wanshan couldn't stop me in time. I touched a small switch on it, and a sharp knife instantly cut out from the side of the dull knife. You asked me why I said it was sharp. Because my hand was just scratched by it. I didn't have any reaction, and that's not all I was hurt about. Jiang Yuchen, who was behind me, quickly took out the wound medicine and handkerchief from his sleeves and quickly dealt with them for me. Qi Wanshan looked at me from the side, gloating, you were really fast. I pursed my lips, who knew that he actually changed the mechanism I designed to the side. The room was pitch black, the light was dim, and I couldn't see clearly. Jiang Yuchen, don't be impulsive next time. Woo, the Imperial Master is still gentle and considerate. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 105. The retractable blade has been improved by Qi Wanshan. It can be used not only as a sword, but also as a long sword and a dagger. There are 3 silver needles in the middle of the hilt. As long as the switch is touched, these 3 silver needles will shoot out instantly. Very suitable as a concealed weapon. Fortunately, the other button was moved just now. If the latter one had been moved, I'm afraid it wouldn't be the hand that was injured. Me. This is really a toy knife transformed into a universal knife. Qi Wanshan, how? Me. I can't imagine it. Qi Wanshan seems to be better at modifying things than me. I just gave him a mechanism, and he was able to create so many tricks. Qi Wan smiled deeply and said, if Chen Seshi is used by Gu, I am afraid that he will dominate all countries and be just around the corner. I pursed my lips and didn't dare to speak. I don't know what Qi Wanshan's temperament would have changed into the farm machines and textile machines. From the current point of view, he probably hasn't changed yet. I looked at the masters who was still forging iron and asked, are they all doing this? Qi Wanshan nodded, yes. Jiang Yuchen, why does the prince make so many weapons? Now all countries are living in peace, and I haven't heard of any war anywhere. Qi Wan laughed deeply. Master Imperial Master has misunderstood. These retractable blades will only be used by soldiers in the capital to increase their strength. I looked at him and knew that he would never put a lot of effort into doing something small. We all knew what he wanted to do behind the scenes. Jiang Yuchen showed no expression, and just said lightly, if the prince has time to deal with this, he might as well take care of the southwest area of Beiyan. Qi Wan frowned deeply. What? Jiang Yuchen said, today I asked Yuns to present last night's horoscope to the Holy One. Your Majesty must have missed it. Please go back and review the memorial on your own. Qi Wanshan was a little angry. Why can't you say it now? What happens in the future must be kept secret. Qi Wanshan was intrigued, but knowing that she couldn't ask anything now, she took us back the way we came. When I went out, I was still blindfolded, and Jiang Yuchen still held my hand. I don't know what he was nervous about, or what he was afraid of. After sending us back home, he hurried away again, very anxious. I asked, Master National Preceptor, what is the horoscope? Jiang Yuchen was silent. I didn't continue to ask. It seemed that I couldn't say anything. It's about summer this year. Can't you tell outsiders? Jiang Yuchen looked at the silver bell on my wrist. I tricked him. There are some abnormalities in the stars. When summer starts this year, there may be a bloody disaster in the southwest. Southwest of Beiyang, a bloody disaster. So serious. Jiang Yuchen nodded. It's not that I discovered it last night. I discovered the strange phenomenon near dawn and reported it immediately. However, I'm afraid no one in the palace knows about it. It's a holiday today, and the little emperor doesn't know where to play right now. Then the imperial master also needs to make preparations early. Jiang Yuchen, yes, in 1 month it will be summer. After dinner, I went to find Yun's. What's the matter, girl? I asked quietly, has there been any unusual movement in the house recently? Yun's thought about it seriously, seemed to have thought of something, and said, yes. I heard that kind of thumping sound last night, but it was not strange, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Where did the thumping sound come from? Yun's quickly pointed in a direction, over there. I looked over there. That's my wing, I was making medicine last night. What? I just want to ask if there have been any mysterious men in black in the house, like assassins, secret guards or anything like that. Yun's thought for a while and shook his head. No, the Imperial Preceptor's mansion has always been peaceful, and most people will not investigate the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. Why? Yun's pointed to the herb planted on the ground on the left. That herb can make people rash when touched. He pointed to the herb planted on the ground on the right. This herb can make people dizzy when touched. Yun's added with a smile, but if the two herbs are touched together, there will be no adverse reactions. I understand, people who don't know a little bit about pharmacology generally won't come to investigate the Imperial Master's mansion. So I relaxed and went back to my room to do my own thing. Qi Wanshan did so many things, why don't I know what he was thinking? The ambition is clear and everyone knows it. I am really worried about these two fools, Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che, especially Qin Che. For him, as long as it is something he is good at, he is more arrogant than anyone else. If the two countries really fight, he will definitely suffer the loss of underestimating the enemy. As long as the Beiyang soldiers properly practice how to use the retraction blade, they will definitely be able to sneak a heavy blow to the Nanyang soldiers. If I don't do something to counter Qi Wanshan's shrinking blade, a battle will definitely be inevitable, and according to the system, I will directly count the mission as a failure. What is this? I had already thought of telling him how to resist the shrinking blade, but Qi Wanshan looked down on me. He didn't know that I could understand the structure of the shrinking blade at a glance. As long as the new and improved drawings are given to Ling Hongyuan, he knows what to do. But the most difficult thing is messaging. Afraid of being intercepted on the way, afraid of not being able to be delivered to Nanyang, and afraid of losing his vest at Qin Che's side in Ling Hongyuan. All are difficult. I drew very sloppily on the paper, which is equivalent to ghost drawing, but I summarized the content, including the fact that I changed my identity in the painting to an enthusiastic man from Beiyang. I firmly believe that the only person who can understand paintings is fantasy. After all, he can understand my early painting skills, so he is considered a capable person. Everything is safe, I am going to find Yun's. On the way, I suddenly met Li Hua, who had just returned home, and asked me to hug her. The civet flower is much heavier than when it was in Nanyang. The servants in the mansion have fed it so well that it either eats or sleeps every day, and now it has turned into a little pig. I held it and found Yun's. What's the matter with Miss Chen? I quietly pulled him and said, this is the letter I want to give to my aunt. I told her before that I will not go back after coming to Beiyang. But I couldn't bear it, so I promised her to settle down in Beiyang. Finally, I need to send her a letter to report that she is safe. I was too busy before, and I only remembered it during my free time today. I have to ask the Yun's guards to help me send it. After hearing this, Yun's felt that something was wrong, but fortunately he agreed and patted his chest. Young lady, don't worry about your work. I gave a thumbs up. Good job, it's all up to you. After making the arrangements, a heavy stone finally fell from my heart. That's good. As long as my aunt receives my letter, she will definitely give it to Qin Che according to my instructions, and everything will be connected. I'm really a genius. I took the civet flower back to the room and continued tinkering with the medicine I wanted to make. It's a waste of hands and brains. Qi Wanshan, wait for my sister to heal your hand. I won't be able to thank you enough. Li Hua stayed with me quietly next to me. When I got tired, I would pet the cat, which was also very comfortable. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 106 You Won't Die. After struggling for several days, the medicine was finally ready. There hasn't been much movement in Qi Wanshan these days, but I suspect he's doing something big and doesn't have time to care about me. But if he doesn't look for me, I'll look for him myself. The servants of the Prince Regent's palace informed me that he was not in the palace and had been living in the palace for the past few days. It seems that what Jiang Yuchen reported last time made him feel a little bit in crisis. It's just that I don't know how to enter the palace yet. I was summoned before, and now I don't have any tokens with me, so I guess I won't be able to get in. Girl Chen. Someone called me from behind on the road, and when I turned around I saw Song Shi sitting in a carriage. I quickly saluted, eldest princess. Song Shi waved his hand and asked, Miss Chen, are you going back to the Imperial Master's mansion? My eyes lit up. I'm not going back to the National Master's mansion. I wonder if the eldest princess can do me a favor. Song Shi, what's the matter? Me. Bring the common people into the palace. Song Shi readily agreed, without asking me why, and just let me get on the carriage. After I sat down, Song Shi said, "Thank you very much for the shu anointment you gave me a few days ago. It's a small matter, but I have to thank the eldest princess for being willing to give me a ride. The Holy One has been talking about the girl in front of me these past few days. Naming about me." Song Shi nodded. "Your Majesty likes the shrink blade that the girl made for him very much. Even the one made by the Prince Regent, His Majesty is not willing to change. As long as your Majesty likes it. It's just Miss Chen." Song Shi suddenly spoke to me seriously. "Who did you learn from?" I was stunned for a moment. Why does the eldest princess ask like this? Song Shi smiled and said, "The last person who could draw blueprints was also a girl named Chen. Maybe you two are from the same clan or even the same school. Coincidentally, this is not the same person. The eldest princess is talking about Chen Seshi from Nanyang." Song Shi, "Exactly, you know." I smiled and said, "It's a bit of a personal vendetta." Song Shi was stunned for a while, and then said, "If I hadn't known that Seshi Chen was still lying down, I would have thought that you two were the same person, and even your words were so out of touch." The two of us stopped talking after that, purely because there was nothing more to talk about, definitely not because I was afraid of losing my vest. When I arrived at the palace, I thought I could see Chi Won deeply worried about the prediction, but I didn't expect to see a scene of a loving father and a filial son. Chi Wonshan was teaching the little emperor how to use a sword. The weapon he used was the shortened blade he modified. Unexpectedly, the little emperor pressed some button and a needle flew out from the hilt of the sword, almost injuring Chi Wonshan. Chi Wonshan took the shrinking blade from him with a smile and handed him the shrinking blade I made for the little emperor before. "Your Majesty, please continue to use this. Your Majesty is still young, so I don't want to take the first step." The little emperor pursed his lips and prepared to continue practicing. He turned around and saw Song Shi and me standing in the distance watching the show. "Elder sister." The little emperor threw all the exercises behind him and immediately rushed towards Song Shi. "Sister, Nan Xiao misses you so much." Song Shi was slightly disgusted. "Your Majesty, you are the emperor of Beiyin, so you must pay attention to your image." The little emperor still hugged her and didn't let go. Chi Won walked over with a cold face before letting go. Chi Won took a deep look at Song Shi, then turned to me and asked, "Why did you come in?" I smiled and said, "Back to the prince, the common people brought some things to offer to the prince." Chi Wonshan understood. "Didn't I say that you are not allowed to use modesty?" I was stunned. "Ha. Oh, I know." After saying that, Chi Wonshan came over to hold my hand and took me away, leaving only one sentence, "I would like to trouble the eldest princess to look after your Majesty for a while, I will leave." Very refreshing and not soppy. If he hadn't held my wrist so hard, I would have thought he let it go. Arriving at an unknown dormitory, Chi Wonshan returned to his usual expression and asked, "What did you bring?" I took out the porcelain bottle from my sleeve and handed it to Chi Wonshan, "New medicine." For some reason, Chi Wonshan looked obviously disappointed, but still asked, "What is this for?" I said, "Your Majesty, please extend your hand." Chi Wonshan didn't understand, but still stretched out his hand. I held his hand and pushed his sleeves up. Chi Wonshan was a little surprised and wanted to retract his hand. I had expected it, so I held it tightly, but Chi Wonshan didn't even pull it back at that moment. "Chi Wonshan, what are you doing?" I turned his arm over, and what was covered under the sleeve was a somewhat hideous scar, which should be the same on the other hand. In fact, the palace doctor must have a good scar-removing ointment. Although it can't completely remove the scar, it won't make the wound so hideous. He must have left the scar intentionally. Chi Won hesitated deeply. How did you know?" "Yep, there's nothing I don't know. Anyone who is attentive will definitely be able to tell that the prince's arm cannot exert its strength." Chi Wonshan said harshly, "Not really." I put the stool next to him and motioned for him to pick it up. Chi Wonshan did not move. It was obvious that he was really out of it. In fact, it is not a problem to use the sword at ordinary times, but when fighting with others, the weapons collide with each other, which will cause weakness or some numbness in the hands. In a real fight, this is a fatal flaw. Chi Wonshan didn't refute anymore and just said, "Can this medicine of yours cure the injury on Gu's hand?" Looking at his hopeful eyes, I said ruthlessly, "Of course not, there is no such miracle medicine." Chi Wonshan's eyes darkened significantly, and I snickered beside him. "However, of course it is not impossible to cure it, it just requires the cooperation of the prince." "Chi Wonshan, what are you cooperating with?" "If the prince's old injury is cured, the prince must agree to a small condition." "Chi Wonshan, what conditions?" "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll let the prince know when I think about it. Now, I just need the prince to call a trustworthy doctor." Chi Won looked at me deeply, as if thinking about my credibility, and finally asked the guards around her to call someone. I took this time to make some preparations and keep some things in mind. If something goes wrong, I will lose my head. The imperial doctor came very quickly, his head covered with sweat. When he knew what I was going to do, he was even more dripping with cold sweat, and he knelt down in a hurry. This is too dangerous." I said calmly, "It doesn't matter, I will bear all the responsibility if anything happens." Chi Wonshan said, "What if it is not cured in the end and Gu's hand is completely disabled?" I looked into his eyes firmly. "No, the prince's hand will not be disabled even if I die." There was silence in the room for a while, then Chi Wonshan pulled the imperial doctor up and said, "Listen to her." Although the imperial doctor was a little nervous and scared, his superb professionalism still made him calm down immediately, and he knew exactly what I was going to do. Before taking action, Chi Wonshan looked at me and said, "You won't die." I paused. "Gu Geng likes to make your life worse than death." "No cure," I broke my defense. "Isn't it good for the five of us to be together?" Chapter 107. You are fine. I finally lost to Chi Wonshan. The herbal medicine is complete, and the imperial physician who is proficient in pharmacology is also there. There are 3 imperial physicians waiting outside at any time. After the numbing effect of Marfay powder took effect, I asked the imperial doctor to apply the knife directly and follow my method step by step. The process was complicated and required endurance and carefulness. I don't know how long it took, but the imperial doctor and I breathed a sigh of relief. The first course of treatment was finally completed. Looking at Qi Wanshan, who was still unconscious, I quietly backed out, leaving the rest to the imperial doctor. The imperial doctor outside asked me urgently how I was doing. I said, everything is fine. After talking to the imperial doctor, he discovered that the young emperor and Song Shi were also waiting outside. They didn't know what happened at first, but they should have been told by the chamberlain who knew about it. Seeing me coming out, Song Shi first asked, how's it going? I said, Your Majesty, eldest princess, everything is going well for you. You will be cured, just waiting for the subsequent rehabilitation treatment. Song Shi was disappointed. You have actually cured this age-old disease. Coupled with the eye disease that the imperial master had previously suffered, Miss Chen can be regarded as a qualified female doctor. I waved my hands hastily. Princess, I don't dare to take this seriously. The imperial doctor is doing a lot of things today, but the ordinary people are just too brave and have too many big ideas, so they cannot be called doctors. The eye disease of the imperial preceptor is only deeply affected by toxins, and it is difficult to deal with it. It's not difficult. The little emperor stood nearby and listened to what I said before he said anything. Then I won't put a high hat on the eldest sister, but the eldest sister is indeed the hero in this matter. I bowed and said, Thank you for your compliment, Your Majesty. Your Majesty will wake up in half an hour. All the things for the common people have been done, and the rest will be left to Your Majesty and the eldest princess. The 2 of them had no objections and immediately allowed me to leave the palace. Before leaving, I secretly took out a medicine from the system backpack and handed it to Song Shi. Princess, this is a medicinal material for treating fever. Just boil it as usual. The prince may have fever symptoms tonight, so after taking this medicine, it will be better. Song Shi took the medicinal materials and understood. I would like to thank Miss Chen on behalf of the regent. The little emperor especially approved the carriage to take me back to my hometown. My eyes were filled with tears. The little emperor had grown up and knew that he felt sorry for his elder sister who was good to him. Little emperor, 1 carriage fee is worth a new gadget. I hold back my tears. As expected, everyone in the royal family is more stingy than the other. Back at the imperial prefect's residence, Jiang Yuchen was watering flowers and plants in the courtyard. I stepped forward and saluted, Master National Preceptor. Jiang Yuchen glanced at me, nodded and said nothing. I couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, Don't you ask me where I've been, Master? Jiang Yuchen put down the ladle in his hand, picked up the teacup on the side and handed it to me, indicating that I would drink water first. Only then did I feel that my throat was slightly hoarse and my throat was extremely dry. Thank you, Master Imperial Master. Jiang Yuchen looked at me and said, Where have you been and where have you arrived? Someone will tell me. There is no need to ask more. I suddenly realized, that's right, then why did the Imperial Master bother to ask me where I went before? Jiang Yuchen, let's see if you are trying to trick anyone. I continued to drink water, only complaining in my heart, there is still a trust test. I smiled and said, I am loyal to Your Majesty the Imperial Preceptor, and I will never deceive you. Jiang Yuchen looked at my smiling face and changed the topic. The herbs you picked are used to relieve pain and clear the muscles and bones. But when I went to the palace today, there was no news of any injuries to the Holy Emperor or the eldest princess. It must be for treating the regent's old wound. After listening to what he said, I said, as expected of the Imperial Preceptor, I entered the palace for the hands of the regent. But Jiang Yuchen's tone suddenly sounded harsh, with a hint of anger. You were so courageous. I didn't know why he was angry. I was timid and wanted to kneel down to beg for relief. Jiang Yuchen pulled him up with his backhand, and became even more angry. Why are you kneeling? I said, my legs are weak. I have to say that Jiang Yuchen's smoky blue eyes were even more beautiful with a different emotion. Jiang Yuchen, I just blame you. I have also seen the regent's old injury. It is certainly not impossible to cure, but it is difficult to succeed. Naturally, no one dares to take this risk. And you are a person who has no understanding of pharmacology. How dare you take action? Will the hospital also accompany you to cause trouble? I didn't dare to speak loudly. I have shown all my procedures to the imperial doctors, and they all said they will be successful. Bullshit. Jiang Yuchen obviously didn't want to pay attention to me. It seemed that he was really angry this time. I said, Master, please see that I and the imperial doctor have cured the regent now. Everything is fine. Sir, please don't be angry. Jiang Yuchen, if something goes wrong. He didn't continue. But I know that if the head falls to the ground, it may be divided into 5 parts. Then if I fail the mission, I can go back. I have to say that I am really taking chances here. Even if there is a 99% chance that it can be cured, I still have the 10% desire to go back. I am not alone in treating Qi Wanshan. The Thai hospital has recorded his injuries and treatment methods for many years, but no one dares to mention it because no one wants to take responsibility. And I stood up, and what was waiting for Taiwan Hospital was either a generous reward or just a punishment. After all, I was at the forefront. I smiled with relief. I'm very happy that the national preceptor can care about me. Jiang Yuchen's tone softened. If Yuns hadn't watched you enter the palace, I might not even know about it now. I scratched my head, a little embarrassed. I didn't realize you would do this before. If you just make a deal with the regent, then the price is a bit too high. Looking at Jiang Yuchen's eyes, I felt a little evasive. Just when Yunze came to tell Jiang Yuchen that he had something important to tell him, Jiang Yuchen let me go. But before Yunz left, he gritted his teeth and said to me, Today, the master asked me to wait at the palace gate for a whole afternoon just to collect the girl's body, and the girl came out unscathed. This made me feel sad, angry and laughing at the same time. I didn't expect that this would happen. After Yun's left, I still stood there blankly. I can't describe what it feels like. It feels like the person who is least able to express his emotions is the most enthusiastic. This formed a sharp contrast in Qi Wanshan. When I was about to lie down and rest, someone from the palace came again and told me to enter the palace quickly. I heard from the chamberlain that Qi Wanshan had a rather violent quarrel with Song Shi. While I asked the maid in the house to report the news to Jiang Yuchen, I sighed that indeed these two people should not stay in the same place. There is no escape from the law of quarrels. I hurriedly and slowly returned to the palace. The chamberlain said, "Your Majesty will not let anyone get close to you." He only called for the girl. Me, where are the Holy Emperor and the eldest princess? The chamberlain said conscientiously, after the eldest princess had a quarrel with the prince, she left with the emperor. She should be at the eldest princess's residence now. Me, it feels like a daughter-in-law and her husband are arguing and taking their children back to their parents' home. So Qi Wanshan is the only one left in the palace. Entering the dormitory where Qi Wanshan was staying, there was indeed no one inside. I walked into the inner room and saw Qi Wanshan lying on the bed. Her face was red, and she seemed to have a fever. In fact, I am not very willing to serve him. There are so many chambermaids and maids in the palace, and it is hard for him to find anyone but me. Even I have a temper. As I thought this, the hot towel in my hand smacked heavily on Qi Wanshan's forehead. Seeing Qi Wan slowly wake up, I immediately put the hot towel away. I am a bit brave but not much. When Qi Wanshan saw it was me, she just said, "I thought the girl wouldn't come." "How dare you? Your Majesty, if you ask for anything, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." I looked at him with a smile. Qi Wanshan didn't have much reaction and just said, "Excuse me." Ouch, Qi Wanshan is actually polite. I said, "Aside from feeling hot, does your prince feel any discomfort?" Qi Wan thought deeply and said, "It's okay. I understand, I think the arm should have recovered well." I was about to walk outside to cook some medicine, but Qi Wanshan stopped me. "Stop, where are you going?" "Decoction, decoction." Looking at Qi Wanshan's complicated eyes, I couldn't understand it. Do people who are sick feel insecure? I thought about it, then walked over and took off the hot towel on his head, and continued to change the dressing. "Your Majesty, I'm not one to take care of others. Why don't you let other servants come?" Qi Wanshan refused silently, staring at me with her eyes. He was afraid that the Mongolian sweat medicine had worn off, and the pain also came with it, and his eyes were covered with red bloodshot eyes. I asked again, why did the prince argue with the eldest princess? Qi Wan pursed her lips deeply, presumably because she didn't want to say anything. After a while of silence, he thought that he had to go out and cook the medicine, otherwise Qi Wanshan would have a hard time tonight. Before I could get up, Qi Wanshan said, "She said you were fine." I was stunned. What? Maybe I knew what he meant. Just as Princess Tianzang readily agreed to send me to the palace, it was also for this reason. I'm not stupid. Qi Wanshan agreed to my deal not entirely because of my ability, but because he just saw my value. When it comes to being ruthless, people who have a dedicated heart are the most ruthless. As for Song Shi, she probably took a fancy to me the first time she saw me in the palace. Qi Wanshan's deep love just wants her to escape, and the simplest and clearest way is to find a woman who can replace her, which is me. Of course, I helped. I delivered medicine to Song Shi and made my presence felt in front of her, so that she would remember that there was someone like me. As for my transaction with Qi Wanshan, she could clearly see that my relationship with Qi Wanshan was not simple. A misunderstanding led to the current situation. I am very satisfied. The prince is angry because the eldest princess said this. I looked at him with tears in my eyes. Qi Wanshan looked a little at a loss. It was strange. I had never seen him like this before. No. What is that? Does the prince hate me? Just such a sentence makes the prince angry. Now, why did the prince call me over to question, refute, clarify? Tears fell unconsciously. I couldn't tell whether they were tears of grievance or being too sleepy. Qi Wanshan seemed to want to raise his hand to wipe away my tears, but found that he couldn't move at all. I said to him in a fierce tone, "What are you doing? If the wound is opened, I will give you another incision." Although the tone was ferocious, it didn't have much intimidating effect combined with my nasal voice. Qi Wanshan looked at me and laughed. "Should I say it or not, you are indeed brave." I called Xuan. Now that the prince cannot move, it is the best time to be arrogant. Seeing that Qi Wanshan didn't want to continue talking, I went out alone, and he could do whatever he wanted inside. After my instructions, I asked the chamberlain to bring pots, bowls and a small stove from the outer hall, and I started the process of decoction again. Decocting medicine takes a long time and is boring. I only think about what happened tonight when Qi Wanshan comes to mind, and I won't hold grudges. I took the fried medicine in and saw Qi Wan closing her eyes deeply. I sighed and fell asleep. Just as he turned around to take the medicine out, Qi Wanshan from behind asked, "Is the medicine ready?" I looked at him. "Your Majesty, didn't you sleep?" "Qi Wanshan, I can't sleep alone because I think about some things." "But what about the eldest princess?" Qi Wanshan said nothing, but I also knew. His hands were inconvenient to hold the medicine bowl, so one prepared to feed it to him bite by bite, but he didn't drink. I put down the spoon. If the prince is afraid of being poisoned, then just accept it. I still don't appreciate the medicine that I worked so hard to cook. Qi Wan smiled deeply. "It's not that I'm afraid of poisoning you, it's just a little hot. I'm very delicate and can't drink something so hot." Seeing the ridicule on Qi Wanshan's face, I took the spoon and put it to his mouth again. "Your Majesty, please forgive me, I don't know how to serve others." With a smile on her lips, Qi Wanshan blew on the spoonful of soup and drank it when it cooled down. I spooned him and took a bite, and the picture was quite harmonious. After drinking, I was ready to go out. It was almost the end of the night and it was time to rest. Just listen to Qi Wanshan say, "Chen Anping." I looked back at him, and he looked a little funny. He couldn't move his arms, so he could only turn his head and look at me. Tonight is not a question, a refutation, or a clarification, he said. I don't know why, but I just want to see you tonight. I'm not angry that the eldest princess mentioned you, I'm just angry that she made her own decisions. In Lonai, you shouldn't be just a candidate. Drop. Unlock the story fragments of Chi Wunshan. Close hollow corner bracket. I was rubbing the bowl and spoon in my hand. It was strange. Why did I shed tears again? I nodded and went out. The chamberlain saw me coming out with tears in my eyes and asked hurriedly, Your Majesty, are you angry again? I smiled and said, No, I'm just too sleepy and can't hold on. After hearing this, the chamberlain breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of something, and said, Miss Chen, the Imperial Preceptor's office just sent someone to send a message, saying that the girl should not work too hard and have a good rest. The Imperial Preceptor's calculations are really accurate. I know the girl is not asleep yet. I listened to the words of the chamberlain and looked at the dark sky. I thought that since Jiang Yuchen regained his sight, he likes to stare at the sky even more. Sometimes there is nothing in the sky, but he can still stare at it for a long time. I said, Excuse me, sir, please reply to your letter. Master Tongguo said that I will go to bed right now and don't read it. The chamberlain readily agreed and asked the palace maid to take me to another side hall. After cleaning it up for me, I rested. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 108. I feel like I've suffered a big loss. The sunshine outside the window was very dazzling, and I didn't sleep very peacefully last night. This pillow was not as comfortable as the beauty soft pillow that Yun's gave me. Another day when I slept until noon, I was surprised that no one woke me up. After freshening up myself, I was ready to see how Chi Wunshan was doing. When I walked to the door, I was told that Chi Wunshan was not here. Then where has the prince gone? It's not that I want to see him that much, it's just that his hand has just been healed and he can't move it around. The chamberlain smiled and replied, Don't worry, Miss Chen. Your Majesty is approving the memorial at Tongsheng, so he must be a little busy right now. I don't care. The chamberlain continued, The prince has known for a long time that the girl will come, and specially ordered the servants to prepare meals for the girl first, so that she will not starve when she gets up. As he said this, I realized that I was indeed a little hungry, so I asked him to take me to eat something to fill my stomach. It's just, I thought there were only a few plates of pastries or one or two side dishes, but I didn't expect it to be a large table of dishes, which dazzled me. Why are there so many dishes? The chamberlain said, Girl, eat first, the prince will arrive soon. After he said this, I started to use my chopsticks first, but the more I ate, the more confused I became. It felt like all the dishes on this table were my favorites. Was it just my imagination? What a joke, how could Chi Wunshan know my preferences? I relaxed and continued eating without restraint, not even noticing Chi Wunshan coming in. Until I burped, someone behind me suddenly said, You eat deliciously. I was so frightened that I lost my grip on the chopsticks and dropped them to the ground. Chi Wunshan smiled again, Come here, please change to a pair of chopsticks. Just as he was about to stand up and salute, Chi Wan stopped him with a deep look, No, you continue to eat your food. When the palace maid gave me another pair of chopsticks, I didn't dare to eat so boldly. Maybe he was full after seeing Chi Wunshan. From the corner of my eye, I could feel Chi Wunshan's eyes staring at me, but I didn't move my chopsticks. I felt even more embarrassed, so I casually took 2 more bites and put my chopsticks away. Chi Wunshan, are you full? Ah. Chi Wunshan, then it's Gu's turn to eat. Chi Wunshan, you don't want to feed me. Chi Wunshan, you were so proactive last night. I stopped him with a mouthful of rice. I don't know what the prince likes to eat, so just eat some of them. The maids and maids standing aside were very discerning and stepped back, but now I don't need them to be so discerning. Chi Wunshan leaned back on the chair, still chewing the rice I had just stuffed for him, with a successful smile on his face. Smile, smile, why don't you laugh to death? Feeling vindictive, I wrapped some chili sauce in tofu and fed it into Chi Wan's mouth while he was not paying attention, hoping to see him make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, he swallowed it in one gulp without any expression. Me, Your Highness, chew it properly. Chewing carefully and slowly is healthier. Chi Wunshan, no need, I can survive. I didn't dare to feed him a second bite of hot sauce. After all, he needed to eat lighter. If he got inflamed from eating too much spicy food, I would be the one to clean up the mess in the end. Chi Wunshan ate more but also quickly. The two of us were particularly quiet and peaceful throughout the meal. Chi Wunshan, I have imagined this picture many times, but I didn't expect that the person in the picture was you. I put down the dishes and chopsticks heavily. No one was still a little angry. Chi Wunshan, but I never thought about the princess. That's natural. Song Shi's temperament doesn't seem to know how to feed you. If you ask her to feed you, she can put a bowl on your head. At that time, I did not expect that the arrogant and domineering eldest princess would also feed a person tenderly. Of course, this was just an afterthought. Then who did the prince think of? Chi Wunshan, no one thought about it. I never thought that someone would be by my side. I have no business in the palace. Chi Wunshan's hands are very good at healing. He will recover in less than half a month and be able to wield a sword and a gun within half a year. Then Anping will resign first. Sitting in the carriage arranged by Chi Wunshan and returning to the Imperial Master's mansion, I still felt a little unbalanced. I took care of him for so long, and I even healed his hand, and all I got was, yeah. When I returned to the house, Yun saw me coming back and stepped forward and asked, Did the girl sleep well last night? Yuns, did you eat well today? Yuns, girl, don't pretend, just laugh if you want to. Me, why am I laughing? Yuns pointed to a bunch of large boxes that were being moved by servants on the road next to him, and said, "Girl, shouldn't you smile after being given so many rewards by the regent?" "Award?" Seeing the confused look on my face, Yuns said, "It's for the girl, yes, it's clear in black and white." Yuns handed me the note. It was clearly written on the paper. He gave me a bunch of gold, silver and jewelry, and a house. I walked over tremblingly, looked at the contents of the box, and immediately closed it with a bang, silently reciting, "Wealth should not be exposed." Of course, in addition to the feeling of getting rich from heaven, there is also the feeling that it will be a long time before you grow up. So how did he earn so much money that he was even more arrogant than that guy Ling Hongyuan? When I think about the fact that I worked very hard to take the blame for Ling Hongyuan, and finally received twice the amount of my usual salary, I feel like I have suffered a big loss. Me, can I take the money with me later? Drop. Replying to host. The silver the host obtains through its own abilities can be converted into money. Close hollow corner bracket. As soon as the system said this, I suddenly felt that there was hope for life. Work your life for your master and reach the top, just around the corner. Little did he know that my silly and cheerful look was noticed by Jiang Yuchen. "You like these yellow and white things so much?" Seeing Jiang Yuchen's puzzled face, I replied, "Master Weiguo, I feel more secure only if I have money with me." I don't know what Jiang Yuchen was thinking, but he understood instantly. "I guess it was you who suffered from wandering alone before, which made you care for your property so much." I nodded wildly. Those days were full of wind and sun, and we were fighting for food with other people and dogs. If I hadn't met the Imperial Master, I might still be suffering like that. After Jiang Yuchen heard this, he couldn't bear it. But I was worried that maybe I was overdoing it. "Jiang Yuchen, if you hadn't met me, you could have lived a good life with your skills. I wish there were fewer miserable people like you in the world, and you would never compete with puppies for food in the future." I was silent, not knowing what to say. Just listen to Yunzhe say, "The girl is not snatching food from the dogs. Now she is robbing the civet flour. Won't all the snacks that the master made for the civet flour be eaten by the girl?" I blushed. "No way. It's just a small piece. I didn't eat all of it. And it's the leftover civet flour." There was a slight smile on Jiang Yuchen's lips. I murmured, "Master Imperial Master hasn't made any snacks for me yet." Jiang Yuchen heard this and said, "I'll make some for you on my free days, and you can also eat Li Hua's snacks. It seems that you are actually more greedy than you love money. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together?" Chapter 109. The food is delicious. The Jiang Yuchen I know is gentle, indifferent, and divine, but the man holding the spatula now undoubtedly has a hint of fireworks and is more humane. What makes me even more surprised is what Yun said. This is the first time that the master has cooked for a living person. What do you mean by giving to the living? I was confused and a little scared. Does it mean that everyone who has eaten the food cooked by the Imperial Master himself will die? Yuns, that's not true. He lowered his voice and said, "In addition to doing what you know, Master, there is also a more important thing, which is to serve the king until his death." My heart skipped a beat. It's not that I don't know about this matter. I've read historical materials before. The political difference between Beiyin and Nanyang is that when the emperor is young or there is no heir in Beiyin who is capable of inheriting the throne, the regent can temporarily take over the throne and control the government. The current Qi Wanshan is a typical example. Of course, the existence of the regent was a potentially important threat to the Beiyin emperor. However, due to the fact that the regent was deeply rooted in the court, no one dared to move his position. In addition, there were no cases of previous regents plotting rebellion. Therefore, normally the kings of Beiyin would not touch the regent. The key to the balance between the two lies in Beiyin's imperial preceptor. When new and old kings alternate, what all dynasties are most afraid of is the emergence of rebels. In Beiyin, the regent is suspected of this. As for the Beiyin imperial preceptor, he had no real power and position but had popular support. At this time, the important task of taking care of the old emperor in his last moments naturally fell on the imperial preceptor. Before the death of the previous king, Jiang Yuchen took care of him. Jiang Yuchen had to do all the food, clothing and housing himself. It was his first time to cook. Yun said that the old emperor also complained about Jiang Yuchen's cooking skills, and said that if the food was not delicious, his wife would definitely dislike him in the future. I asked out of curiosity, what did the imperial master say? Yunzhe said, "Master has always been taciturn, but how can he be like now? He talks more in one day than in the previous year." I said, "You can't talk about your master behind his back." Yunz immediately raised his hands to show his innocence. "Young man, you didn't say anything." "Say what?" Jiang Yuchen was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand. He stood at the door of the kitchen and looked at us. His calm eyes gave him an inexplicable sense of humor. I laughed and said, "The imperial master is said to be well versed in temples and kitchens, and is capable of writing and cooking. He is very handsome." Yunz, "Praise me, who can survive you?" Jiang Yuchen obviously liked this, with a smile on his face. "You look very good. You just made a dish and a soup, do you want to try it?" "Want?" The food Jiang Yuchen cooked was not as unpalatable as Yunz said. On the contrary, it tasted just right, neither salty nor bland, and was very tasty. Yunzhe, "Girl, please don't slander others. I didn't say it tasted bad because I was young." I made faces at him, and Jiang Yuchen put some more vegetables into my bowl. "Don't talk while you're eating." It was definitely not enough for 3 people to eat one dish and one soup, but I had 2 more bites of pastries and I was 80 cents full. Thinking that he still had some doubts, when Jiang Yuchen wasn't paying attention, he pulled Yunz aside and asked, "It can't be said that the imperial master has not made food for living people. The food he gave to beggars and refugees in Nanyang before, wasn't it also done by the imperial master?" Yunzhe said, "That was not done by the master. The master is alone and can't see, so how can he do so many things? Those things were all made by the little ones. It's just that the little ones were busy for the master during that time. Just didn't show up. Yuns paused for a moment and then said, but after the girl came, it relieved a lot of my burden. The girl took on the task of cooking porridge myself, so that I didn't have to run back and forth. Then why didn't you treat me very well at that time? Yuns quickly unlocked. The sudden appearance of an outsider around the master made Xiao Ding very wary and very alienated from the girl. But later he found out that the girl is actually a very good person, so he thought about what to do for her. Then he thought about the past. I changed the bedding for the girl, but the girl was not very happy. I thought the girl didn't like these types of quilts and pillows, so I changed the girl to a beauty soft pillow some time ago. I was a little surprised. I didn't expect this to be the reason. Good brother Yuns, if you follow me from now on, I will inevitably lead you to eat meat. Speaking of the beauty soft pillow, I feel like crying, but I can finally sleep on it tonight, and I will definitely have a sweet dream. It's just, why does the screen flip as soon as I close my eyes and a strange scene appears? I banged the system in my head. Can this trigger the fragmentation scene on its own? Drop. System version 2.0 will provide you with better, more convenient and warmer service guarantees, dear. Close hollow corner bracket. No, I just want to sleep peacefully, thank you. Drop. The protest is invalid. Close hollow corner bracket. I was floating in this virtual scene again. Facing the young man Qi Wanshan, he obviously had a sense of maturity and stability. Maybe Changfu developed it through this daily training. He still lived in the palace. Although Song Shi had his own princess mansion when he was young, he still liked to stay with his father, so he basically lived more in the palace, taking Qi with him by the way. Late at night. But today, Song Shi suddenly said to Qi Wanshan, pack your things and move into the princess mansion today. Qi Wanshan asked, why does Her Royal Highness suddenly want to move out of the palace? Song Shi stretched and said casually, I'm in a good mood. Let's go out and have some fun. Qi Wanshan did not continue talking, but just packed his things silently. After a while, he realized that he had nothing at all. When he came to the palace, the things in the room were all gifts from Song Shi, and there was nothing that really belonged to him. Qi Wanshan, Your Highness, I have already packed it up. Song Shi was surprised, so fast. Maybe he thought of something, and said, then let's go, just ask the servants in the house to help you with whatever you need. Qi Wan lowered her eyes deeply and said, yes, thank you, Your Highness, Princess. Song Shi, don't thank me again. For our many years of friendship, this princess has already regarded you as a good brother. Qi Wanshan said nothing, but based on my observations these days, he must be holding back something to say. Sure enough, he still couldn't hold it back and said it out. The Holy One really loves the princess. Even the princess mansion, which can only be given to princesses after the hairpin, has been owned by His Highness for a long time. Song Shi said proudly, that's right, I'm the only princess in Beiyin. Before Song Nansha was born, he was even the only imperial heir. Qi Wan smiled deeply and said, I heard that Her Royal Highness the princess once visited Nanyang when she was a child. I knew that the question Qi Wanshan asked was definitely not that simple. It turned out that he was here to find out the details. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 110. Are you afraid that you will feel sorry for her or that you will feel sorry for her? Song Shi was so careless that he didn't realize anything. My father sent me to go there. I was the only heir to Beiyin at that time, so I went to talk to Nanyang on behalf of Beiyin. It was also because of this that I feel a lot more comfortable now that I have my own mansion. Qi Wanshan looked envious. Your Highness, the princess, has been smarter than ordinary people since she was a child. I feel a little ashamed of herself. Song Shi, there is nothing to be ashamed of. My good brother, you are already very good. Don't feel ashamed of yourself. There is a poor boy in Nanyang. His father doesn't care for him and bullies him. He is somewhat similar to when he first met you. I don't know how he is now. Quote. Qi Wan's eyes darkened. They look alike. Song Shi still didn't notice anything was wrong with Qi Wanshan at this time. Yes, he is also being bullied by others. It's just that he has to take care of my princess's affairs even though he is already in trouble. Although it seems a bit funny to help. It's ridiculous, but if you can stand up and speak for me, you must be a very good person. My mind automatically imagined Ling Hongyuan, who was playing with a dagger and stepping on blood, with a fierce expression on his face. He was shaking all over. The young man didn't know it, but he was probably growing crookedly now. Qi Wanshan on the other side became even more silent. But Song Shi still had no intention of stopping. If I hadn't left in a hurry at that time, I would have taken him back to Beiyin. The person I like should not have to suffer like that. Your Highness Princess. Qi Wanshan interrupted her anyway. Song Shi, what's wrong? Qi Wanshan, why don't you go to the princess's mansion, Your Highness? I'm a little uncomfortable with my bed. Song Shi, no, if I were in the palace, my father would definitely not let me out at will. I feel comfortable living in the princess's mansion. The worst, I will move the bed in the palace to the princess's mansion. Song Shi gave Qi Wanshan no reason to refuse. If it doesn't work out, the princess will leave the palace on her own, and you can continue to live in the palace. Qi Wanshan stopped talking. This was the first time I saw Qi Wanshan look deflated. This was probably the first time that Qi Wanshan realized that Song Shi already had someone else in mind. You love her and she loves him. What kind of sadomasochistic love story is this? It's a bit funny. It would be better if I could eat some melon seeds. But I stopped laughing halfway through, and realized that I seemed to be one of them. He didn't know what Qi Wanshan's style was before. Anyway, since he knew that Song Shi had a little pity in his heart, he no longer pretended to be weak, but became stronger and stronger. Sometimes Qi Wanshan with a smile is scarier than him with a cold face. But what puzzles me is how Qi Wanshan, who had injuries to both hands, stepped into the position of regent step by step. Drop. Fragment reading completed. Close hollow corner bracket. Damn system, it irritates me every time. But I don't know how Qi Wanshan got his current position. I only know that the process must be difficult. Song Shi couldn't give him any substantial help. The old regent seemed to have abandoned him. He was a nobody with no martial arts skills and injuries. He must have something I don't know about to become what he is now. Look. When I opened my eyes and woke up, it was like I had just lied down a second ago. Drop. An important main storyline has been detected in the front hall of the Imperial Prefecture. Host, please go to the front hall immediately. Close hollow corner bracket. I really think it would be better if this system were not upgraded, at least it would be a little more humane. Open hollow corner bracket. After packing up his clothes, he immediately rushed to the front hall and found that the guard beside Qi Wanshan was also standing at the door, opposite Yun's with a cold expression. Seeing me coming, Yun's was confused. Girl, did you get up so early today? I smiled and said, when I woke up, I suddenly felt the glow in my house. After asking, I realized that the prince was here. I naturally wanted to come and say hello. When Qi Wanshan's guard saw it was me, he recognized me at once. Miss Chen, my master's old injury is all thanks to me. Yun's, my master's eye disease is also thanks to the girl. Guard, thank you, girl, for taking care of the master for 1 day and 1 night. Otherwise, the master would have been uncomfortable that night. Yun's, thanks to the girl, I made snacks for the master before, otherwise the master still doesn't have a very good appetite. No, what's there to argue about? Is Miss Chen here outside? The 2 people outside were making too much noise, which still alerted the 2 people inside. I replied, Your Majesty the Imperial Master, and Ping is here to say hello. Come in. As soon as I entered, I could feel the tension in the atmosphere, and it looked like they were discussing something important. When Qi Wanshan saw me, the corners of her eyes curled up, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Does Miss Chen still like to return the favor? When I think of that box of money in the house I have never met before, I feel very excited. Maybe I am just a superficial little money fan. My lord, I like it very much. Qi Wanshan, as long as the girl likes it. He seemed to be just asking casually and didn't notice Jiang Yuchen glance at me at all. Suddenly there was a feeling of ice and fire. In order to break the atmosphere in front of me, I changed the subject. What major matter are your prince and the Imperial Master discussing? There was a map before the 2 of them, and the place they were looking at was exactly the place where Jiang Yuchen had mentioned the vision a few days ago, the southwest of Beiyin. It seems that something went wrong over there. I'm not worried that these 2 people won't tell me some confidential things. If I go outside and ask around, I can get a rough idea. I'm just worried that I don't know how to trigger the mission point. Sure enough, the 2 of them just looked sad and silent. I continued, why don't the prince and the Imperial Master tell me about it? Although it may not be able to solve the confusion, it won't make you feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yuchen said, it's not something that cannot be said. He pointed to the direction on the map. In the southwest, there are heavy spring rains and waterlogging. Waterlogging. Jiang Yuchen nodded and continued, this year's heavy rain will probably last for a long time. The terrain in the southwest will definitely cause floods, but most people live here. I'm afraid it won't be very peaceful in the second half of the month. I asked, is it too late to ask the people to evacuate immediately? It was rare for Qi Wanshan to be serious without a playful smile. There are many people, evacuation is difficult, settlement is complicated, and it will also affect surrounding small towns. Jiang Yuchen, but I have to move. Qi Wanshan, we have just discussed this matter. The Imperial Master did not talk about another more serious matter, but only told her some unimportant things. What's the matter? Are you afraid that she will feel distressed? Or do you feel sorry for her? I asked, is there something more serious? Jiang Yuchen looked at me and said, waterlogging will bring some insect pests, and with the change of spring and summer, the diseases are complicated. What I am more worried about is the plague. Drop. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Beiyin Southwest storyline. Please host accept the task. Close hollow corner bracket. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 111 Kill me with your knife. You can't go. Jiang Yuchen rejected me. Why? Jiang Yuchen's eyes were filled with anger. What kind of child's play do you think that is? Plague is extremely easy to infect and difficult to cure. You are a weak woman with no power to restrain a chicken. I won't let you go with me no matter what. Being powerless, I didn't know how to refute. I placed my hope on Qi Wanshan. He should have allowed me to go. Don't look at Gu. This matter is entirely up to the National Master. It depends on his opinion. Qi Wanshan kept herself clean. Jiang Yuchen also looked like there was no room for discussion. If not for a mission, who would want to go to such a dangerous place? I don't know anything, so going there might cause trouble, so naturally I don't want to go. But, how could I not know the nature of the system? Since it is a main line of tasks that it wants me to complete, something big must happen, and this big thing must be related to the plague that Jiang Yuchen mentioned. In addition to being driven by missions, there is also some sense of responsibility in it. Maybe, my all-purpose pharmacology book will have an antidote to the plague. The matter seems to have been settled, and I can only stay in the house and cannot go. Qi Wanshan's hands will almost be able to move at the end of the month, and he will also go there. I am afraid that the task left to me is to take care of the naughty little emperor in the palace. Do you want to sit back and wait for death? Of course that's not possible. I was still nervous when I went out a few days ago, for fear of being surrounded by a bunch of people and looking like a monkey. But after staying out of the limelight for a few days, everyone seemed to have completely forgotten about it. It's not that I forgot, it's just that things in the southwest spread rapidly, one after another. The crops in the southwest were flooded and nothing was left, and the people in the southwest even had their homes flooded. As the days passed, the news became more and more serious. Jiang Yuchen has been very busy these days, collecting donations here and handling matters there. The candles in Jiang Yuchen's room were basically not extinguished at night. I sighed. I must not interrupt at this moment. The day was approaching when I was going to the southwest, and I started to pack my things. I had just 2 simple clothes, the pharmacology encyclopedia in the system backpack, a few bottles of wound medicine that I had made in the past few days, and the silver bell that I picked off. I don't know its meaning yet. It seems like everyone is keeping silent, leaving me to figure out its secrets myself. Forget it, I just put it in. It jingles on my hands and is troublesome. I didn't bring anything else. I don't know if the capital city was also affected at all, but it rained heavily today. Summer has begun, but the rainstorm is coming fiercely, with lightning and thunder. I made some food from the kitchen to fill my stomach. I thought about the private room where Jiang Yuchen had been keeping the light on for the past few days. After thinking for a while, I decided to go there with the newly made snacks. Thunderstorms can make you feel bad. My goal is to feel better by eating some snacks. Only when he walked to the door excitedly did he realize that the lights in Jiang Yuchen's room were actually turned off. You should go to bed early. After all, there will be more things to do in the next few days. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, there was the sound of something falling to the ground and breaking. I had one thought at that time: it's broken. Not caring about the few snacks in his hand, he just stuffed them into his mouth and kicked open Jiang Yuchen's door. There was no bold little thief as imagined, only darkness. The window was blown open by the strong wind outside, and the only sound coming from the outside was the strong wind inside. I walked over and closed the window. When I stepped back, I didn't know what I stepped on. I knelt down and looked at it. It seemed to be a candlestick. Before I could even take a breath, I was almost frightened to death by a man squatting in the corner. It's Jiang Yuchen. I was looking for the fire break on my body, only to find that I had left it in the kitchen. I put the snack in my mouth back into my sleeve, walked to Jiang Yuchen, and found that his condition was not very good. He didn't respond, he just trembled all over and muttered something, as if he was extremely scared. It feels like something is being overlooked. Master National Teacher. Ignore me. Jiang Yuchen. I felt him raise his head. In the dark, I couldn't see his face clearly. I grabbed his wrist and asked, Jiang Yuchen, where is Huo Zhezi? Still no response. I had to fumble around on the table, but there was nothing but a pile of paper. Just as he was about to get up and look elsewhere, Jiang Yuchen pulled him back. Don't leave. Now I finally heard what he was about to say, and suddenly I felt a very appropriate pink bubble appear around me, and the system also played soothing and ambiguous music at the right time. However, take your knife and kill me. I touched his forehead and there was no fever. Why did he say such nonsense? Jiang Yuchen, look who I am. I held his face and could barely see his eyes clearly. There was only fear, nervousness and helplessness in his eyes. My mind suddenly stirred, and I remembered the armory where Qi Wanshan took us before. The blindfolded Jiang Yuchen was also grabbing my wrist. He was also very scared at that time. Could it be that Jiang Yuchen is afraid of the dark? I helped him to the chair and asked him to sit down. Jiang Yuchen didn't resist, he just held my hand and wouldn't let go. I didn't expect him to be so strong, and he looked like a sickly beauty. I was about to take a snack to coax him, but then I remembered that I had put the snack in my mouth and bit it. I still asked him patiently, Jiang Yuchen, do you know where you put the fire seal? Cannot remember. Oh, he actually answered me. Then do you know how the candle went out? Jiang Yuchen looked out the window, and a bolt of lightning happened to hit him. He was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head, but he still answered me obediently. The window was not closed, it was blown by the wind. Seeing him like this, I thought of teasing him. What have you been up to in the house lately? Draw the blueprints and build the embankment. River embankment, presumably to alleviate flooding problems. Then, why don't you let Chen Anping go to the southwest together? Jiang Yuchen looked at me seriously, worry. Maybe he was too serious, so I was a little embarrassed to ask, why do you just answer whatever I ask you now, just like a puppet? I wanted to continue looking for Huo Zhezi, but he still pulled me back, don't leave. I don't want to go. I'm just looking for something. I'm not afraid. He followed me and pulled my sleeve. While I was looking for him, I asked, Jiang Yuchen, you are so clingy now. Are your usual coldness just an act? Unexpectedly, he didn't reply to me. Just by chance, I finally found the fire fold in the third drawer under the table. I lit the fire with a swish, and lit up the candlesticks in the house. It's not an act. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 112. Don't you sleep together? What? The moment I lit the fire, I didn't hear what he said clearly. The candlelight illuminated the room, and I found that Jiang Yuchen's eyes were particularly clear, with a hint of confusion. I was extremely proud to find the fire certificate. Jiang Yuchen, I'm not very good at it. You can easily find something so hidden. What else can stump me? I don't know if it was my imagination, but Jiang Yuchen seemed to smile a little, and he said, softly. I helped him back to the chair and asked him to sit down obediently. This time he didn't bother me anymore, so I had time to pack my things. There are papers scattered all over the table. The Jiang Yuchen I know is definitely not a person who puts things around like this. He should have accidentally messed up the room just now when he can see clearly. There are some messy lines drawn on the table, and it can be vaguely seen as a dam. Me, this kind of thing still needs Jiang Yuchen to do it himself. I picked up the paper next to me and glanced at it briefly. I explained in advance that it was not intentional, but just some sequelae of being an official in Nanyang. I can think of a lot when I see a few words in it. Corruption. I immediately picked up the piece of paper and read it carefully again. It should be Jiang Yuchen who Qi Wanshan told. Qi Wanshan's people found out that local officials in the southwest were highly suspected of corruption and bribery. The money sent to the southwest in the past few days may not be much left, so Jiang Yuchen should not continue to send money. It's no wonder that just a heavy rain in the southwest flooded the crops. It was only because the dam there was cut corners that Jiang Yuchen started to do it himself. I folded a bunch of things and placed them neatly, making sure there was nothing I missed. When I turned around, I saw Jiang Yuchen staring at me intently. There were obvious dark circles under his eyes, presumably because he had not slept well in the past few days. I sighed and thought about coaxing him to go to bed. Jiang Yuchen, let's go to bed. The rain will stop soon. Don't be afraid. Jiang Yuchen was stunned for a moment, and I thought he was too frightened to understand what I was saying. Otherwise, well-behaved children will have sweets to eat. I don't know why Jiang Yuchen is afraid of the dark, but I think he seems to have a different feeling like this. He looks confused but is cute and well-behaved. Who wouldn't like a beauty who will answer whatever you say? I led him to the bed, but I always felt something was weird. Although Jiang Yuchen listens to my words now, it doesn't feel right. I asked him to sit on the edge of the bed, take off his coat and shoes, and lie down on the bed. Jiang Yuchen did as he was told, and after lying on the bed, there seemed to be a faint blush on his face. Is it my imagination? Maybe the candlelight was too bright. Although summer was about to begin, the night was still cool. I tucked him in, smoothed his hair, and was ready to blow out the lamp and leave. You don't want to sleep together. I paused, turned around, and looked at Jiang Yuchen, who was covered with a quilt with only one pair of eyes exposed. I pointed at myself and then at him. Me. You. Sleep together. Jiang Yuchen's eyes were more confused than mine. That's what you said just now. It scared me to death. I thought I was a cold, indifferent and handsome imperial master, but secretly I was actually a passionate person. Fortunately not. Otherwise I really can't control it. I patted his quilt as if coaxing a child. It's too late tonight. I'll sleep with you next time and have a good rest. You won't be afraid of anything tomorrow. I don't know if I covered him too tightly, but Jiang Yuchen's face turned red. This guy is also a jerk, and he won't stick his head out on his own. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 113. I have a clever plan. I tucked his quilt under his neck, and he suddenly grabbed my wrist and stopped my movement. What happened? Jiang Yuchen, itchy. So be it. But he hasn't let go of my wrist yet. I asked again, is there anything else? I left if nothing happened. I still had to go to bed. Jiang Yuchen, before, you went to the palace to tell a story to the Saint. What was it? I'm not surprised. It's a lie. After all, he clearly said he wanted me to tell him a story. I laughed secretly in my heart, but on the outside I remained calm and said mysteriously, this is a palace secret, so naturally it cannot be told. Jiang Yuchen looked a little disappointed. I couldn't bear it and said, if you are willing to tell me your story, then I will tell you a story. Jiang Yuchen, what's the matter? What happened when you were a child, or why are you afraid of the dark? Jiang Yuchen fell silent. I was afraid that I had some concerns, so I didn't continue to ask. But I heard a low voice beside me, I don't have a childhood. Drop. Unlock the story fragments of Jiang Yuchen. Close hollow corner bracket. Jiang Yuchen's smoky blue eyes reflected my figure, and there was an inexplicable and bewitching feeling. Of course I didn't continue to ask him. He must have been sleepy. There were so many things to deal with the next day, so I let him rest peacefully. I don't know when Yun stood outside the door. When he saw me, he was a little surprised. Why is the girl in there? I'm bringing you some snacks for the Imperial Master. Yun's looked slightly worried. Is Master okay? Why do you ask that? Yun's, girl, let me tell you straight. At night, especially during thunderstorms, the Master will be very scared, but no one is allowed in, and we are only asked to stay outside. Tonight, there is actually no one inside. It's unusual. I thought it was strange when I was younger, but I didn't expect the girl was inside. I nodded in understanding and said, Master Imperial Master is fine. He was a little frightened and has rested now. Yun's, that's good. Thanks to the girl. Normally, I don't know how many things would have been smashed here. Smashing something. Tonight really made me get to know Jiang Yuchen again. Yunze, we were not very clear outside, and we could only hear the sound of things falling to the ground. When we went to clean up the next day, the house was basically in a mess. After thinking about it, it seemed that the house was really messy before I cleaned it up. Seeing that nothing happened, I went back to the room by myself. When I lay back on the bed, I specifically told the system not to open that fragment on its own. I just wanted to sleep well tonight and didn't want to be disturbed. Open hollow corner bracket, filled circle, filled circle. After a sleepless night, I slept very comfortably. After washing up, I asked the maid to find out that there was nothing unusual about Jiang Yuchen this morning. It should be restored to its original state. I took the snacks I had made to Jiang Yuchen's room. Yun saw that it was me and put them in directly for me. Thanks for his trust and support in me. The breakfast served to Jiang Yuchen by the servants at the table was still untouched. He was writing something seriously. Maybe it was the drawing he saw last night. I walked over to him and put down the snacks, and he seemed to have just noticed my arrival. I asked, is the Imperial Master worried about the dam in the southwest? Jiang Yuchen rubbed his eyebrows and said, yes. His condition today is a little better than last night, at least the dark circles under his eyes are lighter. I handed him a piece of snack. I have a way. Jiang Yuchen looked at the drawings in front of him with a sad look on his face. He didn't respond to my words for a moment, and took the snack in my hand and suddenly said, what did you say? I raised my lips and smiled. I said, I have a way. Jiang Yuchen brought me to the palace. Qi Wanshan seemed to have just come from the morning court, and the court clothes on his body looked very serious. Even the little emperor stood aside with a serious look on his face, not daring to say or move anything. Seeing me coming, the little emperor walked towards me with bright eyes. Why are you here, big sister? Jiang Yuchen stood in front of me and stopped him. Miss Chen is here to talk business with His Majesty and the Prince. The subtext is that I am not here to play with you. Qi Wanshan stopped the pen in his hand and asked, what's the matter? Jiang Yuchen, she has a clever idea about the dam. Qi Wan raised her eyebrows deeply and said, conditions. As expected of Qi Wanshan, he knew that the benefits were conditional. I said, take me with you. Jiang Yuchen had no objection. Just now in the Imperial Master's mansion, Jiang Yuchen and I were arguing over the issue of whether I could go or not, and almost got into a fight. Jiang Yuchen, why do you have to go there? I said, of course we need to observe the terrain to know how to build a dam, otherwise it's all just talk. So Jiang Yuchen was speechless. Qi Wanshan turned to look at him, Master National Preceptor, don't you object? Jiang Yuchen, didn't the prince not allow it before? Qi Wanshan, Guqi did not deny permission. He just handed over the matter to the Imperial Master. Miss Chen went with him, which complied with Gu's wishes. I stood aside and looked at Qi Wanshan's slightly joking expression, feeling quite unworthy of a beating. Jiang Yuchen also had a good temper and showed no expression after being teased. Then let's decide like this. The little emperor also came to join in the fun. I want to go too. Qi Wanshan refused. No. Where? Song Shi suddenly walked in from outside the palace, and the chamberlain passing by her was stopped by her. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 114 Co Jiang Yuchen. Song Shi saw me and said curiously, Miss Chen is here too. I bowed and Song Shi waved his hand. Where did you say you were going just now? Is it Yuanchu City in the southwest? Jiang Yuchen, exactly. Song Shi, take me with you. Qi Wanshan was about to refuse, but was interrupted again. I'm just here to inform you, not to ask for your opinion. When to leave, just ask someone to come to the eldest princess's house to tell you. There are heavy things in Yuanchu City. Don't make any excuses here. Then he turned to look at the little emperor and said, Your Majesty is waiting for us to come back in the palace. The country cannot live without a king for a day, and Your Majesty must learn to handle political affairs alone. After Song Shi said this neatly, he finally said, goodbye, and left, as if he really just wanted to go together. I looked at Qi Wanshan. After watching Song Shi leave, he returned to the table and continued writing and drawing. The two have not reconciled yet. I think Song Shi is a person who is afraid of trouble, so he came here in person to avoid being rejected again when his subordinates come. After Jiang Yuchen and I said goodbye, we returned to the Imperial Master's mansion. Jiang Yuchen, you will pack your things today. Your Majesty, the return home teacher, we packed it up yesterday. Jiang Yuchen looked at my smiling face and said angrily, you have learned to kill first and tell later. If you are not allowed to go today, why don't you carry your luggage and set off without permission? I said calmly, that's what I thought. You. Seeing that Jiang Yuchen clearly didn't want to talk to me, I wisely shut up. The contrast between Jiang Yuchen last night was quite big, and now I feel like he always has a filter on him. I secretly brought up the system task panel, which showed that I had received the task and was waiting for me to complete it. To be honest, after looking at the map, I discovered that Yuanchu City was actually close to Nanyang, and I didn't know whether this menacing heavy rain would affect Nanyang. But that's not all I can worry about right now. After another 2 days, we started to set off. Jiang Yuchen arranged a separate carriage for me. The journey would take a day and a night, so a one-person carriage would be more comfortable. When I was about to get on the carriage, Yun's handed me a package. I asked, what is this? Yun's, the master gave you a hat and a cloak. I understood clearly, then thanked the Imperial Master for me. Yun's, did the girl have trouble with the master? I was confused, no. And then I thought about how little we had talked since he ignored me that day, and even our meals were staggered over the past 2 days. I was shocked. Jiang Yuchen was angry. Looking at Jiang Yuchen approaching from a distance, he got on the carriage in front of me without even giving me a look. God Yun's, how did you know that the Imperial Master was angry? It seemed like he was no different from usual other than ignoring people. Yunze, obviously, the master watered the flowers and plants in the yard twice on weekdays, but he only watered them once in the past 2 days. He usually eats 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish, but he only eats vegetarian dishes in these 2 days. Is it possible? Doesn't this prove that the master is in a bad mood? I patted his shoulder and said, good job, the young man has a bright future. After getting on the carriage, I opened the package and found that inside was a white cloak with aqua blue patterns. The workmanship was very fine, and it was low-key and a little luxurious. I have never worn such good-looking clothes since I came to Bayan. The servants of the Imperial Master's office are all very simple in their clothes. In addition, they usually wear light tea and boiled medicine, so it feels that it is inappropriate to dress too gorgeously. The main reason is still there is no money to buy it. I put my cloak and curtain aside, and put the small porcelain bottle I brought on the table to make sure I had all the medicine I needed. Nothing goes wrong except the east wind. Drop. The virtual story scene has been entered for the host. Close hollow corner bracket. The carriage drove for so long that I almost forgot that there were still fragments to look at. It's pitch black and I can't see anything. Is there really something wrong with the system and your virtual scene? Drop. No anomaly detected. Close hollow corner bracket. I looked around, but it was just that I couldn't see my fingers. It's just that I did seem to hear some small sounds. Clang, a door suddenly opened behind me, and the light from outside passed directly through me and shone on the person in front of me. Yes, there is a person in front of me. He is squatting on the ground, which makes me feel very familiar. The light outside made him look even thinner. The person who opened the door was a man. He walked in slowly, stood next to the squatting man, looked down at him, and said, Yuchen, are you still crying? It is surrounded by airtight walls, and even the door looks like a special iron door. The man was wearing a plain gold silk robe, and the indifferent expression on his face was almost exactly the same as Jiang Yuchen's. He was calling, "Yu Chen," just now, and the person squatting on the ground was. The man on the ground slowly raised his head. His eyes seemed to be swollen from crying, or as if they were blinded by the light. He could only be heard sobbing, "No." This is a smaller version of Jiang Yuchen, which is still somewhat different from the one he grew up with. Jiang Yuchen's hair was disheveled, and his emotions were all on his face. He was afraid, aggrieved, panicked, you could see it at a glance. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 115 Yuan Kujang. Stay another half day, and I'll pick you up again after half a day. Jiang Yuchen didn't speak, but silently pulled the man's clothes, numbly and mechanically pulling him away. The door slowly closed again, and I felt a little suffocated. There was only Jiang Yuchen in the closed space, and I could even hear his own subtle breathing. Drop. Fragment reading completed. Close hollow corner bracket. When I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar light, and I actually felt a touch of warmth. Jiang Yuchen experienced this kind of thing when he was a child, so it's no wonder that he is now afraid of the dark. It's just, was he also afraid like this during the days when he was blind? Realizing this, I suddenly felt sorry for him. Looking at the cloak placed beside him, he sighed. We are almost reaching Yuanchu City, and there are more and more refugees on the road. Our group of carriages is particularly eye-catching. I lowered the car curtain and couldn't bear to look any further, sighing that I was still a little late. When we arrived at the temporary residence, the person in charge of Yuanchu City had been waiting for us for a long time. After I got out of the car, I met Chi-Won's eyes, and there was a trace of anger on his face. I asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Chi-Won lowered her voice and said, "Secret message, an assassin broke into the palace. Is your Majesty okay?" Chi-Won nodded. "The Holy One is fine, the assassin doesn't seem to be rushing towards the Holy One." After saying that, Chi-Won looked at me inexplicably. "Me, why are you still playing riddles?" Jiang Yuchen passed by, glanced at us, and walked aside expressionlessly. Chi-Won, "Nothing, girl, please pack your things first." Lord Yuankacheng came over with a smile and bowed repeatedly. "Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness the Princess, and the Imperial Master, the arrival has really made Yuankacheng flourish. If the people of Yuankacheng knew that all of you have worked tirelessly to if you come here, you will definitely be very moved." Song Shi was impatient and didn't like to hear these words. "Sir, please don't say more, let's take care of things first." Yes, many places in Yuanchu City can no longer be inhabited, so I can only force you nobles to live in the humble residence of Xiaoguan. Chi-Won stopped what he was saying. "I came here to deal with the flood disaster." I didn't listen to Master Zhou's words. "If you don't lead the way, be careful that you can never speak with this mouth again." Master Zhou was so frightened that he led us indirectly. The three of them have separate small courtyards. When I arrived, Mr. Zhou was a little embarrassed. He probably didn't recognize who I was. It would be nice if she stayed with me. Jiang Yuchen took me away from the side, but Mr. Zhou still stopped where he was, stunned. I looked at Jiang Yuchen's indifferent expression and said with a smile, "Master Imperial Master, do you want to live in the same room with me?" Jiang Yuchen's expression did not change. "There are east and west wings in the small courtyard, so there is no need to wrong you and me. I just realized that there are 2 rooms in a small courtyard. I really don't understand the style. But, okay. It's okay if you want to live with me." I confirmed again and again that the person in front of me was indeed Jiang Yuchen. Seeing that I didn't speak for a long time, Jiang Yuchen changed the subject on his own. "Don't go out alone. If you want to explore the terrain, in addition to bringing your cloak and hat, you also need to take me with you." Jiang Yuchen's hand holding my wrist tightened unconsciously, and my heart beat faster. I let out a muffled, knowing that I need to pay attention at this moment. Whenever there is chaos, there are more thieves than usual, which is why Chi-Won and the others brought so many soldiers this time. In the evening, my servant informed me that business was being discussed in the front hall, and the prince and others called me over. When I arrived in the front hall, everyone seemed to be waiting for my arrival. Chi-Won, "Master Zhou, this is Ms. Chen Anping Chen, who will follow up on the repair of the dam." I understood Chi-Won's intention, and before Master Zhou could speak, I smiled and bowed to him. "Master Zhou, you are polite here." Mr. Zhou still wanted to find fault in the egg. "Your Majesty, this girl may not be able to take on a big responsibility." Jiang Yuchen, "Miss Chen is from the Imperial Preceptor's office. Are you questioning the ability of the Imperial Preceptor's office?" Hearing Jiang Yuchen's words of defense, I straightened my back. It felt good to have someone behind me. Mr. Zhou's face was full of horror. "I dare not." Chi-Won sneered. "I just informed Mr. Zhou about this matter, and did not ask Mr. Zhou for his opinion." Mr. Zhou said with cold sweat on his head, "Yes, Miss Chen, please come with me. I will tell you about the dam." I looked at Chi-Won, he nodded, and Mr. Zhou and I left. Chi-Won stopped Jiang Yuchen who wanted to follow him, but he was not included in the plan. Looking at Mr. Zhou in front of me, I narrowed my eyes slightly, not knowing how big an appetite he had that he could swallow all the money sent to him. When I was about to leave Bayan capital a few days ago, I received a note. This inexplicably familiar way of sending messages made me recognize it as Chi-Won at a glance. I just didn't expect that his way of conspiring with others remained unchanged. I took the cloak and curtain hat from Yun's, got on the carriage, and went with Mr. Zhou to the Yuanchu River in Yuanchu City. The riverside has long been eroded by the flood, and there seems to be a faint shadow of houses and farmland. "Is this downstream?" Master Zhou said yes. "Then let's walk up." Mr. Zhou said, "Girl, won't you come down and take a look?" I looked at him condescendingly on the carriage and said, "Keep walking up." He didn't expect my tough attitude, so he had no choice but to continue walking up with a group of people. You can see the shadow of a dam being built, but unfortunately, only a few people are working on it. I frowned. How long will it take for these people to cultivate? Seeing the location, I got out of the car. There were no people around, except for the few craftsmen who were building the dam. I asked my servant to call me. Mr. Joe asked, "Young lady, you want to ask about the family background of these people? The lower officials have recorded it, and you can see it." He brought a pile of paper, but I didn't take it. No need, adults can just take it. The craftsman who arrived saluted Mr. Joe and then looked at me, his eyes dimming with hope. I opened the curtain and found that they were already extremely thin. I frowned and asked, "Master Joe, don't you feed the craftsmen?" Mr. Joe said anxiously, "How dare you be a lower official? It's just that these people all have wives and children. They just want to bring food back to an old family, so they naturally have less to eat. These people are doing big things, and it's natural for them to be lower officials. Don't dare to treat me badly." Those people didn't dare to speak. I asked again, "At what stage is the dam construction progressing?" "Mr. Joe, it's almost finished." I didn't ask Mr. Joe. I stopped him from talking with my eyes, and then looked at the craftsmen. "You guys tell me." They hesitated and did not dare to speak. I had already expected this, but I was still holding my breath. "Come here, tell the remaining craftsmen not to work anymore, issue the monthly routines for this month, and just send them home. The dam will be put on hold for now, and the prince will take care of it. Let people start the work." Several craftsmen seemed to have heard some great good news, and they quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, "Good luck to you, noble man." Mr. Joe's face was green and white. I ignored him and prepared to get in the car. The few soldiers I brought have already started handling things according to my instructions. Mr. Joe stopped me and said, "Girl, I still have to go and take a look at the front." "The front?" Mr. Joe, "Yes, the front is the most turbulent part of the original Kujang River. The rapids of water and rocks are very spectacular. If the dam is built in the future, the scenery here will never be seen again." I raised my eyebrows, interested. "Girl, the scenery along the way is more beautiful. Why don't we walk there? It's not far away." I smiled and said, "Then Mr. Joe will lead the way." Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 116, A Play Within a Play. The further we walked, the more strange I felt, because I saw many small patches of farmland and people cultivating it. In the middle of the month, Chi Wanshan had already sent people to evacuate the people, and there was no one living near Yuan Kujang. Why is this? I was skeptical, but I walked forward. Some common people saw us with sharp eyes and called for everyone to come over. A crowd of people gathered here for a while. I lifted the curtain and saw angry expressions on their faces. I frowned. Things were a bit different from what I thought. Everyone pointed at me and talked about me, as if they were scorning some heinous person. I stood firm. "Mr. Joe, what's wrong, girl? Why are these people still here?" Mr. Joe sighed and said, "Many people were sent here earlier, but they still insisted on staying here. They refused to listen no matter how much I tried to persuade them, as if they were at odds. Didn't I tell them that if I go to the next city, I'll get a house and some money as compensation?" "Mr. Joe," I said it, but they still didn't take any action. While we were talking, a strong man came towards us with a shovel and a group of people, shouting, "We will never leave here. We have been living here for generations. We have also experienced this in previous years. We have experienced such heavy rains without any problems, and now they're asking us to move away. What is this other than occupying the fields? That's right, we won't move." Mr. Joe seemed to be very cautious and took me back, for fear of harming himself. I watched their actions and thought that the news from the lower reaches and the upper reaches were not connected for some reason. Many farmland and houses in the lower reaches were flooded due to the flood, but they were still living by the Yuanchu River. Just when I was about to say something, Mr. Joe spoke first. "You were disobeying the holy will." I don't know how this sentence aroused everyone's emotions, and they were even more indignant. When there was no harvest, the government did not allocate funds for assistance, and now our fields are being taken away as soon as the seeds are sown. This is forcing us into a desperate situation. Everyone was chattering, getting closer and closer to us. We brought a group of soldiers, but obviously we were not superior in numbers. I was about to leave here first and discuss with Chi Wanshan before coming back, but I was pushed out and became the target of public criticism. "This is the official sent by the imperial court. If you have anything to say, tell her." Mr. Joe had a triumphant expression on his face, and I realized that all the soldiers beside me were his, and the few people I brought with me had already been arranged to settle the craftsmen at the front. I cursed silently, looking directly at the anger of everyone. Some official from the imperial court locked her up for interrogation, threatened the imperial court. I took off my curtain hat, and everyone was a little surprised to see that I was a woman. "Don't worry, everyone. I'm here not to seize your land, but to settle you in a safer place." Obviously, my words were a bit weak, and no one believed them. Their emotions had already gotten worse. In front of him were angry people, and behind him was the rushing river. I said, "The imperial court has distributed silver coins." "Nonsense." My words were interrupted by Mr. Joe. "I have never received any silver coins, and the girl has nothing to prove her identity. I'm afraid she is a villain who doesn't know where she came from. If the court appropriates the silver coins, the official will definitely be used by everyone, but this girl who comes from nowhere is talking nonsense. She must be trying to shake everyone's determination." I looked at him coldly. It was really a good performance. One is a person with unknown origins and the other is a local official who has been in office for many years. It is obvious who to believe. I was tied up and kept in a thatched house. Mr. Joe had a disagreement with everyone. "Mr. Joe, such a villain should throw her into the Yuanchu River, and no one will know." "Strong man, no." I listened to them talking in the room, and I didn't feel any emotions. I just felt a little distressed about the cloak I was wearing. Just now, I was accidentally cut by a sharp object, and my heart was bleeding. People, we are good citizens, how could we do such a thing? Just hand her over to the Yamen for disposal. Strong man, yes, why not leave it to the adults? Mr. Joe seemed to be in trouble for a while before agreeing. Common people, thanks to Mr. Joe for protecting us, otherwise we would have been driven away by the soldiers from the imperial court. Yes, we have just finished sewing. Half a year's hard work has been spent here. Mr. Joe took me away with a piece of cloth stuffed in my mouth. Lord Joe, before, I was worried that the girl would be used in an important role. Unexpectedly, the regent only sent a few people to come with the girl. But now, those few people have disappeared. The girl will use this as a chess piece to continue my game. Let's play chess. I glared at him hard. He took me to the unfinished dam and laughed crazily. Excuse me, girl, please take a walk in the water. Just as he was about to push me into the river, I kicked him and ran away while he was avoiding me. Mr. Joe cursed and immediately came to catch me. I couldn't run far while I was tied up, and there were soldiers guarding me, so I fell into his hands again after a while. Mr. Joe didn't want to talk nonsense to me and just asked the soldiers to throw me directly into the river. An arrow came from a distance and shot through the leg of the soldier who was guarding me. I will not do useless work, so I will naturally delay the time and wait for rescue. Mr. Joe has a good calculation, but he does not know the plan between me and Chi Wunshan. A group of soldiers came from a distance, and Mr. Joe and his party were in a mess. He seemed to know the current situation at once and wanted to catch me as a hostage. Unfortunately, he didn't tie my legs, so I could still run. I ran towards the group of soldiers who were coming. Someone picked me up and I was on a horse the next moment. He pointed his sword at Mr. Joe who came to catch me, with a joking smile on his face. Mr. Joe, I once said that you must be careful with this mouth, you will never speak again. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 117 The Plan from the Loophole. This time Master Joe was tied up. After Chi Wunshan untied me, I smiled proudly at Mr. Joe. However, Chi Wunshan pulled her back and turned her wrist over. Several red marks were very eye-catching on her hand. Chi Wunshan, it's really an eyesore. I pulled my hand back. Then don't look at it, Your Majesty. Chi Wunshan pulled my hand away again, not gently at all. He took out a familiar small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and applied medicine on the red mark for me. I muttered in my heart, he who usually treats me indifferently is not polite to the plaster I made. Looking at the veins on his hands, I asked, can the prince's arms be strong? The catch just now really shocked me. I didn't expect him to be so energetic. Chi Wunshan, if we don't use more force, I'm afraid someone will be taken back again. Not wanting to quarrel with him, after applying the medicine, I walked up to Mr. Joe as if I was determined. Sir, you didn't expect that you clearly wiped out my actions along the way, including the few soldiers I sent to settle the craftsmen. You have found someone to look after you, but the news from the prince still comes so quickly. This time it was Mr. Joe who stared at me. I said, want to know why? Well, I don't know either. Chi Wunshan stood beside him and smiled softly, saying nothing. Seeing that he didn't speak, I didn't want to talk nonsense with Mr. Joe, so I had someone take him directly. I said, have you finished handling the prince's other matters? Chi Wunshan nodded. Those craftsmen who repaired the dam have said so. But you forced them to come over the weekend. Mr. Joe is far away on weekends. Chi Wunshan nodded. You won't be given any money for the weekend. Chi Wunshan nodded. The craftsman's wife and children are all on weekends. Chi Wunshan still nodded. I understand. Chi Wunshan, don't ask any more. Don't ask. Chi Wunshan, you know everything. I smiled at him, it's almost the same. It's just that the people upstream are probably still kept in the dark. They don't really trust the people in the court. Chi Wunshan pointed behind me, and then I saw a carriage that had arrived belatedly. The presence of the national preceptor is a trivial matter. My eyes lit up. I didn't expect Jiang Yuchen to come too. He was not good at martial arts, so I didn't let him get involved. I hurriedly walked towards Jiang Yuchen. When he saw me, he was full of worry and asked as soon as he opened his mouth, what did I tell you before? I pursed my lips and said, wear a hat and a cloak. Now the hood is gone and the cloak is torn in a small piece. Jiang Yuchen, what else? I need to bring the Imperial Master with me. My voice became smaller and smaller, and it was indeed because I was being irrational. You, sigh, that's all, just be fine. I knew the Imperial Master wouldn't blame me. I grinned at him, as if given a little sunshine, it would be bright. Yuns couldn't bear to look at him. When I get back, I will tell you what's going on. I just feel sorry for this cloak. If I had known better, I wouldn't have taken it out. Jiang Yuchen said nothing. I glanced out of the corner of my eye and realized something was wrong. Jiang Yuchen was also wearing a cloak, which was exactly the same style as mine. It's just that mine is white with blue stripes, and his is blue with white stripes. My face feels hot. Jiang Yuchen suddenly put a hand on my forehead. What's wrong? Your face is so red suddenly. I stepped back. Nothing. You two, why don't you get down to business first? Chi Wunshan stood behind him with a joking tone. I stood aside, unable to delay the business. The common people were a little dumbfounded when they saw such a large group of people. They were even more confused after knowing what happened. It turned out that it was not that the court did nothing, but that a local official swallowed up all the money. Jiang Yuchen's silver-colored token was even easier to use than the regent Chi Wunshan. No wonder there is a saying in Beiyang that, you can recognize the great master of the Ming dynasty, but you can't recognize the prince of the royal family. After some persuasion and some silver taels for help, the people here acted quickly. After all, if they didn't move faster, there would be another heavy rain tomorrow, and the floods would wash away the embankments and roads, and they would probably not be able to walk by then. After a day of hard work, I returned to the Joe mansion. Oh no, the current Joe mansion is no longer named Joe. I heard that the newly appointed official is already on the way, and I don't know what kind of person he is. Song Shi was nowhere to be seen in the mansion. After asking Qi Wunshan, he said, the eldest princess has gone ahead to help evacuate the people. There are so many people in Yuanshu city that it is extremely difficult to evacuate. Coupled with the change of spring and summer in the past few days, many people have been infected with wind and cold, coughing, fever and other symptoms. I heard that doctors from Yuanshu city came forward to treat the people, but there was still little success. Qi Wunshan, all the food and medicinal materials are on the way. Where's the stuff you swallowed long ago over the weekend? Qi Wan sneered deeply. He is greedy for more things than Gu Xiang thought. It's time to punish these officials. When the old and new emperors replaced each other, there was bound to be a lot of turmoil in the court, not to mention that the new emperor was still a young boy of 10 years old, which gave these greedy local officials an opportunity to take advantage. When I returned to the courtyard, Jiang Yuchen had already asked people to prepare food, as if he was waiting for me. There are only 2 dishes today, but they're delicious. Is this done by the imperial master? Jiang Yuchen, it doesn't matter who does it, as long as you like it. I buried my head in my rice bowl, wondering in my heart what switch had been turned on Jiang Yuchen recently, so that he could talk so well. After eating, I started to tell Jiang Yuchen about my previous plans with Qi Wunshan. The money Qi Wunshan allocated to Yuan Kucheng disappeared quickly. On the 3rd day after the allocation, he received a letter from Zhou Yuan. On the 5th day, he said that the dam had been repaired halfway. Those who know are building dams, those who don't know think they're playing house. Whose dam was repaired in 4 days? Yuan Kucheng said it was not big, but it would take 3 months to lay the foundation. No, Qi Wan was so angry that he sent me a note overnight, asking me to cooperate with him in a play. Before coming to Yuanshu city, Qi Wunshan investigated Zhou Zhuyuan thoroughly and asked him why he was greedy for so much money. The reason was that his son had a lot of debts abroad and his daughter's husband was also an uneducated man. He is a wasteful man who spends a lot of time on alcohol, and his whole family depends on him for survival. Of course it won't cost so much. To be honest, he is just greedy. But after Qi Wan's investigation, she still didn't know how he managed to acquire such a huge sum of money. No, he came to my door. Ask him why he is looking for me. Qi Wunshan, it's easy to kill just by looking at you. Hi. The above is just a joke. Of course, I am attracted by my sister's intelligence and adaptability. Wei Ken Yuan originally didn't have the courage to kill someone, but he knew that he would not be able to escape death if he was greedy for the money, so he became bolder. Wei Ken Yuan, if no one goes to inspect the dam, then I won't want to kill her. Qi Wunshan, so you will kill anyone who comes. Wei Ken Yuan was silent for a moment, and he seemed to be thinking about this question seriously. No, the prince will not. Qi Wunshan, ha. Nonsense. In the long-term plan for the weekend, the people upstream are certain to die. The heavy rain tomorrow will definitely flood the only way out. And the dregs of the half-built dam will also be washed away by the flood. When the court asked, what happened? Even a group of stubborn people who refused to evacuate their fields also blocked the process of repairing the dam, resulting in the loss of the dam, people and money. When life is at stake, a large amount of money must be used to deal with the funeral arrangements, so the money disappears like running water. In the final reconciliation, hey, the account is even. That's the long weekend plan. Full of loopholes. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 118 Fraud Handwriting. And my role is to see what the situation is like in Yuankajang, and to lure the snake out of its hole. As a group of us here, we don't dare to do anything casually on weekends. But, except for me, who is helpless. He wanted to throw me into the river and told Qi Wunshan and his group that we were attacked by thieves downstream and I accidentally fell into the river. In this way, Qi Wunshan will send someone to rescue me. Things upstream will definitely be put on hold. As long as he waits until the next day, his plan can be implemented quietly. Madness. I was very angry. You dare to overestimate the position of this girl in the prince's heart. How bold. Qi Wunshan. Me, your majesty will definitely put aside my trivial matters for the sake of the safety of all living beings. How could he act like this as you said? It's really stupid. You say so, your majesty. Qi Wunshan. I asked him what if those people agreed to throw me into the river. Wei Ken Yuan, of course I have something to pull them into. I guess the girl won't want to save these people. I didn't say anything. It wasn't me who had the final say whether to save him or not. Of course, if that were the case, I might have been floating in the river long before Qi Wunshan came to rescue me. And they will not end up in peace. No one was spared. Over the weekend, even the soldier who placed the craftsman thought of it and sent someone to stop him. I just didn't expect Qi Wunshan to arrive so quickly. Me, how did the prince know I was there? Qi Wunshan, intuition. During the time when I was taken away by Zhou Yuan, Qi Wunshan had another thing to do, which was to blow up the Zhou family's house. That's right, don't doubt it, it really lifted the roof and dug into the ground. Where is all this money? Just under Qi Wan's bed. The small courtyard that Yuan arranged for Qi Wunshan during the weekend was very new, but it was so new that even the soil in the courtyard was newly plowed. After digging a large area of land, they found the money that Zhou Yuan had embezzled. Qi Wunshan's dark complexion was said to have frightened all the relatives of the Zhou family. I'm afraid I was just stunned by the money. That's probably what happened. Jiang Yuchen spread a layer of paper on the table and rubbed ink. His face looked calm. I asked, is the Imperial Master angry? Jiang Yuchen, why am I angry? I didn't say anything to you. Jiang Yuchen handed me the brush and said, as you told me, I can't do anything to help, and it will only increase worries. It's better to just let it go and do it, and the result will be good. I held the brush and couldn't put it down. He saw it so clearly that I actually felt a little flustered. Seeing my hesitation, Jiang Yuchen took the initiative and said, I haven't seen you write yet, so why not write down what I saw and heard today and take a look at your handwriting by the way. I started writing down some of the soil quality, water potential and other factors of the original Kujang River. The more I started writing, the clearer my ideas became, and soon a piece of paper was filled. Jiang Yuchen, your calligraphy is quite unique. Whose calligraphy did you copy before? I was about to say it, but the words got stuck in my throat and I choked. Ling Hongyuan. I hesitated for a moment, seeming to have forgotten that I was learning to write in his handwriting. I always feel like I've overlooked something. I have an ominous premonition. Jiang Yuchen, what's wrong? Is it inconvenient to say? I suddenly thought, no, it's my cousin's handwriting at home. I have been copying it, but I can't see it now. Jiang Yuchen, your calligraphy has a bit of poetry in small regular script. I think my brother's calligraphy is more powerful, which makes me even more curious. I tried my best to ignore the topic. My cousin is no longer alive. When Jiang Yuchen saw this, he realized that it touched my sadness, so he stopped mentioning it. I breathed a sigh of relief and finally got over it. I'm afraid I'll have to change my handwriting next time to avoid showing any flaws again. I handed over all my drawings and writings to Qi Wenshan. Presumably he would find someone to arrange them properly. Repairing the dam cannot be completed in a few days or a month. It is a long-term matter. If it is repaired, it will not be affected by floods for a long time in the future. Qi Wenshan was very satisfied. The past 2 days had been relatively smooth and no major troubles had occurred. I heard that the situation on the eldest princess side is almost over. The city next door cannot accommodate so many people, so they can only set up camp in the suburbs not far away that will not be affected by heavy rain. But there are also many people. Jiang Yuchen had a sad look on his face. I knew what he was worried about. There were so many things in the package just in case of any uncertain problems. Today, Jiang Yuchen and I started packing packages again. There are many injuries and illnesses in places where there are many refugees. The number of doctors on the eldest princess side is already insufficient, so Jiang Yuchen and I are ready to rush there. Before leaving, Qi Wenshan came to say goodbye. He had other things to deal with here and would stay for a few more days. I asked, what should I do with Zhou Yuan then? Qi Wenshan, of course I will be taken back and dealt with according to law. I thought that with his temper, he would directly kill Zhou Yuan that night. But he is not Ling Hongyuan. Ling Hongyuan likes to finish with one sword and likes the pleasure of killing. And he seemed to prefer torture slowly, the kind where he could not survive but could not survive. I don't know what Qi Wenshan is doing here, but he just told me to bring more guards around me. It's normal, it's strange, this is not normal at all for Qi Wenshan. When did he care about people? I patted myself and said confidently, if the prince is worried about the eldest princess, then leave it to me. I will take good care of the eldest princess. Qi Wen twitched the corner of her mouth deeply. Why do you raise the princess? She is much more powerful than you. I looked at my thin body and thought of the heroic figure I had seen Songshi before. That was true. I didn't know who was taking care of whom in the end. The way Qi Wenshan hesitated to speak made me very puzzled. Finally, he didn't even speak when we got on the carriage. Both of them had something on their minds, but neither one wanted to ask first. The silver thread that he used as a weapon before was wrapped around his hand. I wonder if he will use the silver thread as a weapon after he can lift the sword. My lord, see you later. He stood there with a confused look on his face, watching us leave. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 119 The Young Man in Black. Because human life is at stake, if we take the main road, we may have to walk for a long time, so we chose to take a shortcut. There were few passers-by on the trail, and we only brought a few people with us. Almost out of fear of something happening, the carriage jolted and there was suddenly chaos outside the carriage. There is a thief. Protect the master. I looked at the situation outside and saw that there were quite a few bandits coming. Although our group was an elite group of soldiers, they might not be able to take care of me. I immediately carried the small package, prepared to get off the carriage, and rushed to Jiang Yuchen. But as soon as he poked his head out of the carriage, he was frightened back by a big knife. There's a girl here. Hi. The soldiers around my own carriage couldn't last long, and Yuns could only care about Jiang Yuchen. I took out the small porcelain bottle from my sleeve, and just as the thief got into the carriage, the expression on his face made me feel sick, so I threw the contents of the small porcelain bottle into his face. Ah, my eyes. Then he kicked him out while he was not prepared. Let me ask what is in the small porcelain bottle. Of course it is chili powder, which makes him feel better. I quickly got out of the car. I didn't have any life-saving weapons on me, so I had to go to Jiang Yuchen in front. If I had known something like this would happen, it would be better to bring a dagger. The thieves separated me from Jiang Yuchen's carriage by a certain distance, and the soldiers were basically fighting one against the other and had too much time to take care of themselves. I tried to reduce my sense of presence, hiding and leaning towards Jiang Yuchen. Just when I felt I was about to be saved, a big knife slashed from my side, and the package in my left hand fell down. Dare you cheat on me? Are you afraid you don't want to live anymore? The thief who I had sprinkled with chili powder slowed down and caught up with me in no time. Just when I was about to pick up the small porcelain bottle on the ground, I realized that my left hand could not be moved and it was full of blood. He had just cut me and hurt my arm. I cursed inwardly and dared to retreat little by little, not daring to anger the thief in front of me. The girl is pretty, why don't you just follow me back? What's the point of following that guy? I can't care about you right now. I continued to back away, thinking about the probability of hitting him to death with the rock behind me. He didn't talk nonsense to me anymore, and swooped up to catch me. I tried to grab the stone, but he stopped me with a big knife, which completely shattered my hope. There were still a few thieves blocking Yun's. Jiang Yuchen didn't know martial arts and could only hold the sword to protect himself. He saw me and wanted to rush over to help me, but it was obvious that the thieves did not give him this chance. Give up resistance. I spit at him and he got angry and wanted to give me a hard time. Just when I thought the fist would definitely fall, a plot that I didn't dare to imagine actually happened. A man in black descended from the sky and kicked away the thief who was imprisoning me. His eyes were full of murderous intent, but his hands gently lifted me up. I made sure for a while that I was indeed alive and not daydreaming. The thief was a strong man. Suddenly he was kicked a second time. Feeling humiliated, he picked up the knife and slashed at the man in black. The man in black was obviously a martial artist. He unsheathed his sword and easily opened his sword, beating the thief back steadily. Too familiar. I am already extremely familiar with the movements, eyes, and martial arts of this man in black. Seeing the string of dark black Dongju sword tassels on the sword, I identified the person in front of me. Qin Che. I felt relieved, but panicked. I stood aside and felt the pain in my arm. As expected of a general who became famous at a young age, he kills thieves without hesitation, and no one on the field can match him. His strength has been extraordinary since he was a child, and even with 3 people attacking him with all their strength, he didn't feel any pressure at all. When the thief sees something is wrong, he can run away and escape. After Jiang Yuchen escaped, he rushed to my side, skillfully took out the powder and bandages, and bandaged them for me. Only the skin and flesh were injured, no bones were injured. He lowered his eyebrows and said nothing, but his trembling hands still revealed his emotions. Both mine and his cloaks were stained with blood, but mine was even more tangled and looked like it couldn't be worn anymore. After Qin Che finished dealing with the remaining people, he brought over the thief who heard me with one breath left. Maybe it was a tacit understanding. Qin Che didn't say anything, so I knew what he was going to ask. Right hand, he cut it with his right hand. Qin Che didn't hesitate and broke the tendon of the thief's right hand. He roared and screamed, which made my head hurt. Finally, I gave him a happy ending and ended it with one sword. Jiang Yuchen watched the whole process without saying a word. Qin Che suddenly turned to look at me. It had been a few months since we last said goodbye. The feeling on his body was unfamiliar to me, as if he was more murderous than when I first met him. There was a probing look in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through me. Thank you, young hero, for your help. Jiang Yuchen broke the silence. Qin Che's whole body was covered tightly, with only a pair of eyes and black hair exposed. If it weren't for the cold sword and the sword spike, I'm afraid I wouldn't be sure either. After all, this is Beiyin. What is he doing in Beiyin? Qin Che, it's just a rough road. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't drank water for several days. Qin Che looked at me and asked, how is the girl's hand? Jiang Yuchen, skin and flesh wounds. Qin Che glanced at him and then said, women should not leave scars well. I happen to have a good Shuan cream here. Jiang Yuchen, thank you so much, young hero. I couldn't say a word. Yun's, who had just come over and was unsure of the situation, said, Master, we have to go on our way. Jiang Yuchen asked Yun's to bring something to Qin Che, but he didn't take it. He didn't lack these things at all. Jiang Yuchen, I owe you a favor here. If you need me in the future, you can go to the Imperial Preceptor's mansion or the Imperial Preceptor Temple and ask someone to inform you. I will do my best to repay your kindness to you. I also bowed and said, the same goes for Ping. When I was leaving with Jiang Yuchen, I was stopped by Qin Che, girl. He took off his black cloak and handed it to me. It's a little cold after the rain, and you're going through these twists and turns. Don't catch a cold. ... He looked like he was going to fight me to the end if I didn't accept it. I still couldn't defeat him, so I accepted the cloak. Thank you, young hero, and I'll say goodbye. Jiang Yuchen and I got on the same carriage, fearing that the same situation would happen again and we would not be able to reach my side. Jiang Yuchen had not spoken since he got into the car. I looked at the bandaged left hand and said, Master Imperial Master is still so skilled in bandaging. Jiang Yuchen's eyes became focused and he simply said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I wondered, what's wrong with the Imperial Master? Jiang Yuchen, I couldn't protect you right away. I shouldn't have walked on a small road, and I shouldn't have traveled in separate cars. I made you injured. He is blaming himself. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 120 The Plague. In fact, it's not his fault. No one knew there would be bandits here. It had already been agreed upon to separate the vehicles and take shortcuts. It wasn't him who was to blame, it was the bandits who hijacked the car. Master Imperial Master. I leaned closer to him and raised the corners of his mouth with my fingers. He was not guarded against me, he just stood there and let me do whatever I wanted. Smile, you look better. Jiang Yuchen was helpless and just said, don't touch the wound. Speaking of the wound on my arm, I think of the baggage that was cut by the thief, and feel sad for the porcelain bottle that fell to the ground. There are a lot of plasters inside that I have prepared, just in case I need to use them that day. Just thinking about it, Yun suddenly said, girl. What's the matter? Yun's, that young hero just now sent back the girl's baggage. Why did you bring someone to chase the carriage? I took the bundle, and except for some broken small porcelain bottles, everything was lying intact inside. Yun's, I've already thanked the young hero on behalf of the girl. Thank you. Jiang Yuchen, this young hero is indeed warm-hearted. I nodded wildly, he must be a brave and upright hero who walks in the world. I hope his good deeds will be rewarded. Jiang Yuchen. Me. I also hope he can go back to Nanyang quickly. But why did Qin Che come to Beiyin? This outfit doesn't look like a good person, more like a thief who wants to steal something, but he is more handsome than the thief. Could this person be coming to Bayan to inquire about the military situation, and then break through Bayan's city gate in one fell swoop, allowing Ling Hongyuan to unify the two countries? Probably not. These two people's scheming combined may not be much better than Zaiwan's. While thinking, Jiang Yuchen took my injured arm and removed the bandage. Bleeding. The range of movement just now was a bit large, and the treatment was simple, so I accidentally pulled the wound. Jiang Yuchen moved very gently, taking off the bandage for me, then looking for a pile of porcelain bottles on the table, and applying medicine for me. Seeing how careful he was, I said, "Don't worry, Master Imperial Master. My parents beat me since I was a child, so my skin is rough and my flesh is thick. This injury is nothing. Jiang Yuchen, even with rough skin and thick flesh, I can't withstand such an injury." Thinking of the injury he suffered in Nanyang before, and the antidote he was taking every day to extend his life, and now that he had this injury on his hand, it felt like it was about to become normal. "Jiang Yuchen, I won't let you get hurt again. The atmosphere is good, but... Master Imperial Master, I haven't drunk today's antidote yet." Jiang Yuchen. Song Shi received the news that we were rushing to help very early and has been waiting for a long time. Seeing the injury on my hand, she was shocked and angry. "Why is it injured?" I said, "I met a group of bandits on the road. Our team suffered quite serious losses. We brought about 20 people with us, and only 6 or 7 were left. However, the bandits also suffered serious losses, and the two sides were probably at a loss." Jiang Yuchen sent someone to send a letter to Qi Wenshan, hoping to treat his family well. I told the story very passionately, but for Qin Che, I could only explain it in one sentence. Thanks to the help of a young man in black, we arrived smoothly. Song Shi flicked his whip. "Let me wipe out the den of thieves right now." I stopped her and said, "Princess, we are short of manpower right now, so we may have to wait a little longer to suppress the bandits." Song Shi was persuaded by me. "When the situation in Yuanchu city settles down, I will definitely teach these bandits a lesson. This is where homeless people settle down. The sheds are simple, but they're good at keeping out wind and rain." I asked, "Is there no place to live in the next city?" Song Shi, "Yes, but it can't accommodate so many people. Besides, these are poor people and they don't have much money at all. Isn't the imperial court silver enough?" Song Shi shook his head. "I'm afraid the best way is to wait for a sunny day, and wait for the rain to clear up before Yuanchu city can be inhabited again." I was assigned to a separate small shed, and as soon as I put down my baggage without touching my feet, I was called over. There are more and more people saying they have fever, and there is no manpower. It has been raining recently and it has been damp inside the shed. Looking at these living conditions, my uneasy thoughts are getting stronger and stronger. This is where the doctors cook the medicine, and Jiang Yuchen is also there. The worried look on his face proves that my guess is right. Everyone began to wear veils, hot water was constantly provided every day, and the sick and the healthy were forcibly separated. Some people did not want to be separated from their relatives, so they came to Song Shi and made a fuss. Oh, by the way, Song Shi is still hiding her identity, so there are many people in the crowd who are dissatisfied with her as a female streamer. Why separate us? Isn't it nice to live here before? Jiang Yuchen came out with a veil, and Yuns held up the silver token beside him. Everyone exclaimed, then knelt down and praised, "Master, National Master." Looking at this scene, I couldn't help but sigh at the high status of the National Master in everyone's hearts. Jiang Yuchen said, "This quarantine is a military order and must not be disobeyed. I also ask all of you, fellow citizens, to cooperate." There were no objections below, but some people still hesitated. Jiang Yuchen, if you have any questions, just ask. Common people, I would like to ask, "Sir, why do we have to be separated?" Song Shi said no comment, but was stopped by Jiang Yuchen. "Jiang Yuchen, this matter is important, and I don't want to cause panic among you. However, it would be good to inform you in advance. This illness may be a plague." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again, some were scared, some couldn't believe it. By the time Song Shi separated from the crowd, it was already dark. However, things went smoothly, and everyone wore their veils obediently and did not wander around in their sheds. After all, no one was not afraid of death. The doctor's side is already very busy. There are more and more patients, and the medicinal herbs are beginning to run out quickly. Jiang Yuchen was in a hurry to prepare an antidote for the plague, and no one could take care of it. I only had half a bucket of water, so I could only make a start. Thinking of the Encyclopedia of Pharmacology in my backpack, I quickly flipped through the book. Drop. Kind tips. This book does not include any antidote for this plague. Closed hollow corner bracket. No. Then what else is it called? Encyclopedia of Pharmacology. Drop. Books cannot be updated in real time. Please keep this in mind. Close hollow corner bracket. Drop. Accept a mission for the host. Solve this plague crisis. Close hollow corner bracket. I felt dizzy, hot, bloated, and couldn't even take a breath. Thinking that there were still many things to deal with, I cheered up again and took out all the medicines from the system backpack. I said before that I couldn't use it for myself, but now that I'm using it for others, it won't stop me. There were also some clothes and food obtained, all that could be taken out, at least to provide some time for Jiang Yuchen to prepare the prescription. The next batch of food, grass and medicine will arrive the next day, and I hope it will last until then. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 121 Falling Sick. Song Shi was shocked when he saw all these things of mine. Where did you get all these things? It's really a lot, it fills half the shed, and it's not in vain that I worked hard on the task before. It fell from the sky. I called some soldiers over, don't worry about where it came from, as long as it can be used. Song Shi nodded. distribute everything except the medicinal materials, and then call the two of them to hand over the medicinal materials to the Imperial Master. Soldier, yes. Jiang Yuchen knew that I had brought so many things, so he was naturally suspicious, but he had no choice. Now was not the time to doubt one of his own. He asked me to help out so that he could keep an eye on me and prevent me from getting close to the patients. Jiang Yuchen was not very talkative to begin with, but now he is even more indifferent. I finally understood what Yunzhe said before, Master says more in a day than he did in the past year. I was only asked to help boil the medicine and get the medicinal ingredients. However, what worries me is not only the dwindling supply of food and medicinal materials, but also Jiang Yuchen, whose condition has obviously deteriorated. Those beautiful eyes were a little dull. The skin on his face was just too fair before, but now it has no color at all, and he has become much thinner. It had only been 3 days and I suspected he might collapse at any moment. On this day, I prepared the medicine and prepared to deliver it to Jiang Yuchen. He has a separate cubicle that no one usually enters, and neither do I. I called many times outside but no one answered. I felt something was wrong, so I barged in directly and saw Jiang Yuchen lying on the ground, unconscious. I went to check his breathing. Fortunately, he was still alive. There wasn't even a small bed in the compartment, so I just helped him onto a chair, so at least he wouldn't catch a cold on the floor. I hurriedly called the doctor for diagnosis and treatment, but it was just a false alarm. The reason for his coma was overexertion. He must not have slept well in the past 3 days, and he even ate very little of the food that was delivered to him. The doctor also said, "Your Majesty's pulse condition is disordered, maybe it's because you tried the medicine." I was surprised. Try medicine? Doctor, seeing that the medicinal materials in this small compartment are complex and have signs of use, and the bowl of soup that the girl just brought in, I can be sure that the Imperial Master must have tested the medicine on himself. My heart is indescribable. Doctor, but you need to rest for a few days, otherwise the condition will easily get worse. My medical skills are shallow, so I can only diagnose and treat this. I bowed. Thank you, sir. I told Yunz about this. Yunz is currently outside taking care of the sick people and is very busy. Although he is tired, his face is much better than Jiang Yuchen's. Yunz wore a veil, and only his exposed eyes suddenly enlarged. Master is ill. Seeing him hurriedly going to see Jiang Yuchen, I immediately stopped him and said, "You can't go. It would be nice to have me with you, Master National Preceptor. You should take care of things here first." Before he finished explaining, someone called him over there again. Yunz frowned and could only respond, "Are there any ingredients in the kitchen?" Yunz, "Not much more." Understood. Even though I didn't have the ingredients to make a bowl of porridge for Jiang Yuchen, I didn't know if the aid that I had reported would be arriving tomorrow would be delivered on time. If there are no more aid tomorrow, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive for long. I boiled some nourishing medicine according to the doctor's prescription and gave it to Jiang Yuchen to drink. At first, I was worried that he would stop drinking it, but unexpectedly it went smoothly and he didn't even frown at such a bitter medicine. Jiang Yuchen seems to have always been like this, calm and self-possessed, as if nothing could stir his emotions, except that night. From time to time, I worried about whether I would fall ill. After all, I was injured and poisoned. I didn't expect that I was in good condition. Now that I'm taking care of Jiang Yuchen, I still feel like I still have some energy left. It's time to change the dressing tonight. It's still a little difficult for me to change the dressing alone, but the wound is not that serious. While I was struggling with the bandage, a hand gently touched me and helped me untie the bandage. How can one person give medicine? Master Imperial Master. Jiang Yuchen carefully applied the medicine on me. His face was very close at hand. Due to illness, his lips were bloodless and his face was pale. His black hair was scattered randomly, making him look like a sick beauty. His warm breath tickled my skin. Master Imperial Master. Ah. But where else can I feel uncomfortable? After Jiang Yuchen bandaged me, he looked at me, which made me a little incoherent. No matter how you look at it, he's still not fully recovered yet he still asks such a question. Jiang Yuchen, do you want to hear the truth or lies? I wondered, what's the difference between the two? Jiang Yuchen, of course. It's uncomfortable to tell the truth. Where are the lies? Jiang Yuchen's eyes brightened slightly. The lie is, I won't feel uncomfortable when I wake up and see you next to me. I unconsciously put my hand on his forehead. Jiang Yuchen, what's wrong? You don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? Jiang Yuchen smiled and said nothing. He just walked to the table and seemed to be preparing prescriptions again. Master Imperial Master, the doctor said that you can no longer try the medicine. The medicine is poisonous. If this continues, your condition will worsen. Jiang Yuchen, if you don't test the medicine, how can you know the effect of the medicine? Don't worry, I have my own sense of discretion. I looked at him, hesitated, and finally said, Master Imperial Master, I was the one who tested the medicine before, why don't you let me do it now? No. Before I could finish, he interrupted me. I was stunned and didn't react for a while. Why? Jiang Yuchen, I can't do it if I say no. But my lord has also tried the medicine, why can't I? It was the same before, isn't it okay? Jiang Yuchen, it's different. If you insist on doing this, you might as well send me to work with Yunz. But this time, there is nothing wrong with it. Jiang Yuchen looked at me, as if trying to see who was more stubborn. Very good, he still sent me to Yunz. Yunz, don't wait for a good pharmacy. It's so tiring to come here. I said, my conscience can't bear it. It's still busy here at night, everyone is working in shifts and can't stop. There was constant crying in the shed, and my mood was not high. I just hope that the aid can be delivered tomorrow. Yunz said firmly, it will definitely happen. Sure enough, as Yunz said, the aid arrived the next day. Before I could be happy for a while, someone told me that Songshi fell ill. Since most of the soldiers were grown men, the responsibility of taking care of Song-shi naturally fell on me. After some questioning, I found out that Song-shi had brought a team of people to pick up the aid the day before, otherwise it would have been delayed for another day. It rained lightly yesterday, which soaked Song-shi. In addition, she was in charge of the soldiers these days, so she fell ill after working hard. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 122 Flowers Match Beauty. I took the cooked soup and fed it to her one bite at a time. Song-shi drank the medicine without hesitation. Why is it so bitter? Me. Good medicine tastes bitter and is good for diseases. Princess, please drink it slowly. Song-shi, I will go out after I finish drinking. I stopped her. No, the eldest princess has to lie down for a few days. Song-shi, I am not that fragile. Princess, please lie down. I won't let you out no matter what. Song-shi, why are you as stubborn as the Imperial Master? I corrected, I am not as stubborn as the Imperial Master. Song-shi really couldn't get out, so she simply lay down and said nothing. After being tired for so many days, she closed her eyes and fell asleep after a while. Although the aid arrived, more and more soldiers were falling ill outside, and the antidote formula for the plague had not yet been produced, so the people were naturally panicked. The rain hasn't stopped, and I don't know when it will get better. On this day, the doctor suddenly came to me and said that he wanted me to go to the National Preceptor as soon as possible. Seeing that the matter was urgent, I hurried there. Seeing Jiang Yuchen lying on the bed with red cheeks, my heart skipped a beat. The doctor asked me to put on my veil, and I asked, what's going on? The doctor said, no one could stop the Imperial Preceptor yesterday. I went to the patient's place for a while. When I came back, I started to have a fever and fell unconscious. I saw that I kept calling the girl's name, so I called her here. The doctor said, Your Excellency has been ill a few days ago and should not be overworked. I don't want you to listen to anyone else. It's like this. Seeing Jiang Yuchen lying down, I was really angry and distressed. He actually tried his best and fell down. What should I, a person who knows nothing about, be left behind? Are you waiting? Regardless of the objections of others, I insisted on staying and taking care of Jiang Yuchen, but Song-shi might have to find someone else. I don't know if I am just angry with Jiang Yuchen, thinking that if I really contract the plague, the matter of testing the medicine can naturally be left to me. If you had let me test the medicine earlier, you wouldn't have collapsed. I poked his face, and only then did I dare to be so bold. Looking at the pile of medicinal materials on the table that I couldn't fully identify, I sighed again and decided to take care of Jiang Yuchen first. At night I fell asleep leaning against the bed, and was woken up by Jiang Yuchen's voice. Hanping. Me. It turns out that the doctor was not lying to me when he said he kept calling my name. I leaned closer to hear what he was saying. He was just murmuring, don't go. He grabbed my hand and held it tightly. I comforted him gently and wiped the sweat on his forehead with a hot towel. I didn't know what he was dreaming about that made him so scared. He usually has a calm face, and he is afraid that he is just suppressing his emotions and digesting them secretly. He said he wouldn't feel bad when he saw me around, but he drove me away in order to prevent me from trying the medicine. I don't know if it's hard for him, but it's hard for me anyway. I hate that he keeps me out of the situation. It certainly does not mean that I am not a trustworthy person for him. When I woke up again, I was woken up by the sunlight outside. I suspected that I was hallucinating. I actually saw Jiang Yuchen wearing a white coat and making medicine at the table. I stared at him blankly. The hem of his clothes moved slightly with the movement, and the sick look on his face looked like a crescent moon that was about to disappear. Woke up. Jiang Yuchen saw me. Only then did I realize that this was not a dream, it was time to wake up. Jiang Yuchen woke up earlier than I did every time he was sick, and he felt uneasy if he went back to sleep. Jiang Yuchen, you don't know that I have contracted the plague. I know it myself. Jiang Yuchen, then why are you here? I asked back, then why is the Imperial Master still making medicine? He didn't speak, probably because he was too uncomfortable and didn't have the energy to argue with me. Seeing his face flushed, I took the thing from his hand and put it aside. You. I ignored him and just continued to lie back on the bed with him. I said to him, Master, I'll tell you the truth. I don't know when the Master will fall again, but the patient needs the Master, and everyone here needs the Master, not me, an ignorant person. Jiang Yuchen pursed his lips, and he understood what I meant. If you continue to be stubborn now, no one will get better. Master Imperial Master, leave the preparation and testing of the medicine to me. All you need to do is lie down and talk. Jiang Yuchen, why did you do this? The questions he asked were strange. Maybe sick people think differently. I said, now the adults need me, and I also need the adults. There is no reason for this. The rain outside has stopped long ago, and it feels like the weather will be nice in the next few days. After one day and one night's work with Jiang Yuchen, we still haven't found an antidote to the plague, but it can alleviate the pain, at least not so uncomfortable. Jiang Yuchen was now able to get out of bed and move around normally. The main task of making medicine was still left to him, but he didn't stop me from trying the medicine anymore. Fewer people were sick, and our mood gradually became brighter. When Jiang Yuchen prepared the antidote, everyone was happy. Jiang Yuchen has also relieved himself of his fatigue. His nerves have been tense these past few days. I know that he has never had a good night's sleep. When he fell asleep, he had nightmares again and again, and he woke up all of a sudden. Yun's brought me a bowl of medicine. I said, I'm not infected with the plague, so there's no need to give me something to drink. Yun's was a little embarrassed. This is the girl's own antidote. When he said this, I remembered that there was another kind of poison in my body. To my surprise, I hadn't drank it for several days, but I seemed fine. Jiang Yuchen seemed to have noticed my doubts and said, drinking too much of the antidote will naturally detoxify it. If you don't drink it for a day or two, nothing will happen. I nodded as if understanding, took the bowl of medicine and drank it. It was bitter, but I drank too much, and I was already used to it. When will this poison be cured? Jiang Yuchen was silent for a while before saying, I don't know. Well, let's keep drinking. People outside are preparing for today's dinner, which is very lively. Jiang Yuchen took me out for a walk to see if the antidote would work for everyone. Many people were cooking on the spot on the road. Seeing Jiang Yuchen's arrival, they all warmly entertained him with home-cooked food. Jiang Yuchen took a little of each, and soon both hands were full. In addition, because of his reputation as a national master, many little girls handed him flowers they had picked, which made him look gorgeous. Coupled with Jiang Yuchen's indifferent expression, it seemed a bit inconsistent. What are you laughing at? I was caught secretly laughing. No, I just think that Mr. Imperial Master is lovable, loved by everyone, and the kind that makes flowers bloom when you see him. Jiang Yuchen used a free hand to pluck a flower from his head and put it on my head. Flowers match beauty. I can't speak, but I think you are also very lovable. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 123. Someone will feel sorry for you. Someone will always break this beautiful atmosphere. A wooden arrow shoots over. If Jiang Yuchen hadn't reacted first and pulled me into his arms, I might have had a new injury on my hand. You too, so elegant. The people around him were so frightened that they hid aside. Jiang Yuchen looked directly at the man on the horse and frowned to express his displeasure. The prince is also in a good mood. I had heard from Yuns that he would arrive later tonight, but I didn't expect that the timing of his arrival would be so coincidental. Qi Wanshan sat on the horse and looked down at us with a teasing smile. What do you mean by this expression, Master National Preceptor? I'm not going to kill you. Later, Yunzhe came over in a hurry and said, I've met the prince, so I'm sorry to be too talkative. There are so many people here, so I'm afraid it's inappropriate to ride a horse. Please get off your horse and move forward. At a glance, one could tell that Yuns had stopped Qi Wanshan, but judging from the way he was jumping around, he definitely didn't stop him. Qi Wan stared at me deeply, which made me feel strange. When I turned around, I realized that I was still in Jiang Yuchen's arms, and I quickly stood still. After Qi Wanshan got off the horse, Jiang Yuchen walked up to him and said something. Qi Wanshan was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were on me again. Jiang Yuchen seemed to be very angry about what happened just now, so he took me and left directly. After returning to the cubicle, Jiang Yuchen asked me to stretch out my arms. Master Imperial Master, I can actually apply the medicine myself. I'm not that delicate, and the injury on my arm has already scabbed over, so it's not that troublesome to deal with it. Jiang Yuchen ignored me and went about getting medicine, taking off the bandage, applying medicine, and then bandaging it for me. Seeing that he didn't speak, I asked, what did the Imperial Master say to the prince? Jiang Yuchen, I didn't say anything. He held 2 bottles of Shuin cream on the table, was silent for a while, and then took one of them away. Don't use this bottle again. I blinked and didn't see anything wrong with the bottle of plaster. Why? It seems that the medicine in it hasn't been used up yet. Jiang Yuchen, the bottle is too ugly. Hi. Jiang Yuchen handed me another bottle. I will use this bottle from now on. I accepted it with fear, and then took a sneak peek at the medicine bottle he put aside. It looked particularly familiar, as if it was the Shuan plaster that Qin Che gave me that day. The plasters are all pretty much the same, but the one given by Master Gashi may be more effective than Qin Che's. I accepted it with peace of mind and didn't see Jiang Yuchen hiding the bottle of plaster. When he returned to his small shed, he found Qi Wanshan standing outside the shed. My lord. Qi Wanshan put away her nonchalant look, which looked a bit bluffing. What is the prince doing here? With this posture, could he come to fight with me? The arrow just missed me. Do you want to take another breath? Qi Wanshan, why don't you invite me in for a cup of hot tea? I reacted and took him inside. Qi Wanshan looked around and frowned. Are you going to live here these days? Seeing his disgusted expression, I said angrily, it's simple but we can live in it. I wanted to pour him a cup of tea, but found that there was no teapot or cup in the shed, only bowls and chopsticks for eating. Qi Wanshan suddenly said, is the injury on your hand feeling better? I wondered that he actually knew I was injured, and I thought about the mysterious way Jiang Yuchen looked when talking to Qi Wanshan. He must have known it at that time. Go back to your lord, you're feeling better. I haven't seen each other for a few days, and I feel a lot unfamiliar. If we want to find out the reason, it is probably because there was no news from him during the most difficult days for us. Right now, I am exhausted, but he is still relaxed. Blame him. That's not. Qi Wanshan took out a bottle of plaster from his sleeve, put it on the table, and said, women should not leave scars. No one will look at the wounds on your hands. Qi Wanshan, some people will feel sad. I pushed the ointment to him. The Imperial Master made a bottle of ointment for me. Let the prince take it back. Maybe the eldest princess needs it more. She has been the most affected these days. Qi Wanshan, what arrow did you blame Gugu for today? The prince can do anything, and it has nothing to do with me. Even if it's just one arrow, I have no problem with the prince letting thousands of arrows pierce my heart. I looked at Qi Wan deeply like this. Even though I knew I had committed the crime, I still stared at him. He is a master who does whatever he wants. He will serve whoever he loves, but I won't serve him anymore. I have sent people to suppress the bandits. I didn't answer him. A new official has come to Yuanchu City. He is very upright and upright. People here will never encounter corrupt officials like Zhou Yuan again. I still didn't answer him. The dam has started construction according to the drawing you drew. Don't you want to go and see it? Qi Wanshan looked at me and suddenly laughed. I looked at him inexplicably. Does the prince want me to test the new official again? If that is the case, Anping would not dare to disobey. The order. He suddenly covered my mouth and said, "You are very good at talking when I first meet you. Why do you say something that I don't like to hear today?" He was so close to me that I could clearly see the long eyelashes on his eyes and the unique Buddhist fragrance on his body. Perhaps knowing that the two of them were getting a little close, he took his hand away and moved further away. I said, "Loyalty is hard on the ears but helps in action. If the prince doesn't like to hear it, turn right when you go out and ask the Yun's guard to tell you something that the prince likes to hear. Qi Wanshan, you can return to Yuanqiu City tomorrow. I may have to investigate the damn matter in person." I concentrated. Of course I can. This is my first time to participate in such a big project, and I still feel an indescribable excitement in my heart. Seeing Qi Wan staring deeply at my hand, I said, "The wound has scabbed over, it's not serious, it's just a flesh wound. Qi Wanshan, do you want to kill them or will the rest of your life be worse than death?" "What?" Seeing the sudden fierce look on his face, I didn't react. "Qi Wanshan, those bandits." Of course it is handled according to the law. Bandits are rampant in many places in Beiyin, not just in one day or two. Your Majesty, why don't you think about how to completely eliminate these bandits? Qi Wanshan, there were few opportunities before, but now is the time. I don't know what he was thinking, it must be a big deal, but he didn't tell me. But that night he left a message, "I know that you are angry with me, but I have my own difficulties. You were tired today, so I won't talk to you anymore. If you want to hear it, I can talk to you that day." I sent him out, and I felt that his back was a little thin. Big taboo. Feeling sorry for a man is a big taboo for women. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the storyline of Beiyin Yuanqiu City Plague. The gift package has been distributed, please check it. Close hollow corner bracket. Drop. Congratulations to the host for raising the profile of the Beiyin storyline. I hope the host will keep up the good work. Close hollow corner bracket. I was startled by the system's beep, and went back to the house to check what was in my backpack. It's just, why did the system only send you some food? Bad review. Only 5 random attribute points can be used. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 124 Meaning. I added attribute points to the image value. Name, Chen Yuji. Age, 20. Gender, female. Identity, Jin Che's distant cousin, a strategist of Nanyang State, a well-known unknown person in Beiyin. Attributes, physical value, 48 up pointing arrow. Popularity, 37. Image value, 52 up pointing arrow. Mainline completion, 6%. Achievement medal for achievement, unfavorable start, scamming everywhere, little hearing, constant self-improvement, and completed the main story of Nanyang. If you ask me why I want to add attribute points to the image, of course it is, when I return to Beiyin, I will definitely amaze that little boy Song Nanshao. What is this, well-known unknown person, in the identity column? Are you perfunctory with me? Don't want to bother with this dog system, nothing good has happened since it was upgraded. Oh no, nothing good has happened from the beginning to now. Early the next morning, we started to return to Yuanqiu City. Qi Wanshan arranged a separate carriage for me, but Jiang Yuchen did not agree and still asked me to go with him. On the carriage, Jiang Yuchen suddenly asked, "Where is that cloak?" I knew he was asking about the white on blue striped cloak he had given me before. I pointed to the package next to me and said, "It's a little dirty and has a few holes, so I'll keep it for now. I'll go back and find Qingqing to sew it up." Qingqing is the maid in the Imperial Prefecture who takes care of my daily life. Jiang Yuchen's eyes were fixed on the black cloak I was wearing, and he didn't know if he recognized it. It was what Qin Che gave me that day. I didn't bring much clothing, and I didn't want to wear this cloak today, but the weather was still a little cool, and I couldn't wear the one Jiang Yuchen gave me, so I had to put on this cloak. Jiang Yuchen, just ask Yuns to give you another one. That's okay, it's just a little torn and can be worn. Jiang Yuchen wanted to say something else, but Yuns was talking outside. "Master. What's the matter?" Yuns remained silent and just handed a bunch of flowers in. Jiang Yuchen. I accepted it for him, and opened the curtain and looked outside. Everyone was saying goodbye. They didn't know when they would see Jiang Yuchen next time. There was nothing to give as a present. I think there were only beautiful ones on the roadside. Little flowers can express the gratitude. I smiled and said, "It smells great, Master Imperial Master, don't you like it?" Jiang Yuchen, I like it. I arranged the flowers and stuffed them into Jiang Yuchen's arms. This is for the Imperial Master. Jiang Yuchen held the bouquet of flowers with no expression on his face and just asked me, "Where are your string of silver bells?" I took out the bell from my sleeve and said, "Here it is, what do you want the bell for?" I saw him picking a few small flowers and stringing them on a red string, then put them on for me and said, "It looks better this way." Seeing him happy, I let him. The newly appointed officials in Yuanqiu City have been waiting for a long time. They're busy and talk little, but they speak very eloquently. Whether it is settling the people or handling related matters, everyone can be satisfied. After he was free for a while, I walked up to him, bowed and said, "Master Zhou." The new gentleman's surname is still Zhou, but compared with Zhou Yuan, his business ability is many times stronger. Mr. Zhou obviously didn't recognize me. When he saw the bell on my wrist, he suddenly realized, the girl is actually from the Imperial Preceptor's house. It's very rude to be a lower-ranking official. It doesn't matter. Mr. Zhou immediately knew my purpose of coming. "Girl, are you going to Yuankajang?" Exactly, how did Mr. Zhou know? Mr. Zhou said, "Your Majesty has already said hello to Xiaoguan. The person in charge of the dam is a girl. Xiangguan has seen the drawings drawn by the girl. He really admired her, so he sent someone to pay more attention to it. Among the group of people, except apart from the eldest princess, there are only girls who are traveling with the prince. My lord has good eyesight. Mr. Zhou, no more words. Let me take the girl to Yuankajang. Wait a moment. Song Shi shouted not far away and hurried over. Princess. Song Shi, the prince and the imperial master are discussing important matters, so I and Miss Chen will go together on this trip. I knew it was Jiang Yuchen's order, so I didn't shirk it. I took the people with me and set off on the road. The water level of Yuankajang River has dropped, and craftsmen are preparing for the foundation. Mr. Zhou explained, this group of craftsmen are recruited, and the wages are paid daily. Although the expenses are high, the products produced must be exquisite. I asked, does the court allocate funds? Mr. Zhou sighed, the imperial government's funds have already been spent on the people, so how can there be any money left to build the dam? The prince paid for it out of his own pocket so the construction could start here. I was slightly surprised. Song Shi said from the side, he did do some conscientious things. I chatted with some craftsmen, but their attitude towards me was respectful, which made me a little confused. I told Mr. Zhou my doubts. He smiled and said, seeing the silver bell on the girl's hand, I also saw the imperial master coming in person, so I am more respectful to the girl. Seeing me stunned, Mr. Zhou said, isn't it possible that the girl still doesn't know the purpose of this bell? I shook my head, I don't know. I just know that it is special. Song Shi, it should be that the imperial master didn't explain to the girl before the time came. It's not a bad thing, but a good thing. When she said this, I suppressed the curiosity in my heart and did not continue to ask. There are no major problems with the overall project. On the way back, Song Shi also asked about the progress of suppressing the bandits. Mr. Zhou, I feel really guilty. The bandits in Yuanchu have been hiding for a long time and are very familiar with this place. It is difficult to catch them. The soldiers are also waiting for an opportunity. After Song Shi heard this, he was silent for a long time. In the evening, I refined the drawings again and read many books. I felt that there was still something that needed to be strengthened. At this moment, I was inexplicably missing Yu Wanyi. He had the most ideas. If he could take a look at the drawings, he would definitely be able to refine them. But you can't rely on others for everything. I borrowed many books from the craftsmen and asked many questions. I am still summarizing. It feels like I haven't used my brain like this for a long time. He was so serious that he didn't even notice anyone entering the house. Practical knowledge is not consistent with the theory in the book. I still prefer the optimization point mentioned by the craftsman. I felt someone approaching from my surroundings, and I was startled. When I turned around, I saw it was Qi Wenshan. He looked at the pile of things I drew, as if he didn't understand. When he saw that I had noticed him, he pointed to the food on the table, which made it clear. I stood up, my back ached after squatting on the ground for a long time. Why did the prince come in person? Qi Wenshan, the imperial master is at Mr. Zhou's place, so it is inconvenient to come. I looked at him and said, I didn't ask the national preceptor. Qi Wen raised her eyebrows deeply. Gu thought that the girl didn't want to see Gu. Why did the prince say this? Qi Wenshan said nothing. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 125. I continued, I think it's too late to see the prince. How can I not want to see the prince? Really? For some reason, he suddenly had a string of Buddhist beads on his hand. I remembered that when I saw him in Nanyang before, he was carrying a string of Buddhist beads. At that time, he was dressed luxuriously, and the beads on his hand looked nondescript. Now, he is dressed more plainly than before, and actually feels less out of place. This is probably how the Buddhist fragrance on his body came from. Of course Ping will say something that the prince would like to hear, but these are also my inner thoughts. Qi Wen smiled deeply and only asked me to eat first. If you don't eat anymore, the food will be cold. He took away my pen and refused to let me continue writing. I took the bowls and chopsticks and found that the meals Qi Wenshan brought were all my favorites. Does he know what I like to eat? Looking at Qi Wenshan, who was looking at me with interest, something seemed to have changed about him, but he seemed to be the same as before. Your Majesty, your life has been somewhat difficult recently. I mustered up a lot of courage to ask him. Qi Wenshan's face was full of confusion. What caused you to misunderstand? I swallowed a mouthful of food and said, Master Zhou said that the prince spent his own money just to build this dam, and he must have spent a lot of silver. And today the prince is wearing Buddhist beads and a plain robe. It is difficult not to remind people of the prince's selfless dedication of his family's wealth and his sacrifice for others. Qi Wenshan listened with great interest, and finally said with a smile, is the girl worried about being alone? I was eating green vegetables. Qi Wenshan, or, you want to control Gu's money bag? I calmly raised a piece of green vegetable leaf and asked, does your Majesty think this looks like a big chicken drumstick? Qi Wenshan, are you dizzy from hunger? I shook my head. It's not that I'm dizzy, it's just that the prince was just like me now, talking nonsense. Qi Wenshan, I really want to punish you, but I'm a little reluctant to do so. Me, your Majesty is indeed different from ordinary people. He even has to find a good life to convict people. Qi Wenshan, don't be so talkative. I did spend my own money to repair the dam, but I'm not so depressed. Today is a special day, so naturally I dress differently from the past. Special? Why special? Qi Wen narrowed her eyes slightly. Today is the memorial day of the previous regent. Drop. Unlock the story fragments of Qi Wenshan. Close hollow corner bracket. It was said that it was the memorial day of the old regent, but the murderous pleasure in his eyes was not concealed. It seemed that there was no extraneous emotion at all, and it seemed more like he was happy. I only heard that the previous regent was moody and everyone around him was afraid of him. In the end, he had no family or heirs. Even one of his adopted sons was eaten by wild beasts in the mountains. It was very cruel. Qi Wenshan played with the beads and said, you know a lot. The National Preceptor's office has many classics, but I only read these supernatural things. Qi Wen smiled deeply and said, are you afraid? What does the prince mean? Qi Wanshan, beast. After he finished speaking, I actually had a creepy feeling, like I was being stared at by something. No, not afraid. I took 2 mouthfuls of rice and it felt like it was almost getting cold. I only know that as long as we don't easily provoke these beasts, they will definitely not attack us at will. Qi Wanshan nodded as if something was wrong and said nothing. He just looked at the pile of drawings I put on the ground and wondered what he was thinking. Your Majesty, I've finished eating. Qi Wanshan took my bowl out naturally, leaving me standing there unnaturally. I picked up the brush again and was about to continue organizing my drawings, but I found some small words on the paper. I think it was Qi Wanshan who changed it for me. It also pointed out some things that I didn't understand. I had no time to sigh that Qi Wanshan still understood these things, and continued to check the books around him. I don't know how late I changed it, and I don't know how I fell asleep. When I woke up, I found that I had slept on the ground all night. Looking at the drawings drawn around me, this damn sense of accomplishment filled my body again. After simply tidying up and handing the stack of drawings to Joe Datu, he felt refreshed. Please give me the honorable labor title of Dedication. Receive. Close hollow corner bracket. Master Joe looked at the drawings in front of him, and his eyes lit up again and again. The girl is really surprising. I bowed and said, Sir, don't praise me anymore. Repairing the dam is more important. I'd better ask you to show these drawings to the master craftsman. There must be something inappropriate. Mr. Joe said 3 good words in a row and left with a smile on his face. When he turned around, he found Jiang Yuchen behind him. Master Imperial Master. Jiang Yuchen handed me something wrapped in oil paper. The peach cakes in Yuanshu City are very famous. I bought them on the way because I thought you liked them. I took it with a smile. Master, did you drop by? Or did you make a special trip to buy it? Jiang Yuchen didn't speak, but the raised corners of his mouth revealed his emotions. I will return to the capital tomorrow, and Jiang Yuchen is here to remind me to prepare early. I said easily, I will have less worries now that I have solved the problem of drawings. Jiang Yuchen looked at me and said, I wonder if I have told you before that you look very much like the same person. Not at all. Did the Imperial Master think of someone? Jiang Yuchen shook his head. I'm not an old friend, or in other words, I just know this person's deeds. Someone would actually let Jiang Yuchen take a look. I asked curiously, who is it? Jiang Yuchen, Nanyang strategist Chen Yuji. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 126. Me. I choked on my half-eaten pancake. I was still a little confused when this familiar name was called out so seriously. It's just, can my previous name be spread so far? It is normal for the ministers in the court to know, after all, it is related to the affairs of the 2 countries. It's just that the Imperial Master doesn't care about worldly affairs, but he actually knows it. Jiang Yuchen patted me on the back, breathed a sigh of relief, and seemed to have noticed my doubts, and said, I went to Nanyang to travel before, and heard about this person on the way, and was impressed by her talent. I have never seen her real face, so I feel sorry for her. She passed away at a young age. If she is still alive, she will definitely do great things. I am, at peace, in another way, and I am eating peach cake regardless of the image. Jiang Yuchen, however, from what I have heard before, I found a similar figure in you. You both have the surname Chen, and you may not be from the same ancestor. Haha, I patted the crumbs on my hand. I didn't know whether we were from the same sect or from different sects, but we were certain that we had the same soul. Jiang Yuchen took out a handkerchief and handed it to me to wipe my hands. Why am I telling you this? I have to mention your sadness again. There are many talented people in the world. It doesn't matter if there is no ingot of gold. There is gold everywhere in the world. Just like even if it wasn't me who came here, there would be someone else. In the evening, I seemed to hear the quarrel between Qi Wanshan and Song Shi again, which was so noisy that it made me sleep uneasy. So, the system opened the virtual scene on its own. Drop. The virtual story scene has been entered for the host. Close hollow corner bracket. Me. It's better to let me continue to listen to what's going on outside. There was a forest in front of him, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. I watched helplessly as a tiger ran from not far away and crashed into me, and I was just a holographic image. It passed through me and hit the guard behind me. After the tiger knocked the man down, it bit him and there was blood all over the ground. I was startled by the scene in front of me, and my heart couldn't bear the sudden commotion. The system thoughtfully mosset it for me, thank you. Open hollow corner bracket. In addition to this tiger, there are many wild beasts here, fighting with a group of people, and the leader is the old regent. I was still wondering why he was here, when I saw an even more powerful tiger slowly walking from the forest, seemingly carrying a person on its back. Father, you are well. Qi Wanshan wore a forehead mop, black hair, and a fox fur brocade robe, with bells jingling around her waist. She was even more showy than the first time she met him. The old regent originally looked bitter and resentful, but when he saw it was Qi Wanshan, he laughed as if he was crazy. It's worth dying alone in your hands. Qi Wanshan, father is worried. When he was young, he rescued his son from a man's teeth. The son will definitely not let his father die in this wilderness. He smiled very cutely. If you ignored him, he ordered a beast to pick out a man among the soldiers. Is this, my brother? The man seemed to be 14 or 15 years old. He was probably too frightened and fainted. He was covered in blood. There was no trace of pain on the old regent's face. He just said, you want to kill everyone. Qi Wanshan, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers were knocked down by the beast one by one and died in the beast's mouth. After a while, only the old regent was left standing. Qi Wanshan got off the tiger's back and approached the old regent. His feet were filled with blood and he smiled wildly. Father, it's time to give up the throne. I smelled the smell of blood getting stronger and stronger in the air, and my stomach kept turning. I woke up and vomited all over the floor. Drop. Fragment reading completed. Close hollow corner bracket. The room was too stuffy, so I went outside and took a deep breath of fresh air to calm down. Please consciously block my sense of smell next time there is such a scene, thank you. Open hollow corner bracket, filled circle. Filled circle. It was still dark, and I was not in the mood to continue sleeping. It was a bit fantasy and incredible to think that Chi Wanshan could actually control a bunch of beasts for his own use. I've heard of people who can communicate with wild beasts indiscriminately, but this is the first time that this has been demonstrated concretely before my eyes. If you want to know more about Chi Wanshan, you still have to unlock more fragments. Early in the morning, I had to rush back to the capital. After staying in Yuanshu City for half a month, I thought that when I came to Chiwen, I had already piled up a lot of things at the desk. I couldn't help but think that when I was in Nanyang, I took Ling Hongyuan away from the capital within 3 days, and the memorials on the table were comparable to mine. When I came back to my senses, some people in front of the carriage caught my attention. They must have known that we were leaving and came to see us off. Oh no, it's not us, it's them. I hurriedly got on the carriage, but Mr. Zhou hurriedly shouted, "Miss Chen, stay." When I turned my head for a moment, I saw many more things in front of me, including eggs, flatbreads, fruits and vegetables, and willow branches beside the Yuanshu River. I looked at the scene blankly. What is this? Mr. Zhou smiled with a smile on his face. "Girl, please accept it quickly. This is a small gift from everyone. Thank you for your busy work for the people these days. Yuanshu City will remember your kindness." Drop. Congratulations on the host's increased popularity. Earn the Mindly Famous Achievement Medal. The gift package has been distributed. Close hollow corner bracket. I accepted all kinds of things from the people behind me and wanted to say something, but found that my voice was choked and I couldn't say anything. Mr. Zhou, please put the things on the carriage for the girl. Thank you, sir, and thank you all, fellow villagers. After accepting the gift, I got on the carriage, not daring to look further for fear that the tears hanging in my eyes would fall. When the Imperial Master got on the carriage, he looked at the pile of things in the carriage and was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "The willow branches are reluctant to part with each other. I will pin the willow branches to the carriage for you." I nodded in agreement. It was still peaceful here, but there was another noise outside, someone like Song Shi. "Come here, pull a horse for me, so that the prince will not be crowded in the carriage." When he opened the curtain, he saw Song Shi getting on his horse, looking very eye-catching in red. Chi Wanshan said nothing and got into the carriage. I don't know what the two people were arguing about last night, it seemed quite serious. When Song Shi passed by, I called her down, "Eldest princess." Song Shi's expression improved when he saw it was me. "Miss Chen, what can I do?" "Elder princess, this journey is far away. It will take a day and a night. I'm afraid riding a horse will be even more tiring. Why not get in this carriage and go back to the city together? There are only 2 carriages currently, so if you squeeze in, you can still get a seat." Song Shi smiled and said, "No, this little distance is nothing. Thank you, girl, for your kindness." After that, he rode his horse and went straight forward. Jiang Yuchen said, "The eldest princess has learned equestrian skills since she was a child, and her riding skills are amazing. Basically no one in Beiyun can compare with the eldest princess. You don't have to worry." I nodded in understanding. I have seen her equestrian skills in Nanyang before. Ling Hongyuan is indeed unable to compare with her. I wonder if Qin Che can compete with her. The journey was still quite far, but we hurried and hurried slowly, and on the 3rd day we arrived at the capital of Beiyun. The little emperor greeted us at the gate of the city. Before Song Shi could stop his horse, he rushed over. The attendants behind him could not keep up. "Elder sister." Song Shi dismounted handsomely, then pointed at the little emperor and lectured him. "Next time your majesty is so reckless, it will not be as simple as a slap." The little emperor acted coquettishly beside her. "Sister will definitely not hurt me. She has been gone for so long. I miss her so much that she has lost weight." As soon as I got off the carriage, I heard, "Sister," all over my mouth. "Chi Wanshan, your majesty, please be careful." The little emperor pouted and stopped talking. Song Shi still looked like he didn't want to pay attention and walked away with the little emperor. Jiang Yuchen bowed and said, "Your majesty, please retire first." "Chi Wanshan, stay." Then he looked at me again. "Miss Chen, can you take a step to talk?" I glanced at Jiang Yuchen and saw that he had no expression, so I responded, "Master Imperial Master, please go back first. I will return home as soon as possible." Jiang Yuchen left, neatly and simply. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 127 Beiyun Strategist. Chi Wanshan took me to his palace. When I came here again, I suddenly realized that there seemed to be very few things belonging to Chi Wanshan in the palace. The paintings and calligraphy in the study, bows and arrows, famous swords, porcelain bottles. Chi Wanshan didn't show the slightest interest in them. These, he had said, belong to the old regent. There are also flowers, plants, and furnishings in the yard. After getting along with him for a long time, you will find that these are not things that he will like. After knowing him for so long, I don't even know what he likes, and I feel a little ashamed. It can only be seen that he seems to prefer the more flashy things. Thinking about what? Looking at the suddenly enlarged face in front of me, I was startled. "Chi Wanshan, are you worried that the Imperial Master will be angry?" Me? No, the Imperial Master will not be angry. He will only not eat with me, only pour water once, and only eat vegetarian dishes without meat. "Chi Wanshan, you know better." I changed the subject. "Why does the prince want to see me? If you want me to make new things, I'm afraid it will take some time." "No." Chi Wanshan took out an imperial edict from his desk pocket. Only his name was missing on it, and the rest of the place was filled with writing. I didn't see clearly what was written on it, so I asked, "What is this?" "Chi Wanshan, Beiyun Strategist." Quote dot dot dot. You want me to be an official? Chi Wanshan nodded. I cursed for a while. Am I going to kill a worker until I die? Or am I destined to be prepared? There is no precedent for a woman to go to court in Bayan. Chi Wanshan, laws can be established, and exceptions can also be made for you. They all say that the way to be an official is to serve your parents and protect the people. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Chi Wanshan, Yuan Kucheng and his party, you have done well. No one in the court tomorrow will know your feat. No. I retorted without thinking. Chi Wanshan narrowed her eyes slightly. Why? Once this is announced, it will be inevitable for me to become an official. But what does this make the world think? The same surname is Chen, both are strategists, and are also proficient in the art of organization. No matter how stupid people are, they will know some of the secrets inside. When the time comes, everyone can drown me with just a spit of saliva. Besides, I met Chin Che in Bayan before, and I don't know if he has gone back. If he is not suspicious, he should not become a general. Options appear. Remain silent. Give me a reason. Looking at the options in front of me, I felt an indescribable feeling of familiarity. Of course there are reasons for rejection, but saying this in front of Chi Wanshan might immediately cut me off. So I choose silence. Chi Wanshan spread out the imperial edict and placed it clearly in front of me. I saw clearly that the generous salary of this official position was more than a little better than in Nanyang, but my life was still at stake. Chi Wanshan, are you reluctant to leave the imperial preceptor's mansion? Me, why did the topic change? Chi Wanshan, that's all. If the forceful melon isn't sweet, then there's no need to embarrass the girl. Me, why do you still look hurt? It's not because of the national preceptor's office. His offer was so tempting that it was hard for me not to accept it, but it wasn't the right time yet. Having been surrounded by the people in the imperial prefect's mansion before, I knew that staying in the imperial preceptor's mansion was not a long-term solution. Chi Wanshan just gave me a house before, which happened to be vacant. Naturally, I need to find some foundation for my life before I move out. The imperial master's office will not support me for the rest of my life, so I have to think about the future. Your Majesty, please allow me to think about this matter again. Chi Wanshan is a shrewd man. He knew what I was worried about. He smiled and said, okay, this seat is waiting for the girl indefinitely. When he left, he handed me the imperial edict straight up and told me that if I changed my mind, I could just put my name on it and enter the palace directly. Holding the imperial edict, I suddenly felt a knife hanging on my neck, and I couldn't breathe. You must know that if the imperial edict is lost, it will be a serious crime to lose your head. It is reasonable to suspect that Chi Wanshan was trying to torture me in another way. When he returned to the imperial master's mansion, Jiang Yuchen had already prepared the dishes. He didn't know how long he had been waiting, but he didn't even touch a bite. Master Imperial Master, you don't have to wait so long next time. Jiang Yuchen, no rush. He had already seen the extra things in my sleeves. I hid them inside, but it seemed to be more obvious. Jiang Yuchen didn't ask any more questions. He calmed down and put some of my favorite vegetables into a bowl. I was about to speak, but I decided to wait until after dinner. Yuns brought in a small jar and said with a smile, Master, this is the peach blossom wine I ordered my subordinates to buy. Peach blossom wine. I was interested. Although it is not a very unusual thing, almost every family in Bayan has this wine. Usually on the day of a happy event, each family will open the jar and take off the lid and have a small drink. Jiang Yuchen, want to drink? Does the Imperial Master also drink? Jiang Yuchen, of course. I looked surprised. I didn't expect someone as unconventional as Jiang Yuchen to drink alcohol, so I became even more curious. Yuns poured a small cup for both of us. You two masters can only have a small drink, 1 cup is enough. I took a sip. It was sweet but not greasy, not intoxicating. It was very delicious, a bit like fruit wine, with a hint of peach blossom. After taking a sip, I felt much more comfortable eating. Unexpectedly, after drinking a cup of peach blossom wine, Jiang Yuchen's face turned slightly red. Master Imperial Master, are you drunk? Jiang Yuchen, no problem. Doesn't seem drunk. After dinner, I wanted to talk to him about business, but looking at him, I felt a little unable to speak. Jiang Yuchen, tell me, you've been suppressing things since you came back. Why don't we talk about it and listen to it? Maybe I can help you. I opened my mouth, then took out the imperial decree from my sleeve and handed it to him. Jiang Yuchen understood it at a glance, an official, or a strategist. If you are willing, go ahead. I can't hold you captive all the time. It's boring to be in this house. Seeing that his expression was normal, I said with relief, Master Imperial Master, I'm afraid I will move to a new house in a few days. I have been bothering you in the Imperial Master's mansion for long enough. Jiang Yuchen looked at me slowly. I didn't dare to speak anymore. I felt that his eyes suddenly became scary. What did you say? Move out. Right. Why? I remained silent. Is there someone in the Imperial Prefect's house who is bullying you? No. The food in the house doesn't suit your taste. No. What is that? I didn't expect Jiang Yuchen to react so strongly. It's rare to see him angry. Now one of his hands is clenched into a fist and his lips are pursed into a line. He must be very angry. His face is even redder, and he doesn't know that he drank alcohol. I'm still angry. But you shouldn't be angry. After I leave the Imperial Prefect's mansion, I don't have to worry about the people surrounding the Imperial Preceptor's mansion in the future, and they won't be implicated because of my affairs. The house is relatively close, so we can visit each other when we have free time. Jiang Yuchen, still, you have a problem with me. I immediately knelt down. I had opinions about everyone, but I couldn't possibly have an opinion against Jiang Yuchen. Master Imperial Master, neither of them. I just feel that being in the mansion has caused a lot of trouble for you. I cannot stay in the Imperial Master's mansion all my life. It would be disrespectful. Why not? I pause. Jiang Yuchen, why can't you stay in the mansion all your life? For you, the Imperial Preceptor's mansion is just a temporary place to stay. Can you come and leave at any time? You can't, Ah Ping. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 128 Bindalian. His tone was gentle but had a meaning that no one could refute. He held my wrist and exposed the silver bell. I don't think you are troublesome, nor will you be rude. I have never told you about this silver bell. It is a must-have for anyone in the Imperial Master's house. The servant has a copper bell, the master has a silver bell. He took out a bell of the same style as mine from the cabinet next to him and put it on my hand. If you take it with you, you will be the only master in this house. Drop. Unlock the story fragments of Jiang Yuchen. Close hollow corner bracket. If you look closely at the two bells, you can see that there are still different textures. I didn't know what was engraved on them before. Now that I put them together, I can clearly see that they're a complete lotus flower. Hi. Jiang Yuchen, you said you would always test medicine for me. Now, are you going to give up halfway? I don't even remember saying this. Master Imperial Master, you were drunk. His face was red, and even his neck was red. I couldn't bear to see him like this, so I helped him into the inner room. Sir, please stop talking. You need to rest. Sure enough, he was really drunk. He didn't make any fuss or resist, and allowed me to help him take off his robe and shoes, and then lay down with his clothes on. Jiang Yuchen still held my wrist and refused to let go. I reassured him, I won't leave. I won't leave during this period, and I won't be on duty in court. You don't need to worry. After finally coaxing him to rest, he put his bell back to its original place, put away the imperial edict, called his servants to tidy up the room for a while, and then returned to the room on his own. Looking at the silver bell, I suddenly felt that it was extremely hot. Sighing, the matter of moving to the new house could only be put on hold for now. I opened the system panel and saw that it was still too early to allow the system to read the fragments. Drop. The virtual story scene has been entered for the host. Close hollow corner bracket. He saw Xiao Jiang Yuchen again. He was sitting at the desk. There were many books on the table, and the man teaching him was the man he met last time. When the man reads a sentence, Xiao Jiang Yuchen will read another sentence, and the cycle repeats. What was different from last time was that Xiao Jiang Yuchen's face was expressionless, numb and mechanical, and even his movements of turning the pages of the book were exactly the same. He studied very seriously, but after a while, I still didn't understand it very well. It was all about astrology and hexagrams, which was very boring. With a creak, the door opened, and a gentle woman came in. What caught my attention was the string of bells on her hand. I looked at the bell on my hand again. They're exactly the same. Upon closer inspection, even the textures are the same. When the man saw the visitor, his expressionless face instantly melted like ice in spring, and he said softly, Madam. Me, husband and wife, people. Let's call her Madam for now. The lady put the snacks she brought on the table and said with a smile, Take a rest first and eat some pastries. She handed the snacks in her hand to the man's mouth. The man obeyed her very much and ate the snack. Xiao Jiang Yuchen on the side looked at him like this. Although he looked a little confused, his absent-minded eyes became brighter. The lady did not forget Xiao Jiang Yuchen and handed him a snack. Yuchen, be good. Xiao Jiang Yuchen took a bite, but his eyes were attracted by the bell in the lady's hand. Mother's bell is the same as father's. Seeing that he was interested in the bell, the lady put it in front of Xiao Jiang Yuchen and said, It's different. There are two different flowers on it, but if the two flowers are combined, it means that we will never be separated in life. Antilian. Xiao Jiang Yuchen, we will never be separated in every life. Madam, yes, we will not be separated from Yuchen. Xiao Jiang Yuchen was silent, as if he couldn't express himself, and could only stare at the bell with his eyes. The man gently hugged his wife and said something, which made her laugh. The lady said, In a few days, a special herbal medicine will grow on the mountain south of the capital. I will take Yunyuan with me. The man was a little reluctant. I'll go with my wife. The lady teased him, The Imperial Preceptor has many things to do every day, so I won't bother you with such trivial matters. Man, it's no trouble for me to do anything Madam asks me to do. In the end, Madam went alone. She just left once and never came back. One thunderstorm day, the servant hurriedly walked to the front hall of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion, with stains all over his body and a look of panic on his face. Xiao Jiang Yuchen was still reading a book, and the man asked his servants not to panic. What's wrong? Why are you the only one here? Where's the madam? I don't know whether it was rain or tears on the servant's face. Madam, she is missing. Pa, the teacup next to Xiao Jiang Yuchen fell to the ground and fell into pieces. The servant held up a small cloth bag tremblingly. We have sent people to look for it, and they only found this. Even though it was covered with mud, you could still tell it was the silver bell. The Imperial Preceptor's house was in chaos all night, and Jiang Yuchen was locked in the room, crying, Let me out. I want to go out to find my mother. Let me out. I don't know how long I shouted, but the door opened. Xiao Jiang Yuchen immediately rushed over. Dad, where is Mom? Has Mom been found? Presumptuous. The man scolded him sharply. Xiao Jiang Yuchen was stunned, perhaps because he didn't understand why his father was suddenly cruel to him. Man, how do I teach you on a daily basis? Stay calm and don't let external things disturb your mind. Xiao Jiang Yuchen wiped his tears and did not dare to cry. He just choked and said, Dad, I won't cry anymore. Where is Mother? Has Mother been found? The man's hand was shaking slightly, but you could also see a silver bell that suddenly appeared on his hand, tied with a white rope, which was particularly eye-catching. Xiao Jiang Yuchen, Dad, did you find the wrong rope? It's a red rope, Dad. The man didn't answer, he just asked someone to keep an eye on him. Servant, Master Imperial Master. Then, how to deal with the only son of Yunyuan's guard? The man paused and was silent for a while. The young master needs a personal bodyguard. Take the name Zay and send it to the young master. Yes. Outside there was heavy rain, lightning and thunder, and inside the house was Seo Jiang Yuchen, who was crying and fainting. Later, I learned that my wife discovered that there was a Gashi temple on the mountain. She became interested and wanted to go there to offer incense, but her trip was delayed because of this. It rained heavily on the way down the mountain. Unfortunately, the lady fell on the road that was in a landslide caused by the rain. The mud and rocks were mixed, and her body was not found in the end. From then on, Lucre appeared in the imperial prefect's mansion, herbs were planted, and a talkative little guard named Yuns came in. Everything was as usual, except for Jiang Yuchen, who would never smile again. Drop. Fragment reading completed. Close hollow corner bracket. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 129. A woman's words cannot be trusted. When he opened his eyes, he found that his face was full of tears, and he looked at the silver bell in his hand, feeling a little dazed. I was surprised that Jiang Yuchen gave me this bell so early. It was already daybreak. After I went out, I met Yuns, who was still looking silly and happy. When he saw it was me, he ran over and said to me, "Good morning, girl." Morning. Yuns suddenly stared into my eyes and asked doubtfully, "How come the girl's eyes are so red and swollen? But there are so many mosquitoes since summer. Do you need me to ask my servant to bring some smoked grass and put it in the girl's room?" No, I declined quickly. My eyes must have been swollen from crying last night, and I was afraid of touching his sadness. Naturally, I couldn't tell him why I was crying. "What are you doing?" Only then did Yuns remember what he was going to do. He handed me the jar in his hand and said, "The peach blossom wine I gave the girl to taste yesterday. Master rarely drinks alcohol before, so he has a heavy drinking capacity. The rest of the wine, Master, I gave the reward to the servants, and now I'm going to give you some wine. Can the Imperial Master be in the mansion today?" Yuns said, "Yes, the Master is in the study at this time. I have something to discuss with the Imperial Master, so I will take the first step." Yuns, "Girl, walk slowly," the younger one continues to deliver the wine. I cautiously came to the door of Jiang Yuchen's study. I didn't know if he was still obsessed with what happened last night. He reacted so strongly. If I mentioned it again, I might not only make Jiang Yuchen angry, but also not get the desired result. Isn't it good for the five of us to be Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 141. Birds singing together. Jiang Yuchen seemed to have thought of something and said, "But, do you think that Nanyang General looks familiar?" I was about to speak, but an option suddenly appeared. Not familiar. Looks familiar. The savior of Yuanchu City. Looks familiar. The general I met in Nanyang. I chose the third one and said, "That day when the Imperial Master took me away from Nanyang, the general I met by chance must be him." Jiang Yuchen, indeed, I just didn't expect you to remember it so clearly. Me, he was too strange that day, so he must have had an impression. Jiang Yuchen did not continue talking, but continued to lead the large troops to the Gashi Temple. The Gashi Temple is not far from the city gate, so you have to walk there to show your sincerity. Naturally, the same goes for foreign envoys. Both sides of the street were lined with people watching, and there were many girls upstairs throwing flowers, and even some were throwing their purses. I felt a little funny when I saw the few people behind me being overwhelmed by the thrown purses, but the next second I was hit by a purse that came from nowhere. Unknown people, the county boss received the purse I sent. I don't know what mechanism was triggered by this sentence, but more and more flowers and purses were thrown towards me, which actually made me dazzled. When I arrived at the entrance of Gashi Temple, I was holding a pile of purses and was even more at a loss than the few people behind me. Jiang Yuchen asked Yuns to take the things down, and I was now empty-handed. The next step was to worship, burn incense, and pray for blessings. Jiang Yuchen led them through the step-by-step process. When we were approaching the last step, Qi Wanshan stood beside me at some point and asked me softly, "Does the county magistrate want to see 100 birds singing in unison?" I said without much hesitation, "I think so." Qi Wanshan, the county master will wait and see. I don't know what kind of medicine he sells in the gourd. I only know about 100 birds chirping, from the mouth of the old master. It has been many years and has never appeared again. I thought he was joking and I walked up to the chimes with a wooden hammer. To be honest, I was a little nervous. This was the first time I played music in front of so many people. After receiving the hint from Jiang Yuchen's eyes, I started to play the chime. I learned it for less than a month. Although I can't call it a superb skill, I am already very proficient in this piece of music. It is not in vain that I have been playing it day and night these days. In Gashi Temple. Halfway through the playing, I knew what Qi Wanshan meant. The roof of this temple is hollow, and when my song reaches its climax, many birds suddenly appear above the beams. They stand on the rafters and chirp regularly as I play music. I marveled at the agility of these birds, but I didn't dare to relax my hand movements at all, for fear that I would strike the wrong note in a hurry and scare them away. When the last hammer struck, the birds on the beam also stopped chirping and left together just as they came. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the chime task. Rewards have been distributed. Close hollow corner bracket. I was in a daze for a moment, and the people watching in the audience screamed in surprise. As expected of being the only county lord in Beiyan, he is truly extraordinary. Qi Wanshan started talking, and the people below began to cheer and applaud, even saying, "The goddess is alive." Listening to these praises and cheers, I felt a sense of fear in my heart, as if everything in front of me was illusory and would be broken in the next second. County lord. I suddenly came to my senses, and Jiang Yuchen looked at me worriedly. What's wrong with the county lord? I reassured him, it's okay. It's probably because I ate less in the morning and I can't hold on any longer. There are many and heavy hair accessories on the head, and the head feels heavy. Jiang Yuchen, why don't you let Yuns take you back home first? There will be nothing wrong here in Nanyang. After the Nanyang envoy received the baptism ceremony, Qi Wanshan took him directly to the palace to discuss matters, waiting for the following dinner. Just when I wanted to agree, Qin Che turned around and stopped me. My Majesty would like to invite the county master to come to the palace to discuss matters together. I wonder if the county master can give me a favor. Qin Che didn't have any special expression, as if he was just here to convey a message. When Jiang Yuchen was about to refuse, I stopped him and said, His Majesty Nanyang is so kind that it is difficult to refuse. I, the county lord, will certainly keep the appointment. It was probably the dizziness caused by the incomplete soul fragments just now, but it doesn't matter now that it has calmed down. It's just that this is Ling Hongyuan's second invitation. Rejecting it again seems like I have something in my heart. It's better to talk openly. It was not convenient for Jiang Yuchen to enter the palace with us, so I put the bell on my waist to reassure him. Ling Hongyuan and Qi Wanshan's carriages were already ahead. In order to catch up with them, I got on the horse and prepared to follow them on horseback. Qin Che, the county master seems weak, but I didn't expect that he can ride a horse. I was riding on the horse. Although I was a little scared, I still raised my chin and said, It's okay, Bian is second. The horse under my crotch is relatively docile, and I can ride it quite well, but the speed is a little slower. Qin Che also rode a horse and walked slowly beside me, glancing at me from time to time. I pretended not to know, but the streets of the capital had already been opened for today's events. Curious people were standing on both sides watching. They were not as enthusiastic as those at the city gate, but those who recognized me would shout out. I wasn't used to it at first, but I got used to it later. When word of today's incident spreads, I'm afraid the capital will be in a state of excitement again. Qin Che suddenly said, They like you very much. I looked proud. The name of Bian's only county head is not just talk. Qin Che, do you like being the county chief? How could you not like it when you can get silver coins just by lying down in the imperial preceptor's house? However, all this is also based on the need to serve as a strategist, otherwise there will be no discussion with Qi Wanshan. Nature loves it. Qin Che stopped talking. I turned my head and looked over. He seemed to be thinking about something. The two of them were riding on horses, neither too close nor too far apart. Only then did I realize that Qin Che seemed to have dressed himself up specially, with a small braid on his ponytail. Compared with the day we left in Nanyang, he was more energetic, his whole person was much more energetic, and his eyes seemed to have lost the paranoia. It seems that after meeting my aunt, I untied some of my inner knots. Then his attention was attracted by the dark black dongzhu on his silver sword. Could it be that he and Ling Hongyuan had agreed to wear these two sword tassels together? County Lord. I found myself distracted again, staring at someone's waist, feeling a little embarrassed. Qin Che, the county owner also likes this East Pearl. I was looking straight ahead pretending to be serious. After he finished speaking, I reacted for a moment, Dongzhu. Oh, it looks pretty, and it suits you very well. Qin Che, I gave it to the one I love, so it's a good match. I tried my best to ignore the gentle smile on his face, and suddenly remembered that I had heard this sentence somewhere before. Why did it sound so familiar? Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 143. There are traces to follow. Qi Wanshan raised her eyebrows and looked at me with interest. Only then did I realize my gaffe. Ling Hongyuan turned to look at me and asked, Why did Mr. Chen say this? I immediately made up for it. It's treasonous for me to say this, but the Imperial Hospital has long declared that Chen Seshi's illness is incurable. Your Majesty is so obsessed with this. Isn't he suffering from madness? Before he could speak, I continued, Your Majesty is so affectionate, and I admire him very much. But if Your Majesty welcomes me into the palace right now, what will Seshi Chen think when he wakes up? By then, my officer, where should we go? What should the people inside think of the two cities used as betrothal gifts? If Your Majesty doesn't care about these things, I will have nothing to say to you. Don't argue with a fool. If he still insists on marrying me after I made it so clear, that would be really stupid. Ling Hongyuan looked at me, wondering if he was angry with me, and couldn't say a word. Qin Che, Master Chen is really articulate. Me, just average, Bian is third. Qin Che, Master Chen has said so much, but I don't know what the regent thinks. No, this is a major event in my life. What does it have to do with Qi Wanshan? Qi Wanshan watched a good show, and now it was his turn to speak. What Your Majesty said, I am very moved. If you want to marry him, then marry him, but don't rely on me. But then again, Qi Wanshan suddenly grabbed my wrist and said, The matter between the king and the county leader is not just empty talk, but there are actually traces to follow. Qi Wanshan seemed to have guessed that I was going to resist, and couldn't take my hand out for a while. So domineering. Are you crazy too? There's a good trace to follow. On this hot summer day, it was actually a bit cool inside the palace. Ling Hongyuan no longer had the patience to talk to us any longer. I would like to ask you to think deeply about these two matters. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and left, looking quite presentable. I just didn't expect him to be so tolerant. I thought if I said that to him, he would at least take out a dagger, dangle it in front of my eyes, and make some threats. And now, it's gone. Qin Che, Master Chen, it's not that I can't consider it. Before I had time to ask what this consideration meant, Qin Che immediately followed Ling Hongyuan away. When Qi Wanshan saw the person walking away, he let go of my wrist and said with a smile, The county master is indeed as lovable as the imperial master said. They're confused. Is it possible that the prince is also confused? Qi Wanshan became interested again. Say it nicely, I won't punish you for the time being. Your Majesty must have heard rumors that the people around Nanyang Emperor Ling Hung are at least 50 or 60 similar to Chen Yuji, so everyone knows what he meant. Just now he was willing to marry me at the cost of 2 cities. Guan, most likely because of the similarity between Xiaoguan and Chen Yuji. Furthermore, if he marries Xiaoguan back, he alone cannot decide whether to cure the disease or not. Qi Wan squinted her eyes deeply. The county master sees clearly. I kept a low profile. No matter where you are, it's important to be more careful about life's major events. Qi Wanshan, but the county leader also said that it was just a rumor. Can you believe it? If it doesn't happen, how can there be rumors? Qi Wanshan, so, what about Gu and the county lord? Is it true as the rumors say? Seeing his brighter smile, I felt slightly panicked. I just thank you, Your Majesty, for rescuing the siege, so that the two of Nanyang temporarily gave up the thoughts. Your Majesty, don't worry, I will definitely not repay kindness with enmity. Qi Wanshan. Oh, by the way, I also want to thank you for the Gashi temple. I know that there are many people who are dissatisfied with Xiaoguan being named the county lord. Although I don't know how the prince brought so many birds singing in unison, but the prince's move really solved the officials' worries. Qi Wanshan, it's just convenient. If the county master hadn't played well, those birds wouldn't have stayed there forever. This is also an opportunity that the county master seized. The atmosphere was a bit strange, and Qi Wanshan was the first to leave in the end. After all, there were 2 great Buddhas in the city, so they had to entertain them well. I felt like my whole body was wilting, and all my strength had been exhausted. It turns out that talking to people who are too thoughtful is a waste of brain cells. When I turned around, I found someone behind me. I was almost startled. Your Majesty, you are still here. The little emperor had no idea how many melon seeds he had eaten, and his face was full of gossip. What a great show. Little emperor, then Emperor Nanyang is really, as I said, stupid. He had to give up 2 cities for his own selfish desires. I dare not think about how he ascended to this throne before. I also grabbed a handful of melon seeds and said, he is full of spite and tricks. The little emperor looked at me and said with a smile, but the eldest sister is really awesome, playing tricks on 3 people. It's unjust, Your Majesty. The little emperor is as big as a kid, and it seems that he has read a lot of storybooks in his daily life. I said, Your Majesty, please don't imitate them. As the king of a country, you should put national affairs first. Little emperor, I want to be a wise king and be famous throughout history. I was very pleased to see the little emperor's roots turning red. Because of the little emperor's birthday, the palace was decorated with lights and colorful decorations everywhere, and it was filled with joy. Children all like fun, and the little emperor is no exception. Looking at the crowd of people at the palace banquet, the little emperor didn't show it on his face, but he was already excited in his heart. This is my first time to have such a grand birthday party. I smiled and said, His Majesty's birthday parties will be so lively in the future. The little emperor suddenly thought of something and said with some disappointment, it's just a pity that my sister is not here. My sister is in danger and doesn't know her safety, so this meal is boring. The eldest princess eliminates harm for the people. Getting rid of the bandits also benefits the people. It solves the major issues on Your Majesty's mind. In the future, you can enjoy the people as often as you do today. In my hometown, there has always been a saying about making wishes on birthdays. Your Majesty, why don't you make today a wish? If you write down your wish, it will surely come true. The little emperor quickly agreed, then let the county chief sister write it for me. I just wish that the country will be safe and that my sister can come back safely. It is good. I wrote this sentence on the paper laid out by the chamberlain beside me and showed it to the little emperor. What do you think, Your Majesty? The little emperor, the calligraphy written by the county lord's sister is really beautiful, and it looks familiar. The regent had told me to practice calligraphy more before, but I don't like the words in the book, so why not just follow the county lord's sister's calligraphy? Let's practice. Okay. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. Wait a minute, Your Majesty said it looks familiar, but I've seen it somewhere before. Because I was afraid of being recognized by others, I had slightly changed my handwriting early on. Just now, I suddenly had an impromptu idea and wrote this line in the original handwriting. Seeing my serious face, the little emperor thought seriously for a while. Let me think about it. Oh, by the way, I thought that the mechanism of the retracting blade was very exquisite, so I asked the regent to show me the drawings, and the handwriting on it is exactly the same as that of the county lord's sister. At that time, I told the regent that the handwriting was really beautiful. As soon as the little emperor said this, I felt cold from head to toe. Shrinking blade drawing. My handwriting. Qi Wanshan. My eyelids jumped. Qi Wanshan must have seen Ling Hongyuan's handwriting. My handwriting and Ling Hongyuan's were so similar that he couldn't help but suspect, and he might even have gone to investigate the handwriting of Chen Yuji. Could it be that I have already fallen out of favor with Qi Wanshan? Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 144 Dog Emperor. What's beautiful? Qi Wanshan came over from nowhere, and I calmly folded the note in my hand. Even if I lost my vest, I wouldn't panic. He didn't expose me anyway, so I just lived in a muddle. I spoke before the little emperor. Your Majesty thinks the decoration in the palace today is very beautiful. The little emperor looked at me doubtfully, and I winked at him. Your Majesty keeps this secret. Little emperor, yes, it's very beautiful. Qi Wanshan, that's it. I nodded. Qi Wan took a deep look at the things on the table and didn't ask any more questions. She just said, but will the county master still wear this bell later? I wondered, what's wrong with this bell? Qi Wanshan, I don't believe that the county master still doesn't know the purpose of this bell. I pursed my lips, hesitated for a while and said, nothing, just wear it. Qi Wanshan looked at me with dark eyes. The county master treats the imperial master really unusually. Does the county master still have the string of silver ornaments that I gave him? Chen Shi put on her makeup and wanted to put it on, but she had too many accessories on her body. If he were to wear silver jewelry, wouldn't it look even more fancy than him? I shook my head a bit. When Qi Wanshan saw this, she let out a light chuckle and then left on her own. Little Emperor, so he came here just to ask you whether you were wearing any silver jewelry. I was also puzzled. I dare not speculate casually. Still holding the piece of paper in my hand, it seemed that I was calm and relaxed, but in fact I was already worried. I had to find an opportunity to test Qi Wanshan, otherwise I would not be able to sleep well that night. But if Qi Wanshan knew that I was Chen Yuji, then why didn't he expose me for so long? Now he is still performing this kind of drama with me in front of Ling Hongyu and Qin Che, which is of no benefit to him. If he had known my identity for a long time, then when Ling Hongyu confronted me today, he should have exposed me and told them that I was Chen Yuji, and then used me as a bargaining chip to offer higher conditions instead of standing aside and watching. Play. Unless he thinks I'm worthless in Ling Hongyu and can't exchange for anything. It shouldn't be. Ling Hongyu has proposed 2 cities for replacement. Is the value of my stay in Beiyang higher than the 2 cities? Obviously, I didn't. Therefore, he must not have recognized me. The more things went on in my head, but I became more certain that Qi Wanshan definitely didn't recognize me. It was time for the banquet, and all the guests took their seats one after another. Jiang Yuchen also arrived at the right time. He and I were sitting next to each other. As soon as we sat down, he asked me, "Is anyone giving you a hard time today?" I thought about it and said, "Never." Jiang Yuchen, but I heard that His Majesty Nanyang and the general left the palace today. They seemed very angry. Is the Imperial Master so well informed? Jiang Yuchen calmly took a sip of tea. You're afraid that your things will be targeted, so it's better to be careful. I didn't understand, so I just said, the Emperor of Nanyang offered me 2 cities to marry me. Is this considered an embarrassment? Jiang Yuchen, you. Agreed. I imitated him and calmly took a sip of tea. Of course I didn't agree. How can I do this kind of thing? Although the regent was moved by the conditions he offered. Jiang Yuchen, he sold you. Me, the Prince Regent is not that kind of villain. Jiang Yuchen, he is. I saw Jiang Yuchen's 2 determined eyes and hesitated to speak. Cough cough. Yun's reminded him at the right time, Master, the prince is coming from the rear left. Turning around to look over, Qi Wanshan was looking at us from behind with raised eyebrows and curled lips, obviously having heard the conversation we just had. Jiang Yuchen looked calm, but it seemed that I had a guilty conscience. Qi Wanshan, has the county master thought about how to reject the Nanyang Emperor? Didn't you already refuse it when you were in the main hall? Ling Hongyuan is so shameless, he will definitely not mention the same thing again and again. Probably not. Ling Hongyuan, I came to the banquet this time because I am willing to maintain good diplomatic relations with your country and have friendly exchanges with each other. After he finished speaking, a group of Nanyang envoys echoed below. A minister of Beiyang stood up and said, Your Majesty's empty words are unfounded, and I really dare not respond to them. The Nanyang envoy said, Our Majesty naturally comes with enough sincerity. He gestured with 2 fingers. Minister Beiyang, 2,000 taels of gold. Nanyang envoy, they are 2 cities. The audience was in an uproar. Minister Beiyang beamed with joy, Your Majesty is really generous. The Nanyang envoy took the opportunity to interrupt him. Of course, Our Majesty has other conditions. Minister Beiyang, I am willing to listen attentively. Nanyang envoy, the past dynasties have cultivated good neighborliness through marriage. Today, Our Majesty fell in love with the county magistrate of your country at first sight. He is willing to use 2 cities as a betrothal gift to marry the county magistrate with the highest wedding etiquette in Nanyang. I don't know about your country. How about? There was another uproar in the audience. I couldn't ignore Ling Hongyuan's gaze, and I was already a little out of breath. The ministers of Beiyang were having a heated discussion. After all, from the looks of it, 1 county lord can be exchanged for 2 cities without using any soldiers. This transaction is obviously worth it. So it was within my expectation that they agreed with this matter. Ling Hongyuan is putting the matter out in the open and forcing me to submit. I really stared back angrily. Chen Yuji has only been dead for half a year. Now he wants to get a wife. Damn, the dog emperor is so sentimental. Jiang Yuchen has been holding back and saying nothing. I know there is nothing he can do to stop me. The conditions offered by this dog emperor are really too tempting. I gestured to Qi Wanshan, stood up and left the table. Although what they were discussing was a major matter of my life, it was not up to me and I was too lazy to listen to their loyalty and advice. On the way to the royal garden, I knew someone was following me, so I entered the rockery sideways. When the person wasn't paying attention, I prepared to stab his chest with the hairpin in my hand, but he dodged it easily. The county boss is really cruel. If your majesty doesn't stay well at the banquet, why are you following this county leader? Ling Hongyuan smiled and said, Then why did the county master leave the table? They were discussing things between me and the county master. Isn't the county master curious whether I will become your husband? Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 145 Crazy. I looked at him and said word by word, this county master is not curious at all. Seeing the smile on his face, I felt a lot better instantly. Your Majesty, please give way and don't block the way of this county leader. Anyway, there is no one around, so I just want to act arrogant and domineering to make him think that I am not a good person. I was about to pass him by, but he grabbed my wrist suddenly. By the time I reacted, I couldn't get away. I laughed. Is this how your Majesty treats others? Ling Hongyuan, the county master and I are mutually exclusive. I tried hard to get away from him. If someone was passing by and saw this scene, it would be hard to explain. Seeing how hard I was struggling, Ling Hongyuan's smile became even bigger. What are you afraid of? I advise you to let go. Ling Hongyuan pressed forward step by step. Why didn't I know that you looked so good when you were scared? Are you afraid that the regent will see you now? Or are you afraid that your master will see you? Something was wrong with him now, completely wrong. I struggled and stepped back. You are really crazy. After hearing this, Ling Hongyuan sneered and said, I'm crazy. I'm always thinking about you in my dreams. The palace has already prepared your big shirt and cheer fire. I'm thinking about how you look in it all the time, and thinking about you and me. The scene of accepting the worship of all ministers together, and still thinking about the days when you marry me and raise eyebrows together, I think about it crazy every day. Ling Hongyuan, you see clearly who I am. I am not the Chen Yuji in your heart. I am Chen Anping, the Lord of Beiyin County. Don't think of me as someone's substitute. Please yourself. Ling Hongyuan's call made me feel a little dazed. His eyes were very red and he just stared at me. I didn't dare to look at him. I told you, you got the wrong person. Ling Hongyuan clamped my chin and forced me to look directly at him. I am crazy, not blind. I have described UAG's appearance, movements, tone, and expression in my mind countless times. How could I admit my mistake? UAG is going to do it now standing in front of me. How could I find a substitute as UAG said? I'm trying to remember where I lost my vest. Ling Hongyuan continued, why don't you recognize me when UG comes back? It doesn't matter whether those things were done by UG, I just want UG to come back. Or does UG really fall in love with the regent? You can't like him. You said you will only be loyal to me wholeheartedly. How can you like other people? I will take you back to Nanyang now, and we will set off back immediately. You can't stay here. Snapped. I don't know where I got the strength, but when Ling Hongyuan wasn't paying attention, I broke away from his hand and slapped him. The sound was very loud and my palms hurt a little. Ling Hongyuan looked at him with a face that was red from my beating, and his eyes were bloodshot. Are you beaten enough? If you are beaten enough, come back with me. Calm down. I am Chen Anping, the strategist of Beiyin and the only county head of Beiyin. I am really not the Chen Yuji you say. Ling Hongyuan, no, you are. I wanted to give him another slap, but he stopped me. If Yuji hits him too much, his hand will hurt. If after this slap, Yuji can go back with me, then I'll be extremely happy. Then he let go of my hand and looked like he was letting me do whatever I wanted. I really think that if he is not crazy, I will go crazy. I calmed down my emotions and said, I really think His Majesty is quite pathetic. Ling Hongyuan, what do you mean? Isn't it sad that she didn't treat her well when she was alive, but pretended to be affectionate when she was dead? Ling Hongyuan, she's not dead. Yes, she is not dead, she is just lying somewhere with a breath left, but everyone thinks she is hopeless. And you, expressing what is in your heart to a person who just looks like her, cannot express it with your mouth, crazy love that cannot be told to others. In other words, it cannot be called love at all. Ask yourself, is it your possessiveness that takes over, or are you simply unwilling to let her die like this, or to let her die? In my heart, I am still someone else. Ling Hongyuan suddenly became a little at a loss. No, it's not. I just love her, I must have her, and she must have me in her heart. You are just lying to me, you still like to lie to me as much as before. Well. I pulled off the hairpin on my head and stabbed his left shoulder while he wasn't paying attention. Maybe I think your majesty needs to calm down. Seeing that he was in pain, I continued, now please think about it, your majesty. If I were really Chen Yuji and she really had you in her heart, would she still be as cruel as she is now and hurt your majesty? I let go of my hand but didn't pull out the hairpin for fear of splattering blood. It's not deep, but it's not shallow either. It's okay to let him suffer, so that he won't dare to pester me at any time. Ling Hongyuan's right hand was holding the hairpin pierced into his left shoulder. It was already full of blood, but he was obviously not as manic and crazy as before. When I saw this, I said, South Yang and North Yin still need friendly relations. Your majesty should be a smart man. I hope your majesty can handle tonight's matter properly. If nothing happens, I will retire first. I bowed and left. He didn't stop me, maybe because what I just said was so impactful that he didn't react. Whatever he thinks where he is, I made it clear. I just hope his mind is still clear and he doesn't go crazy thinking about finding a substitute. Yes, I am still sure that Ling Hongyuan did not recognize me. He just felt that I was somewhat similar to Chen Yuji, and was stimulated. Even if he recognizes me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has changed his face and I won't admit it no matter what he says. There is still nothing he can do to me. I adjusted my dress a little to make myself look less embarrassed. Fortunately, there was no blood splattered just now, otherwise it would be a pity for this dress. Returning to the banquet, I found that the atmosphere was very lively. There were already people playing and dancing on the stage, and people came forward one by one to present the gifts to the little emperor. When Jiang Yuchen saw me coming back, he felt something was wrong. Why do you smell like blood? Is there an assassin? I waved my hand. The palace is heavily guarded, how can there be so many assassins? Jiang Yuchen, what about your hairpin? Only then did I remember that my hairpin was still with Ling Hongyuan. Maybe I accidentally lost it while walking on the road. I'll look for it later. Aping. Jiang Yuchen suddenly called me like this, which made me a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Jiang Yuchen, you are hiding something from me. It's a yes, not a question. No. Jiang Yuchen, just after you left, Emperor Nanyang immediately stood up and left the table. You met him on the road. Jiang Yuchen, not only did you encounter each other, but you also had a dispute. It seemed that you even had a fight. So far, it seems that you have not suffered a loss. I said haha, the hairpin given by the Imperial Master is good, but I didn't fight with Emperor Nanyang. It's just that he saw that the hairpin on my head looked good, so he wanted to buy it with a lot of money. He gave too much. I gave it to him. I don't believe these words myself. Jiang Yuchen looked at me and his tone was unquestionable. I told you, a Ping should not hide it from me. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 146 Woman. Seeing his serious expression, I knew that I couldn't hide anything from him. Well, nothing can escape the eyes of the Imperial Master. Emperor Nanyang did have some disputes with me. I didn't want to say more to him, so I used my hair. The hairpin pricked his left shoulder and he was able to escape, and he should be dealing with the injury now. Jiang Yuchen, is our Ping injured? I smiled and said, no, I won't let myself suffer. Seeing that I was indeed not injured, Jiang Yuchen felt relieved, but there was a look on his face that he was hesitant to speak. I knew he wanted to ask what Ling Hongyuan and I were arguing about, but it was really inconvenient to tell him. Is it possible to tell him that Ling Hongyuan was not only pricked but also slapped by me? All in all, we still have to save some face for Ling Hongyuan. When he saw that I was silent, he kept picking up food for me. I looked around for a week and found that besides Ling Hongyuan was not there, Qin Che was not there either. Curiosity drove me to ask, Master Imperial Master, why do you feel that the atmosphere at this table is weird? Jiang Yuchen said, I don't know what happened. The people of Nanyang were very excited. The general left the table on the spot without leaving any words. But judging from his expression, it should be a good thing. Seeing this, I asked tentatively, what about marriage? Jiang Yuchen, the person in charge of Nanyang is not here, so he put the marriage aside. Looking at Qi Wanshan, who was sitting across the corner with a smile and a drink, I wondered, they left without saying goodbye. Isn't the regent angry? Jiang Yuchen pointed to the big box placed nearby and imitated my tone and said, they gave me too much. Master National Preceptor, you have changed. But I don't know what happened that made Qin Che lose his sense of control. Since it doesn't involve marriage, then I don't have to worry about it. Things happened suddenly tonight. I didn't eat much just now, but now that I realized, I was really hungry. The little emperor's birthday party was spent in a lively manner, but he didn't look very happy. After all, Song Shi still didn't come back, and he didn't even deliver the letter. The little emperor's loss was visible to the naked eye, but all we could do was let him be alone. At this time, except for Song Shi's return, it was useless for almost anyone to comfort him. I have returned to the Imperial Preceptor's residence. After all, I will no longer be needed to entertain Ling Hongyuan, Qin Che or the envoys, so I can show up less in front of them. I lay leisurely in the Imperial Prefecture for 2 days without having to go to court. The days of paid leave were really wonderful. County Lord, I have an invitation from the palace. I was stroking my pussy. It must have been the little emperor who started making trouble, so he didn't have to worry about it for a day. Jiang Yuchen was still in the Gashi temple, so he just asked someone to pass a message to him, and then I set off for the palace. Feeling that there were suddenly some unfamiliar faces in the palace today, he asked the chamberlain beside him, are there a new batch of maids in the palace? The chamberlain replied, back to the county master, it is the Nanyang emperor and the general who are discussing matters with the regent in the palace, but they did bring many maids into the palace. He looked at no one around and whispered to me, it seems that I brought so many maids just for one woman, so that I can serve that woman, for fear of something going wrong. Woman. The chamberlain said, yes, and the Lord and General of Nanyang brought her into the palace in person. It seemed that she loved the woman very much and refused to leave even half a step. I nodded in understanding. In this case, it's better this way. They have a new goal to show the goodwill, and they won't pester me. I didn't see anyone else in the little emperor's bedroom. The palace maid said that he was taken to the imperial garden by Qi Wanshan, and she left a message asking me to come too. Why do you feel like these two people are holding back something bad? Although he was confused, he still followed the palace maid to the imperial garden. In fact, I have been familiar with the harem for a long time, but today on the way to the harem, I actually met some unfamiliar people. Me. Now outsiders can walk freely in the palace. The palace maid said, the Lord Regent has given permission to return to the county. Today there are noble people entering the palace, so the palace rules are relaxed. The Lord of Nanyang and the general are also in the imperial garden. Maid, yes. Me. Suddenly I didn't want to go. The palace maid led me to the entrance of the royal garden, and there was the sound of some singing songs. I walked in with doubts. I saw a few actors humming a local ditty from Beiyun on the imperial garden stage, and a group of people stood on the pavilion opposite the stage. They hadn't noticed my arrival yet, but the woman next to them caught my attention. I became more and more confused and took a closer look. The woman's figure was very thin, her hair was simply tied with a hairpin, she was dressed in green clothes, and she was sitting in front of the stone table. From this angle, I could only see her profile, which was enough to shock me. It's so familiar, so familiar. I still couldn't believe it, so I walked forward directly. Qi Wanshan saw me and gave me a seat with a smile. But the woman was sandwiched between Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che, looking straight ahead. I still couldn't see clearly. The ditty on the stage suddenly stopped, and everyone came to their senses and realized that I had also arrived at some point. The woman also followed everyone's gaze and looked at me, and I could see her face clearly. Do you know the feeling of being face to face with yourself? Anyway, I felt it now, and I instantly got goosebumps all over my body. I stared at her. She looked confused, but I looked shocked. I am alive. Yes, that woman is me, or in other words, that woman is Chen Yuji, who only had one breath before. I was speechless with my mouth open, but when I thought that Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che were still here, I immediately regained my expression. But, I can't do it. Who can tell me who is this person wearing my original body? County Lord. Qi Wanshan called me, and I came back to my senses. He glanced at Chen Yuji, and said, I haven't introduced you to the county leader yet, but this is Chen Yuji, the strategist of Nanyang. That, Chen Yuji, just looked at me blankly, as if she had this expression from the first time I saw her, or she had no expression at all. I smiled hard and said to her, I have long admired the name Chen Kashi. I thought she would respond in some way, but she still looked at me like that, her face was pale, and it felt like a gust of wind could blow her down. I suddenly wanted to touch her, but Chin Che stopped me. What does the county chief want to do? I stretched out my hand coquettishly. Chen says she has something dirty on her face, and I want to help her. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 147 Attribution. A ditty started singing again on the stage, and I sat aside with doubts, drinking tea. But the sight was too intense to be ignored. Chen Yuji didn't look at the stage, and she didn't eat the cakes Chin Che handed her. She just kept looking at me. Are you kidding me? She has a crush on me. Ever since Ling Hongyuan said that he would use 2 cities to marry me, I felt that the world was crazy, and it was completely beyond my expectations. Qi Wanshan came closer and asked me, have you ever interacted with Chen Seshi before? Quote. Never. Qi Wanshan, then why does she keep staring at you? After hearing what he said, I turned back to look at Chen Yuji, and smiled politely at her. She, who was originally expressionless, seemed stunned for a moment and smiled. Then Chin Che was also happy. RG, are you going to laugh? As I watched from the sidelines, I felt more and more that this scene was a little weird. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I said hello to Qi Wanshan and left the palace first. The little emperor was very fascinated by the music, and it seemed that he didn't need me at the moment. Qi Wanshan, I have something to say to the county lord. The county lord should wait in the palace for a while. Once I have dealt with them, I will go over immediately. I agreed, thinking that I also had many questions, so I would ask him later. Just as he stood up to leave, he heard Chin Che shout, RG, where are you going? I turned around reflexively and realized that he was not calling me, but Chen Yuji, who also stood up with me. Although her eyes were dull, she kept looking at me. She wanted to come over but was stopped by Chin Che. Maybe he also noticed something was wrong with her. Chin Che looked at me with a confused expression. I'm afraid he was thinking the same thing as me. Why did Chen Yuji act like this when he saw me? If I moved, she would move. I ignored him and returned to the main hall, waiting for Qi Wanshan to come to me. I knocked on the system in my mind and asked, why did my original body wake up? Drop. The system is detecting. It has been detected that the original host has been stimulated by some kind of stimulus. The remaining soul fragments are forced to activate their functions, but unconsciously and without thoughts. The original body will die directly after 1 month. At that time, the fragments will not be recovered, and the host will also entering the countdown to death. I have a mother-in-law who made my original body look like this. She only had 1 breath left. Why did she wake her up? Now I am forced to speed up the recycling process. My head is buzzing. How shall I recover the soul fragments? Drop. As long as the host is in contact with the original body, the soul fragments can be directly recovered. Close hollow corner bracket. Can it still be like this? So convenient. Then I will go directly to her now. Once my hands touch her, my soul will be complete. Open hollow corner bracket, caret. When I reached the door, I suddenly stopped. After taking back the soul fragments, with the original body, die immediately. Yes, close hollow corner bracket. Not to mention whether there is a risk of losing the vest when taking back the soul fragments in front of Ling Hongyuan and Chin Che. Judging from the way they looked after Chen Yuji, if Chen Yuji died in front of them again, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to escape death either. So I still have to think of a way. However, just now I was wondering why Chen Yuji's eyes were filled with a sense of belonging to me, as if he wanted to return to his mother's haven. Open hollow corner bracket, filled circle, filled circle. After waiting in the hall for a while, Qi Wanshan appeared at the door. Then he dismissed the servants, and soon he and I were the only ones left in the hall. Qi Wan smiled very meaningfully, and he wanted me to speak first. I didn't want to waste time with him, so I said, now Seshi Chen is awake, will the marriage between the 2 countries be cancelled? Qi Wan raised her eyebrows deeply and shook her head. No cancellation. Why are they still holding on to me? Qi Wanshan, you really don't want to marry the Emperor of Nanyang. If you marry him, you will not only be a small county head, but also the mother of Nanyang. No one dares to underestimate you, and you will have all the glory and wealth in the rest of your life. I am very moved by what the prince said, but there is no one behind me to support me, and he has his own beloved. I will eventually be sacrificed in this marriage deal, and I will be a person in name only who cannot let myself be. Mother of the nation, that's not what I want. I looked at Qi Wanshan, and he was a little surprised. Qi Wan was silent for a while and said, although Chen Seshi is special to Emperor Nanyang, as far as the current situation is concerned, Chen Seshi is probably just reflecting on his past. Besides, Emperor Nanyang is not ruthless towards you. Quote. Qi Wanshan. I called his name, but he avoided my eyes, not daring to look directly at me. Let me ask you, has Beiyin fallen to the point where a county lord is needed to marry in order to stabilize the power between the 2 countries? Quote. Of course not. Then why did you push me to Ling Hongyuan? I thought of what he said and asked tentatively, did you see it that night? Qi Wanshan, I saw it. Hi. Qi Wanshan, when I saw him pestering you, I wanted to step forward to help you, but I didn't expect you to stab him directly. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I only saw this scene and didn't hear anything. So the prince also knows that he and I can't get along. Qi Wanshan, if you can't get along with the most noble man in Nanyang, who else can the county master get along with? I looked at him and put my left hand on his neck. Seeing that he didn't resist, I touched his face with my right hand. Isn't there someone else standing? Presumptuous. Why didn't the prince push me away this time? Oh, look what I discovered. Qi Wanshan actually blushed. He stepped back, as if he was angry and hated himself for not being able to live up to his expectations. You are sentimental. Seeing this, I couldn't continue teasing him, so I said seriously, no matter what, I will not marry, and it will prove that my value in Beiyin is far greater than the value of marriage. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry that I am a useless person. Qi Wanshan hasn't recovered yet, you. Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, does Your Majesty know who cured Chen Seshi? Qi Wanshan seemed really angry with me, his face was red, but he still held back his breath and pretended to be serious. Don't you know who they came to Beiyin to find? I wondered, why should I know? Qi Wanshan, they found all the world-famous doctors for Seshi Chen. Who do you think has the most superb medical skills in Beiyin? An idea flashed through me, Master National Preceptor. Qi Wanshan said nothing. Thinking back to the time when Jiang Yuchen went out early and came back late, and sometimes took a medicine box with him when going out, I wondered which family he went to treat with his compassionate heart. He hurriedly said goodbye to Qi Wanshan, prepared to go back home to ask Jiang Yuchen why he did this. He and the two people from Nanyang had no interaction before, so why did he get involved in this matter this time? Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 148, Fainting from Pain. I met Ling Hongyuan, Qin Che and his entourage at the gate of the palace. I don't know if there was a connection between them. Chen Yuji suddenly looked over to me. Out of that inexplicable sense of familiarity, I smiled at her. She reacted and looked at me with a smile. Although this scene is a bit confusing for me, I can accept it now, and I won't feel weird if I treat it as my own eldest son. Ling Hongyuan beside her looked back and forth between the two of us. I walked forward quickly, not wanting him to see any clues. Arji, don't leave. I paused and saw Chen Yuji behind me, who seemed to be walking towards me, but was stopped by Qin Che. My dear, don't panic, I will find a time to bring you back. Then I turned around and got on the carriage of the Imperial Master's mansion. When I returned to my house, I couldn't wait to find Jiang Yuchen. Good guy, my servant said he hasn't come back yet, not even Yun's, so I sat in the courtyard, hugging the civet flower, waiting for Jiang Yuchen to come back. I don't know how long it took, but I felt like I was about to fall asleep before Jiang Yuchen came back. I was a little surprised to see me sitting in the courtyard. Jiang Yuchen, are you waiting for me here? It's already dark, and the tea on the table has been heated again and again. I smiled and said, Master National Preceptor has been very tired and busy these days. He was holding the medicine box in his hand. Yun's behind him found that the atmosphere was a bit strange and quietly retreated. Jiang Yuchen, you know. I nodded and said, why did the Imperial Master suddenly intervene in this matter? Jiang Yuchen was silent for a while and then said, as long as I save her, you don't need a marriage. Didn't the Imperial Master realize that Seshi Chen can't be saved at all? Jiang Yuchen, it's exactly what you said. I can only let her last like this for a month. After 1 month, no one can do anything. Then why does the Imperial Master still want to go through this muddy water? Jiang Yuchen thought thoughtfully and said, originally, I just wanted to try to see if I could save him, but Chen Seshi really had only one breath left. A sword pierced his heart before he died, and I don't know what he was holding on to. I told them in the end, I may not even be able to save it, but they insisted on it and promised to grant me a condition after Seshi Chen wakes up. It seems, it hasn't been fulfilled yet. Seeing Jiang Yuchen looking a little aggrieved, I found it a little funny. Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che had so many hidden agendas in their pockets. Jiang Yuchen would definitely be the only one who would suffer the loss when negotiating terms with them. Jiang Yuchen, but I don't regret it. I took a sip of tea and it felt a little cold again. How do you say this, Master Imperial Master? Jiang Yuchen, people always have to recognize the reality. Judging from Chen Seshi's condition, he can still be saved if he is treated in time. But it is obvious that either there was not enough time, or Chen Seshi himself has no idea of survival. Jiang Yuchen, although he avoided the vital point, the sword was very solid. I think he fainted due to too much pain. After talking to Jiang Yuchen, I felt a little dazed, as if the scene of being stabbed to death by Qin Che happened a lifetime ago. In fact, it was only more than half a year ago. My memory is actually a bit fuzzy, and I have almost forgotten the pain that day. I guess it was due to my incomplete soul. Just as he was getting ready to go to bed, there were some strange noises outside the door. When he opened the door, he saw civet flowers again. I picked it up and said, why do you always feel so energetic after sleeping for too long during the day? Suwa stretched out her paws, broke away from my arms, and meowed twice, gesturing for me to follow. The civet flower is very spiritual, and maybe it discovered something, so I followed it out of the house and came to the street. The road I was walking on felt very familiar, as if it was the only way to arrange a residence for Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che. Suwa walked in front, and I don't know where it got the sense of faith, so it walked forward without looking back. After walking for a while, it stopped again and looked ahead. I followed its gaze and suddenly saw a person. To be honest, it's quite scary to suddenly see a person on a deserted street at night. The person walked slowly, as if he was identifying something or looking for direction. Anyway, he didn't look like a normal person walking at all. Taking a closer look, he was indeed not a normal person, but an old acquaintance, Chen Yuji. It's strange, why did she run out? The civet on the ground meowed, as if waiting for me to praise it. I picked it up and walked straight to Chen Yuji. She looked up at me blankly, as if to confirm for a moment. After she recognized who I was, a smile immediately appeared on her face. No one told me that I laughed so hard before that I deserved a beating. She stretched out her hand towards me, as if to hug me, and I immediately took a few steps back. She jumped away and froze on the spot for a few seconds, looking at me with confusion on her face. You can't come back now. Now is not a good time to recycle the fragments. I am waiting for Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che to give up the marriage with Beiyin, or they are ready to marry another person before I recycle them. At present, Chen Yuji is staying with them, no matter out of guilt or for whatever reason, it is impossible to get married in a short time. I don't believe they can stay in Beiyin for a month without leaving. There is only one prime minister in Nanyang, so it is still a bit difficult. The Chen Yuji in front of me didn't know what I was thinking. He looked aggrieved, as if he had been abandoned by me. Hey, don't use my previous face to make expressions that don't fit my personality. It's really weird. Poor Chen Yuji couldn't speak or shed tears, which was a bit funny. I just watched it carefully for a while, and I have to say that the image is really good. Look at this mother's beautiful skin. If she couldn't touch it, I would have to pinch it. When the time is right, Mom will bring you back and make you a popular and spicy food. Lihua, meow. Yes, I will also take you to play with the cute raccoon dog. Chen Yuji's eyes were empty and lifeless, and her left hand had been covering her chest. Only then did I remember that this was where Chin Che stabbed her. While I was still thinking, someone suddenly pulled me away from Chen Yuji and squeezed my shoulder so hard that it hurt. Chin Che, what are you doing? Chin Che stood in front of Chen Yuji with a protective posture. I would also like to ask the county chief, why did you bring RG out so late? I'm really going to get angry. Are people nowadays so confident in taking the blame? Who could be so disdainful of people that he could let a sick and weak person sneak out? The guards who came to Nanyang were nothing more than that. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 149 Arguing Again. Chin Che, the county chief, said that RG came out on his own. His unbelieving expression made me too lazy to argue with him. It was very late tonight and I should go back to bed. I hugged Li Hua and was about to turn around and leave. General Chin will do whatever he thinks. Next time, he must be careful. It's dark and windy at night, so be careful and someone with an intention can take advantage of it. County Lord. Chin Che called me and I stopped. RG, she. Seeing him trying to make a sensational play, I immediately interrupted him. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Finally, I returned to the mansion and closed the door. I began to try hard to recall whether I had let anything slip when I was talking to Chen Yuji. From the moment I saw Chen Yuji, I should have realized that this was a trap, just waiting for me to jump out of it. How could a weak woman with no strength, terminal illness, and low energy appear alone on the street at night? Are those guards in Nanyang really vegetarians? This is obviously someone who did it on purpose. Looking at Chin Che's expression, I'm afraid he is also the one who was kept in the dark, so what is most likely to happen tonight is... It's that dog emperor again. Meow. Li Hua was lying on the table, supporting her symbolically. Tonight, it was thanks to Sawa that something was wrong. Although it was usually very lazy and easygoing, at the critical moment it was it that discovered the secret guard hiding in the dark first. At that time, Li Hua barked at me several times, and then I realized that there seemed to be someone around me. Fortunately, I didn't reveal everything tonight, otherwise all my vests would have fallen off. Ling Hongyuan must have realized something, so he let Chen Yuji go out. Fortunately, I left the Imperial Master's mansion first and could pretend to have met him by chance. Otherwise, if Chen Yuji had walked straight in front of me tonight, I would have been unable to hide his vest. I took out some snacks from the cabinet and gave them to Sawa. I usually wouldn't let him eat a few more bites, but tonight it was really all thanks to Sawa. Meow. I was woken up early the next morning. I couldn't fall asleep after thinking about things for most of the night last night. There were thick dark circles under my eyes that even makeup couldn't cover. Jiang Yuchen has been waiting at the door of my room for a long time. Compared with me, he is simply refreshed. Seeing me like this, I was very confused. What did you do last night to look like this? Are you doing some gadgets again? I waved my hand. I had a nightmare. I dreamed that I fell into a pit and was tricked. What are you going to do today? Why did the Imperial Master bring me with you? Jiang Yuchen, I made an appointment with Emperor Nanyang to meet at Changquan Lake today. I think you have nothing to do at home, so why not go to the pavilion in the heart of the lake for a walk together? I thought about it for a while and agreed. In case Ling Hongyuan finds some new way to test me, it's better to take the initiative and see what he is up to. Huxon Pavilion is a pavilion in the center of Changquan Lake. It is cool in summer and is very suitable for taking a boat to drink light tea with friends, chant poems and play music. Are you asking if it's warm here in winter? What a joke, the lake is frozen. Guess whether it will be warm or not. The boatman rowed a small boat and sent us to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Ling Hongyuan and Chin Che had been waiting here for a long time. They were a little surprised when they saw me coming. Chen Yuji, who was sitting nearby, also saw me, and I immediately gave her a look to stop her. Seeing that my eyes were fierce, she sat down obediently, but her eyes still did not leave me for a moment. There were a lot of people in this pavilion, but they couldn't make up a few words. After greeting each other, Jiang Yuchen began to feel Chen Yuji's pulse, while I sat far away and ate the snacks brought from the Imperial Prefect's mansion. Yun suddenly said, "How come the county magistrate is here to eat mung bean cake? Isn't the peach cake the county magistrate's favorite? The little one bought it specially for the magistrate. Hee hee." His voice was not loud, but the people in the entire pavilion could still hear him, and instantly several eyes came over him. I immediately glared at Yun's. "Brother, you are so kind, please don't say it again next time." Yun's was confused. "County Master, what's wrong with your eyes?" "It's hot in summer, so you should eat more mung beans to relieve the heat. My mouth is too dry after finishing the peach cake, so I won't eat it today. My peach cake, I will pamper you when my sister goes back." Yun's looked like he had expected it, and took a pot of tea from the attendant on the side. "Yun's, the chef of the National Master's office made this fruit tea for the County Master. It is refreshing, sweet and not greasy. The County Master can taste it with confidence." He also added, "It's made of peach meat." I'm so determined. I was drinking fruit tea and smelled an unusual smell in the air. Ling Hongyuan and Chin Che looked straight at me, the teapot in front of me. "Your Majesty, General." Would you like a drink? Ling Hongyuan smiled and said, I love these kinds of fruit snacks the most, so I will thank the county master for the reward on my behalf. No need. I asked Yuns to bring the things too, Chen Yuji, thinking that she would definitely not eat them. As a result, he was slapped in the face the next second. Chen Yuji not only ate, but also ate with gusto, with a smile on his eyes and brows. Chin Che beside him couldn't help but feel better. Gee, is it delicious? Chen Yuji didn't respond, just minding his own food. Why didn't I realize that I looked so stupid when eating? It's strange that people want to send her another plate of snacks. Jiang Yuchen on the side had already taken care of Chen Yuji's health, and was stunned when he saw the scene. Ling Hongyuan asked, Master Imperial Master, how are you doing? Jiang Yuchen, the girl is still the same, but she is willing to eat, which should be a good sign. But, I hope you two don't have too high hopes. Jiang Yuchen finished speaking these words softly, perhaps because he was afraid that Chen Yuji would hear it. Ling Hongyuan chuckled, the Imperial Master's indifference to the world and his decisive words really make me suspicious. Jiang Yuchen listened and said nothing. He has always been cold-tempered, and he has always been too lazy to pay attention to God's praise for being rude to him. But I couldn't bear it anymore, so I said, since your majesty said so, then our Imperial Master does not need to come every day. I think your country must have already found a new home, so you have to say this to our Imperial Master. Your words are rude. Your majesty, please don't forget that by coming here for follow-up consultations every day, we, the Imperial Master, are already condescending. I had already said it politely, but the atmosphere was still tense. Jiang Yuchen, the county master must not be rude. His face was expressionless and he only spoke to me symbolically. I asked him to stand behind me and said, the Imperial Preceptor is of a pure nature and does not like to argue with others. If you have something to say, let me, the county master, say it. Your majesty has told the Imperial Preceptor before that if you save him, as Chen Seshi of your country, I agreed to one condition of the Imperial Preceptor. Now, you can fulfill it. Ling Hongyuan also stood up. He was tall. He stood in front of me and looked down at me. I'm talking about resuscitation, the living kind, not simply waking up. County Lord, look at her now, does she seem alive? Question mark quote. I looked at Chen Yuji, sitting over there eating, his eyes empty, as unconscious as a puppet on strings. Rescue. Jiang Yuchen lied to me. I don't know the deal between you, but she did wake up. Ling Hongyuan, you don't believe me. I frowned and looked at him. Did we get the point wrong? The county master has a deep friendship with the Imperial Master, so I trust him. Ling Hongyuan, the county chief helps relatives but doesn't help, so why are you confronting me now? So your majesty is unwilling to fulfill his promise. I said I wanted to save her. Don't you know, your majesty? The Imperial Preceptor should have made it very clear. It would be a miracle to wake up when the oil is gone and the lamp is dry. She has hurt her heart, and she is lucky to have one breath left. The Imperial Preceptor doesn't want to help. Doesn't your majesty know who stabbed the wound? Doesn't your majesty still know why she doesn't want to wake up? Thinking of what the system said last night, I forgot about the pain of that sword strike because that memory was left in Chen Yuji. She was all alone, with only that memory left. Thinking of this, I became a little emotional. I calmed down for a while and then slowly regained my senses. Every time he faced Ling Hongyuan, he seemed to speak with a musket. After hearing what I said, Ling Hongyuan staggered a few steps. Unexpectedly, sister has changed her tactics and wants to pierce your heart. There was only Ling Hongyuan here, and Chin Che suddenly grabbed me from the side, as if grasping a life-saving straw. You, how did you know? I brushed his hand away, but I didn't expect that he held it so tightly that I couldn't pull it away for a while. Although I am only a small county master, I would like to advise General Chin to show some respect to this county master. Chin Che slowly let go of me and said, how did the county master know? I took a few steps back. Anyone who saves people must first know the severity of the patient's injuries. The state councillor told the county master about Chen Seshi's injury. The county master was also from Nanyang before. His Majesty the General wants to you can't hide anything, and what happened that day has already been widely spread, so you can easily guess it. I continued, I heard that Chen Seshi personally admitted that he leaked the blueprints, and it was basically because of a person he liked. I find it strange that your Majesty and the General are like this. The leak of such secrets should not be based on is Lu Chu going to kill her. Why are you two still trying so hard to save her? At that time, I just wanted to die. If Ling Hongyuan didn't want to take action, I would give him a push. Although my reputation was not very good before my death, at least I achieved my goal. I just didn't expect that I was a confirmed sinner. Ling Hongyuan and Chin Che didn't want to execute me but wanted to help me clear my name. I'm afraid I'm confused. Ling Hongyuan, the county master does not need to know this. If the person has not been saved, my promise will not be fulfilled. Your Majesty really wants to marry this county owner. Ling Hongyuan, I didn't have such a strong idea at first, but later I found that marrying the county owner back and listening to the county owner's weird tricks all day long would be a kind of fun. Holy gold, this guy. I gritted my teeth and looked at Ling Hongyuan, who had a sinister smile on his face and was determined to win. In this case, the Imperial Master will never come again in the future. I turned around and pulled Jiang Yuchen away, not paying attention to the beautiful scenery. When I got back, I sent a message to Qi Wenshan, saying that I was determined not to marry Ling Hongyuan. If he really agrees to marry Nanyang, then Chen Seshi and Beiyin will cease to exist. After sending the letter to Qi Wenshan, put it in a place according to the old method, waiting for him to pick it up by himself. Although I didn't know why the letters were delivered to Qi Wenshan accurately every time, I continued to go back to my house and draw the drawings without thinking about it. If a person wants to be able to negotiate terms with other people, you must show his value to the other person. Previously, the system did not allow me to do things that affected the balance of the world, otherwise I would have to bear the consequences myself. But I just need to improve the existing things, so it won't affect anything, and the system won't block it. It's just that here I was still making things day and night in the Imperial Prefecture, and then they suddenly told me that I was going to court. I put on my court clothes in a daze, wondering if this holiday has passed so quickly. Aren't there 2 days left? As soon as I entered the court, I found that the atmosphere was not quite right. Some ministers greeted me as Lord Chen, while others greeted me as Lord of the County. How? Have you ever played double role-playing? Qi Wanshan arrived belatedly, with a look of exhaustion on his face. The little emperor was not present at the temporary meeting, so he took charge of the affairs of the court. My beloved ministers, why are you so impatient? I'm reporting to you about the marriage between Nanyang and Beiyin. I also start to play. I looked at half of the people in the court kneeling on the ground, and suddenly felt bad. Qi Wanshan, tell me, what's the matter? I heard that the prince rejected the marriage with Nanyang. Qi Wanshan sneered, I king is very well informed. I just finished discussing it with Emperor Nanyang this morning, and I king already knows about it. This is really a big deal, so I don't dare to delay it. I beg your majesty to take back your order. I also ask for your orders. Qi Wanshan said with a dangerous tone in her voice, dear ladies, what are you doing? This marriage with Nanyang has no disadvantages or advantages with Beiyin, your majesty. If the 2 cities belong to Beiyin, then the balance of power between the 2 countries will definitely tip to our side. How can your majesty refuse? The kneeling ministers all agreed with him. For them, marriage was indeed a good thing. Not only could they build a good neighborly relationship with Nanyang, but they could also get 2 cities for free. If you look at it, it's worth it. But it was me who was sacrificed. What will the people of Nanyang think if they know they lost 2 cities because of me? Would you blame Ling Hongyuan for being such a fatuous king? No, they will only blame me for being a demon queen who brought disaster to the country. It was me who confused their monarch's heart and led to the loss of 2 cities. Not only that, if something big happens to Nanyang in the future, I will definitely be the one to take the blame. The moment I, a little Beiyin county lord, got married, I couldn't help myself. This is why I firmly refuse marriage. I'm very selfish, I don't want to spend the rest of my life with you. The prince is not to blame for this matter. This is the intention of the county master. I changed my identity and talked to them. I don't want Qi Wanshan to get into trouble with these ministers because of my affairs. I can't do anything if I owe you a favor. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 150 Li Jiyuan. Why don't you argue with me, the county master? I should be the most qualified to speak about the marriage between the 2 countries. Seeing what I said, the leading minister naturally nodded. The county master said yes. I dare to ask what the county master means. The county chief has said that he will not marry. It must be that I answered too neatly. The minister was stunned and wanted to ask what happened. Then the emperor of Nanyang is not the one I like, so even if the marriage is a marriage, it should be based on mutual consent, right? What's more, if the emperor of Nanyang himself has the person he likes, why should I rush to marry him? The minister said, but that woman seems to have passed away. Master Li, I interrupted him, it is already inappropriate to discuss a woman's lifelong affairs in court. Why do you still want to discuss the life and death of irrelevant people now? Master Li, don't you want to wear this black gauze hat? Mr. Li seemed to be driven into a hurry by me, and he said, it is my negligence, but if the county lord is unwilling to marry, the county lord cannot get the title of county lord in vain. For nothing. I seem to have heard some big joke. Presumptuous. Qi Wanshan, who was watching the show on the side, couldn't sit still when he heard these words. How can the Holy Spirit allow you to say anything? Master Li immediately knelt down, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, and hurriedly begged for mercy, but it was obvious that he had not forgotten his mission today. Your Majesty, those are 2 cities. I said, I remember that Mr. Li's family seems to have a girl who is about to have haircuts. Mr. Li is so considerate of the country, it would be better to do this. The Emperor of Nanyang only wanted to marry the county chief of Beiyin, but he did not specify who she was. I will give my name as the county lord to my daughter. I placed the county lord's token in front of him. His eyes widened. I just wanted him to retreat. No father in the world would easily hand over his daughter like this. But it's clear that he does. The minister takes orders. I looked at him. He had many wrinkles on his face, but his eyes were firm, perhaps showing reluctance or something else, and his eyes were red. I turned around and bowed deeply to Qi Wan. From now on, only Chen Anping, the strategist of Chen, is left in Beiyin. I didn't want to see Qi Wanshan's expression. I was afraid of seeing my selfish self in his eyes. He didn't say much, just kept silent for a while, then asked people to retreat, and finally left me alone. I thought he would say that I had done this, but he just said, what happened today will make you the target of public criticism. Qi Wanshan was dressed very simply today, not so fancy, but he still wore a string of silver jewelry. I was fascinated by what he said. When I heard what he said, I looked up at him and saw a trace of distress in his eyes. He transferred his position as county head directly to others in the court, just so that he could push away the marriage, and casually threw the ball to others. He also knew how excited it would be once word spread about this. I know it, but I don't regret it. There was a trace of doubt on Qi Wanshan's face. Are you so unwilling to marry him? Yes. Not to mention how easy it would be to lose your vest after getting married to Ling Hongyuan day and night. Even with Ling Hongyuan's character of killing people at every turn, I don't want to marry him. Like I said before, if it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't have contacted someone like him. Besides, I haven't finished my work in Beiyin yet, so giving up halfway is not my style. Qi Wanshan was very quiet today. Perhaps he was too tired these past few days and he didn't have the mind to care about it, but the daughter of Mr. Li's family may not necessarily be willing to marry far away. I know. Qi Wanshan did not formally issue a decree to give her the title of County Lord, in order to allow room for maneuver in this matter. Mr. Li's daughter does not want to marry, so naturally the title of County Lord will return to me. Why don't you want to? I'll marry you. The first thing I asked, she responded immediately. Mr. Li's daughter Li Jiyun is about to reach the age of hairpins. She looks very delicate and can play the piano and dance. Because of Mr. Li, she has eaten a lot of poems and books since she was a child. She is playful and gentle, and every move she makes is polite. After having a deep chat with Qi Wan, I felt really sorry and went to visit Li Mansion. Mr. Li still had the same serious expression, but when he saw it was me, he still welcomed me in. Mr. Li and I had nothing to talk about, so I told him that I wanted to talk to Qin Yuan. He agreed. I just walked outside the door and smelled a hint of tea. Li Jiyun had already known from the maid that I was coming to see her, so she made tea early and waited for me. The tea is delicious and Li Jiyun is very welcoming. After retreating from the screen, she seemed to have liberated herself instantly, with light in her eyes. Why don't you want to? I'll marry you. I was almost frightened. Ms. Li, how do you say this? Li Jiyun could no longer hide the joy in her eyes. She smiled and said, that day to greet the envoy was one of the few days I could leave the house. I was standing on the second floor, and there were many people below, but I could see the county at a glance. My lord, the county lord is dressed in purple, but I don't know how many people have been attracted by his beauty. Off topic. Li Jiyun, I was still thinking that it was such a beautiful day and there were so many people that I couldn't have a good stroll. In the blink of an eye, I saw the legendary emperor of Nanyang. He ascended the throne at a young age and was vigorous and resolute. This is what Dad said about him, but I just know that Mo Shangren is like jade, so I'm afraid that's the case. I was drinking tea calmly. Li Jiyun, I knew that I was not qualified to stand by his side. When my father told me to take over the title of county lord and marry him to Nanyang, I was not only surprised, but also happy. I blinked. Miss Li, don't you know that Emperor Nanyang is cruel and murderous? I know. She poured me another cup of tea, but if I can exchange my marriage for 2 cities, I think this life will be worth it. I was silent. This level of thinking is beyond my reach. Li Jiyun's eyes were bright. Although being with you is like being with a tiger, I also believe that love will last for a long time. It's his business how he treats me, and it's my business if I give him a sincere heart. Maybe one day he will be impressed. I hesitated to speak. Ms. Li, don't you think it would be selfish of me to do this? Li Jiyun, I don't think the county lord must decide his own lifelong affairs. It's my father who forced the county lord to this point. What's more, I'm very happy, and the county lord doesn't have to worry too much. I am no longer the county boss. Li Jiyun, the lord of the county is still the lord of the county before his majesty gives the decree. Lord of the county, drink your tea quickly, otherwise the tea will not taste good when it gets cold. It must be said that Li Jiyun was very good at making tea. He also asked his servants to bring some snacks and chatted with her for a long time before leaving. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 151 Getting Married. This was like a huge burden being lifted off my shoulders, and my shoulders became much more relaxed. When he returned to his house, he was startled by Yun Zhe, county lord. You. Do you want to ask about the court today? Yun's, yes, county lord, what's going on? Why did it happen suddenly? It makes us worried. I said, the current head of the county is Miss Li, don't call her by the wrong name. Yun's, this. Call me Mr. Chen. Yun's, oh my lord Chen, what's going on? Master is worried. There are rumors outside that you escaped from the battle or something. Don't take it to heart after hearing this. I did hear a lot of people talking about it on the way back, but I didn't think anything of it. On the contrary, the system informed me that my popularity had increased. It's nothing. It's just that the marriage has nothing to do with me now. By the way, please send my county chief's clothes back to the palace. I won't need them in the future. After hearing this, Yun saw that I was indeed fine, so he did as I asked. Jiang Yuchen didn't say anything when he saw me, but he seemed to be in a good mood. Did something good happen to your majesty the imperial master? Jiang Yuchen brought me some food and said, nothing, please go out less these days. After a while, there won't be so much talk outside. Naturally, I am not a glass-hearted person, but I still responded. I had already taken a leave of absence from Qi Wanshan, so why not take advantage of this time to do something? But on the second day, when Li Jiyun was given the title of county lord, Ling Hongyuan made a fuss. The envoys in Nanyang also knew that they had been tricked, and they were unwilling to marry. I heard that Ling Hongyuan entered the palace angrily early in the morning, with a very ugly look on his face. When he left the palace, his expression still didn't soften. It seemed that the conversation had broken down. At noon that day, Ling Hongyuan announced his refusal to marry Beiyin. I paused while picking up the vegetables and asked Yun's, then he is going to embarrass the county master Jiyun. Yun's shook his head, we have not, there is no news from the county master. After thinking about it, I decided to leave it at that. I relaxed and continued eating. After Jiang Yuchen finished eating, he sat aside and said, then Emperor Nanyang probably won't give up like this. I don't care. After resigning as the county leader, I can no longer be forced to do anything. Peace of mind. The project of my new project is a bit big. To be honest, I haven't practiced it yet, and I don't know what the drawing looks like. Let's call it version 1.0 for now. After it is perfected, I will hand it over to Qi Wanshan and let him try it out. If I find it wrong, I will make changes. It's just that I have been quiet in my house for a few days, and Yun suddenly said that Beiyin was going to have a big event. I looked up from the pile of waste papers and asked, what happy event? Money fell from the sky. Yun's, the Emperor of Nanyang is going to hold a wedding ceremony in Beiyin. I can read the words, but why can't I understand them when they're connected together? After living a long time, I can actually see the Emperor of Nanyang getting married in Beiyin. I lowered my head and drew a stroke on the paper. Who is he getting married to? Jiyuan County Lord. Yun smiled and said, it's not the head of Jiyuan County, but the marriage with Chen Seshi from Nanyang. Zila, this picture is also useless. I couldn't believe my ears. Who is who? Getting married. Yun said that although the marriage between Nanyang and Beiyin could not happen, after Ling Hongyuan and Qi Wanshan discussed it together, they were willing to hold a big happy event in Beiyin to highlight the friendly relations between the two countries. And this great joyful event was witnessed by the ministers and people of the two countries. It could not only pay homage to heaven and earth, but also inform the world. Even the witness was a respected national master from Beiyin. I took it. Yuns also said that although the gift Nanyang gave this time was not as good as the original two cities, it was still very valuable. Everyone in the Beiyin court had no objections this time. The so-called good time, place and people were just the east wind. Me, when will the wedding take place? Yuns, 2 days later. With no interest in drawing any more, I sat helplessly in the courtyard. It looked like I was asleep, but in fact I had been gone for a while. Every day, Ling Hongyuan made some mistakes. There are still 2 days left for me to think about how to ruin this marriage. I thought it would be better to just get married. Anyway, I am not Chen Yuji, but Yun said that after the marriage, the Nanyang envoy would return to Nanyang. I feel uncomfortable. My great son is still waiting for me. When they return to Nanyang, won't it be harder for me to get in touch with Chen Yuji? Therefore, the matter of recovering the fragments must be completed in these 2 days. No matter for the sake of my dear boy's innocence or my integrity, I have to give it a try. But there is another happy event in Beiyin. Song Shi is back. She had wiped out all the bandits in Yuanshu City, so she came back to resume her duties in the past 2 days. The most exciting thing is that she also brought a man with a good face and a tall figure back to the capital. I heard from the servants that the man was riding a horse beside the eldest princess. The two were chatting happily, talking and laughing. I am afraid that the happy event is not far away. For this reason, I specially went to the palace to visit Qi Wanshan, hoping to see how he was hurt by love. However, Qi Wanshan's face was expressionless, and she just wondered why I entered the palace. I said seriously, I heard that the eldest princess was back, so I came here specially. Qi Wanshan was still in no mood. The eldest princess is accompanying the Holy Master now, so I'm afraid she won't be able to see the guests. I was thinking about how to answer the call. He suddenly changed his voice and said with a smile on his face, however, if Mr. Chen wants to see the eldest princess, shouldn't the greeting invitation be sent to the eldest princess's mansion? Why are you here in the palace? It is more difficult for you to enter the palace now than before. Too much. Actually, I mainly want to ask the prince whether I can be of use on Emperor Nanyang's happy day. Qi Wanshan, that's not true. I'm just confused. Mr. Chen was so resistant to Nanyang before, why is he so concerned about it now? I saw him walking towards me, getting closer and closer. I just said that I may have been out of my mind recently. I didn't want to stay in the imperial palace, so I came to the palace to see some joke. Minister. Qi Wanshan, Master Chen would like to ask about the man the eldest princess brought back. Qi Wanshan, Master Chen, you still want to see Gu being hurt by love? It's getting late today, I'll take my leave now. Qi Wanshan laughed out loud when she saw me like this. I didn't know Master Chen was so childish. I corrected him, this is called childlike innocence. Qi Wanshan, okay, but Mr. Chen should not make such a poor excuse next time. I can see that Mr. Chen will not lie at all. Thank you, just take it as your compliment for my honesty. Qi Wanshan, if Mr. Chen wants to ask anything in the future, just say so. I will tell you everything I can. I froze. Damn it, this man got it. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 152. What a fuss. Suddenly, I felt a palpitation, and for some reason I started to feel pain near my heart. I fell to the ground feebly, which seemed to be a side effect of the return of my soul. Things that I had forgotten before are now really coming back to me. After taking it, it really hurt. I was so hurt that I lost all my strength. I covered my heart and felt like I was dead again. My brain can no longer think. I am just thinking about why I don't prepare some painkillers when I prepare medicine. The pain here is excruciating. I want to leave this place but I can't move a bit. After a while, I fainted from the pain, my vision went dark, and I lost any consciousness. It seemed like I was experiencing what happened that day in Nanyang again, and I also brought with me some memories that didn't belong to me, being treated by others, being called weird, being scared, being fed dark soup, and being locked up. In a room with no one but yourself. I woke up with a start. When I opened my eyes, I saw a bright red color. It took me a while to realize that I was in a large sedan chair. I shouldn't have been unconscious for long. Why did I suddenly want to get married? I was confused for a while before I realized what was happening. Was Ling Hongyuan using me as a substitute bride? The wedding dress I was wearing was very thick, as if someone had put it on me. The clothes I wore before were still on me, and the drugs and the like had not been taken away. Is Ling Hongyuan so crazy about marrying a wife? The head is very heavy, obviously wearing many hair crowns and a bright red hijab. I was sitting in the big sedan chair doubting life. I had no time to worry about Ling Hongyuan's brain. Now I was thinking about how to escape from here. He quietly glanced outside, and immediately lowered the car curtain. Good guy, there were so many people on the road that there was no way to escape. He should have almost reached the palace gate, and there was no way he could escape. Not to mention how shocked the whole audience would be if I ran out and lifted my hijab. Let's just say that I can't escape death anyway. In the end, he might even be charged with posing as a bride, murdering the bride of your emperor, disrupting order, disturbing the friendly relations between the two countries, etc. After thinking about it, I decided to wait a little longer. At least I couldn't be impulsive now. Just as I was lost in thought, the sedan suddenly stopped. Someone opened the curtain of the sedan, and a hand with clear joints appeared under the hijab. Yuji, hold me. Are we going to start worshipping now? Before I could react, Ling Hongyuan directly pulled me out of the sedan chair. I was led by him, stumbling along the way, and if I wasn't paying attention, I accidentally leaned on Ling Hongyuan. I heard him chuckle lowly. He did it on purpose. Is he in such a good mood? Doesn't he know that the bride has already changed someone? Before I thought about it, I suddenly felt a gust of wind. With a flash of inspiration, I raised my head higher and let the wind blow away the hijab. Although the wind was light, it was enough for people outside to see half of my face. Unfortunately, all the maids in the palace lowered their heads. Fortunately, Li Jiyun and I looked at each other. Coming to the palace today is a process. All the famous people in Beiyun are here. As the county head, Li Jiyun naturally wants to come to congratulate him. Out of curiosity about the bride, she wanted to take a look, and happened to make eye contact with me. This shocked Li Jiyun. I made a mouth gesture, help me. The next moment there was no wind, and the hijab fell back to its original position. I can only rely on Li Jiyun to help me. I heard the voices of Qi Wanshan and Song Shi. They were talking to Ling Hongyuan. Everyone was in a good mood today. After all, it was a rare happy event. I felt someone walking towards me, and the next moment I was snatched back by someone. I couldn't see clearly what was in front of me and was so frightened that I was stunned. Ling Hongyuan, what is the county master doing? Li Jiyun, Your Majesty, there is no need to be so nervous. I just want to talk to the bride. Ling Hongyuan, I declined on behalf of my wife. If you have any questions, just tell me. After he finished speaking, the hand on my waist became harder. After chatting like this for a while, I returned to the big sedan chair. I have to say that Ling Hongyuan was really careful. Along the way I looked for opportunities to escape, but to no avail. From the conversation between Ling Hongyuan and others, I learned that I would have to return to the envoy's residence tonight and would start my journey back to Nanyang tomorrow. But tonight, Ling Hongyuan wants to have a bridal chamber. I pinched the drug in my sleeve and planned my escape tonight. There was a bell ringing outside, and I remembered that I had brought the bell, but now, it was gone. Was it taken away, or lost it? I clearly remember that the bell was still on me before I passed out last night. Why is it missing now? Ling Hongyuan, you left the medicine for me, but you took away the bell. What do you mean? The big sedan stopped again. Ling Hongyuan took my hand and returned to the original residence. I was nervous and my palms were sweating. Ling Hongyuan seemed to feel my discomfort. He lowered his head and asked me, don't be afraid of Yuji, it's just the bridal chamber. There was a smile in his voice, and even with his red hijab on his face, I could feel that he was in a really good mood today. As I was walking, I suddenly heard the sound of swords. Maybe it was a physiological reaction, and I started to have heart palpitations again. There was a sword wind whistling beside me, and I heard the sound of swords clashing. Qin Che, what are you doing? It's Qin Che. What do I do? Isn't this what I asked your majesty? Ling Hongyuan, do you want to kill the king? Qin Che, I don't want to at all, but I don't want to see Arji marry someone else. The sound of swords sounded again, and no one around him dared to stop him, for fear that someone would be accidentally injured if he didn't pay attention. I would rather they start fighting, the more intense the better, so that it would be easier for me to escape in the chaos. After fighting for a while, Ling Hongyuan suddenly said, I'm afraid you forgot how you stabbed Yuji with a sword. The sound of fighting slowly stopped, and I couldn't see the fighting due to the red hijab. Just listen to Ling Hongyuan say, you have no qualifications to stand beside UAG from then on, let alone look so crazy now. If UAG sees it, what do you think she will think? Afraid, fear, run away. Qin Che, calm down your temper and I will treat what happened tonight as if nothing happened. Qin Che didn't make a sound, there was only the sound of the sword falling to the ground. Ling Hongyuan grabbed me again and prepared to take me away. But my long sleeve was pulled by someone and I couldn't move. Qin Che, gee, won't be afraid of me. Ling Hongyuan wanted to pull his hand away, but I stopped him. Your Majesty, I have something to say, please step aside. Ling Hongyuan was stunned for a moment, but he still did as I said. However, he stayed where he was. If something like this suddenly happened on the big day, he probably didn't have a good temper. I lifted the hijab and could finally see everything in front of me clearly. Qin Che was standing next to me, tugging on my sleeve, and was a little stunned when he saw it was me. I smiled and said, long time no see, General Qin. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 153 Big Colander 1. Qin Che froze on the spot, as if he didn't react for a moment. Ling Hongyuan pulled me to my side and said angrily, you can't lift this red hijab. Is your majesty confused? Why did you recognize the wrong person again? I am not the person your majesty married. Does it matter whether the red hijab is lifted or not? Ling Hongyuan was in a really good mood today. Even though I was so rude, he still said to me patiently, Madam, please don't act too hot. We have a bridal chamber today, so don't let others disturb your interest. He stretched out his hand toward me, and I stepped back. Your majesty, please respect yourself. Ling Hongyuan's hand stopped in midair. Even though I was like this, he still had a good mood on his face, as if he was not affected at all. He was indeed more patient than before. I was about to speak, but Qin Che stopped me. Arji. Seeing that I didn't answer, Qin Che looked at Ling Hongyuan, eager for an answer. She is Arji, right? Ling Hongyuan said calmly, yes. I'm not. Ling Hongyuan laughed softly again. Stop pretending, UAG. Has no one told you yet? The last thing you know how to do is lie. I looked at Ling Hongyuan, who was smiling wantonly in front of me, and then at Qin Che behind me, who was eager to get the truth. I sighed. I really didn't want to cover this vest anymore. How did you know? I gave up. I didn't want to hide it anymore. From the moment my original body disappeared, I was destined to reveal my identity and one day be judged by 2 people. I just didn't expect this day to come so quickly. If it hadn't been for sudden heart palpitations that led to coma last night, I might have been able to hide it for a few days. At least I wouldn't have been so hasty and let myself face 2 people alone. Qin Che's eyes lit up and he just stared at me, wanting to touch but not daring to touch me, as if I would disappear in the next second. RG. I couldn't help but feel a little funny. Is this the only thing you can say? Qin Che, I'm excited. I'm afraid it's not true. General Qin was not like this when he wanted to kiss before. Qin Che's face immediately turned red. Unexpectedly, after half a year, his face had become thinner. Dear. Ling Hongyuan's good mood today was solidified on his face. I didn't know that my wife was so close to another man. I smiled and said, Your Majesty, there are many things you don't know. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Hongyuan didn't have the slightest smile on his face. He pulled me and walked straight in. I was startled by his sudden movement. What are you doing, Your Majesty? Ling Hongyuan, Madam, have you forgotten? Today is a happy day for my wife and me, and there is still one most important thing that I haven't done yet. I can't bear to see my wife being so intimate with others. Who is your wife? Let go. The room was getting closer and closer, and I was still being dragged forward by him, so I couldn't help but feel a little panicked. The moment I entered the door, I was pulled by Qin Che. Ling Hongyuan, my good general, have you forgotten what I just said? Qin Che, she doesn't want to. Ling Hongyuan, what I'm talking about is the imperial edict. Qin Che, does your majesty want to be like me? The 2 were silent. The strength on my hand felt a little lighter, so I quickly pulled my hand out and rubbed it. Seeing that they were about to fight, I intervened. Can we have a good chat? It's not a gentleman to touch him. As long as there are no quarrels or fights, everything will be fine. I better take Qin Che's side first and want to talk to him alone. Ling Hongyuan didn't stop us, he just stood not far away and looked at us with a cold face and a very bad mood. Should I sigh that the psychological quality of these 2 people is indeed strong enough, and they don't even have to distinguish whether I am a human or a ghost? Shouldn't a normal person leave this place immediately when encountering such a situation and bring a few ghost exorcists to ward off evil spirits? Sure enough, these 2 are not normal people. After thinking for a while, I said carefully, General, if you have anything to ask, just ask. Qin Che asked, are you really RG? I smiled and said, the general should have doubted me for a long time. Qin Che said nothing. Let me guess, that time in Yuankicheng, the general began to doubt me. That time in Yuankicheng, his expression was very wrong. During these days in Beiyang, his words were full of temptation, and he must have already had doubts. But I still want to make sure, after all, I have always been very confident in my acting skills. Qin Che, I was suspicious when I first met you in Nanyang. Me. Withdraw what I just said, thank you. Qin Che, RG is still the same as before. He likes to fold flower branches and lift the car curtains to peek outside. Even his tone has not changed. Even if I can't see the face, I know that it is RG. What's more, my aunt also does the same. I told you that a girl had already been here, and I was sure at that time that it must be you. I was careless and forgot about this. Then why did you let me go? Qin Che's eyes suddenly became very sad. I don't believe you are dead. You must still be alive in the general's mansion. I didn't stab you with the sword, and you wouldn't see it was me and hide from me. How I wish none of this had happened. Thinking of that sword, my chest ached. I couldn't see him being like this. He was so cautious. He was not as majestic and energetic as the first time I saw him. Harsh, this is the last time I call you Arche. You once saved me and took me to eat and drink well. You were so good to me, and I lied to you so many things, even. In short, that sword was cancelled out like this. No one of us owes anything to anyone, and you don't have to be sad. I am reborn now, very happy. There was a lot of information tonight, but Qin Che still didn't react. He was stunned, with tears hanging on his face, which looked funny. That's it, I don't want to say anything more. It's useless to say more. Let him think for himself. Qin Che's voice came from behind me, deep, as if crying, how could you say it so lightly? I couldn't bear to look at him and left here quickly, knowing that a few words couldn't solve the problem. I remembered that I wrote a letter to him before I escaped. The general meaning was don't worry about him. I will live well. I am still so persistent now. Qin Che himself certainly couldn't figure out whether he was so persistent because of his so-called love or because of his inner guilt. Just like me, I can obviously be decisive and decisive, but in fact I am still so pretentious. It is said that everyone is well, and it is easy to get together and part ways. Obviously it was me who was deceiving others, and it was myself who deceived my feelings. In the end, it was me who said, we don't owe anyone anything. I had to say all the good things by myself. I really want to point to my nose and say, Chen Ping, you should become mute. But Qin Che and I will definitely never go back to the past. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 154 Big Colander 2. Ling Hongyuan saw me coming over. Are you done talking? I forgot there was another person here. I nodded. Ling Hongyuan began to smile again and said, then we can do what we haven't done yet. I took half a step back, and my sixth sense told me that he was in danger. Your Majesty already knows that you have married the wrong person. Why are you still holding on to me? Ling Hongyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. I have always known that he is not as easy to talk to as Qin Che. He always does whatever he wants. Now he said with an undoubted tone, did you marry the wrong one? I married Chen Yuji from Nanyang. Didn't Yuji admit it just now? Now you want to tell me that you are the one who lied to me. You are not her at all and need to be treated by me. Are you guilty of deceiving the emperor? I opened my mouth and couldn't speak. Ling Hongyuan continued, in other words, UAG also wants to do the same thing as before, and we can offset each other. No one owes anyone anything. We can separate here and be safe. It is not a gentleman to eavesdrop on other people's speech. Ling Hongyuan saw that I was a little scared, so he slowed down his tone and said very gently, Madam, after tonight, I will listen to you in everything. I am all ears to whatever you want to say, and I will give you whatever you want. Your Majesty, I think we need to have a talk. Ling Hongyuan quickly picked me up and walked into the house. We can't talk. After entering the room, he closed the door, walked to the bed, and put me on the bed. I immediately shrank back. Ling Hongyuan suddenly came closer, and the big red robes on the two of us overlapped, which was very eye-catching. I didn't dare to speak or move. The next moment Ling Hongyuan's voice sounded in my ears. UAG is so timid. You were not like this in Nanyang before. Thinking of how fearless I was before, I really wanted to cry. Your Majesty, I have offended you so much when I contradicted you. Before he finished speaking, I saw him reaching out his hand, and I was so frightened by him that I stepped back. Do not move. Ling Hongyuan reached out and took off the hair crown from my head, and my head felt much lighter instantly. It also left me a little confused. Ling Hongyuan looked at me and smiled. Is UG expecting something? No, I quickly denied it, but it seemed that I was trying to hide it. Ling Hongyuan had been laughing, and now he was leaning on the side of the bed and looking at me quietly, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. I seemed to have no intention of asking, when did your Majesty find out that it was mine? Ling Hongyuan, Baiyun's enthusiastic man, UAG, do you still remember him? Hi. Ling Hongyuan, the handwriting hasn't changed, and the painting skills are still so bad that it's hard not to guess. I've secretly sent someone to check you out a long time ago. Seeing that you are very happy with your performance, I thought I'd let you play until you've had enough. Now, I will take you back. Seeing him acting like a cat, he easily exposed the cover I had been hiding for the past few months, making me look like a clown, happily rushing to deliver clues to others. I was defeated inside. Ling Hongyuan continued, however, Yuji handed us the drawing of Baiyun's shrinking blade like this. In Yuji's heart, there is also a trace of guilt that makes you unable to let go. But if you can't let go, why don't you go back? The Prime Minister is very worried. I miss you, the princess misses you too, even the people in the craftsmanship department miss you. UAG is also cruel, abandoning everyone so easily. He hugged me suddenly, which caught me off guard. Ling Hongyuan, don't move, just stay close for a while. My hand stopped in midair, neither pushing nor pushing. The Ling Hongyuan I know should not be like this. When the sword rises and falls, the head falls to the ground. This is his style. After a while, he let go of me and started to help me take off my clothes. I immediately stepped back, but there was no way to retreat. No, it was sensational just now. Why has the painting style suddenly changed? Ling Hongyuan, why are you nervous? I just took off my robe so I could sleep. I can just do it myself. I took off the heavy red robe on my own, revealing the cloth I wore yesterday. Ling Hongyuan said disgustedly, is this what the Imperial Preceptor's office only lets you wear? Quote. These are my servant's clothes. I borrowed them from the maid. Ling Hongyuan didn't pay attention to this trivial matter and just asked me to put on my clothes and lie down. After covering me with the quilt, he also lay aside and said nothing. I broke the silence and asked, when did your Majesty discover me yesterday? Ling Hongyuan, my servant said that the peach soup messenger was coming, so I rushed over immediately. As soon as I entered the door, I saw you lying alone on the ground. You didn't wake up no matter how I called you. I didn't know you had passed out until I called the doctor. It's no big deal. Your Majesty, won't you ask what's going on? Ling Hongyuan, although I don't know why you appear here in a different appearance, it's good to be alive. There was silence in the room. After a while, Ling Hongyuan seemed to have fallen asleep. I tentatively called out, Your Majesty. Ling Hongyuan, what's the matter? Prime Minister, are you okay? Ling Hongyuan's tone was very soft, maybe because he was too tired. She is fine, but I miss you very much. Where is the princess? Ling Hongyuan, the princess and Mr. Yu are also very nice. They're already engaged and will be getting married next spring. They miss you too. Get engaged. The person Yu Wanyi said he was interested in turned out to be the princess. My mind was put away. Ling Hongyuan suddenly said, where's me? UAG asked these people, why don't you ask me? I am silent. Ling Hongyuan, forget it, you are very heartless. Go to sleep. You are tired today. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it tomorrow. I looked at the ceiling, knowing that I had to stay here tonight. I sighed, feeling a little sleepy, and slowly closed my eyes. Before falling asleep, he was still blaming himself for being so heartless, just sleeping next to Ling Hongyuan. I woke up with pain, not heartache, but pain all over my body, which was so painful that I couldn't breathe. Only then did I remember that today, before I returned to the Imperial Master's mansion to drink the antidote, Jiang Yuchen's poison may have taken effect. Ling Hongyuan also woke up. He looked at my painful look, a little confused and at a loss. What's going on? Medicine. Take me back to the Imperial Master's mansion to get the medicine. Ling Hongyuan immediately picked me up and walked out of the room. I felt that my body's perception was slowly weakening, and I seemed to hear Yun's voice in the vagueness. You must be hallucinating. How could you meet Yun's on the street at night? I couldn't hold on any longer and my head started to hurt. The poison was so strong that it hurt all over my body. Soon, I fainted from the pain again. I fell into coma twice in 2 days. It was so funny and made me want to cry. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 155 Big Colander 2. Ling Hongyuan saw me coming over. Are you done talking? I forgot there was another person here. I nodded. Ling Hongyuan began to smile again and said, then we can do what we haven't done yet. I took half a step back, and my sixth sense told me that he was in danger. Your Majesty already knows that you have married the wrong person. Why are you still holding on to me? Ling Hongyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. I have always known that he is not as easy to talk to as Qin Che. He always does whatever he wants. Now he said with an undoubted tone, did you marry the wrong one? I married Chen Yuji from Nanyang. Didn't Yuji admit it just now? Now you want to tell me that you are the one who lied to me. You are not her at all and need to be treated by me. Are you guilty of deceiving the emperor? I opened my mouth and couldn't speak. Ling Hongyuan continued, in other words, UAG also wants to do the same thing as before, and we can offset each other. No one owes anyone anything. We can separate here and be safe. It is not a gentleman to eavesdrop on other people's speech. Ling Hongyuan saw that I was a little scared, so he slowed down his tone and said very gently, Madam, after tonight, I will listen to you in everything. I am all ears to whatever you want to say, and I will give you whatever you want. Your Majesty, I think we need to have a talk. Ling Hongyuan quickly picked me up and walked into the house. We can't talk. After entering the room, he closed the door, walked to the bed, and put me on the bed. I immediately shrank back. Ling Hongyuan suddenly came closer, and the big red robes on the two of us overlapped, which was very eye-catching. I didn't dare to speak or move. The next moment Ling Hongyuan's voice sounded in my ears. UAG is so timid. You were not like this in Nanyang before. Thinking of how fearless I was before, I really wanted to cry. Your Majesty, I have offended you so much when I contradicted you. Before he finished speaking, I saw him reaching out his hand, and I was so frightened by him that I stepped back. Do not move. Ling Hongyuan reached out and took off the hair crown from my head, and my head felt much lighter instantly. It also left me a little confused. Ling Hongyuan looked at me and smiled. Is Yuji expecting something? No, I quickly denied it, but it seemed that I was trying to hide it. Ling Hongyuan had been laughing, and now he was leaning on the side of the bed and looking at me quietly, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. I seemed to have no intention of asking, when did your Majesty find out that it was mine? Ling Hongyuan, Baiyun's enthusiastic man, UAG, do you still remember him? Hi. Ling Hongyuan, the handwriting hasn't changed, and the painting skills are still so bad that it's hard not to guess. I've secretly sent someone to check you out a long time ago. Seeing that you are very happy with your performance, I thought I'd let you play until you've had enough. Now, I will take you back. Seeing him acting like a cat, he easily exposed the cover I had been hiding for the past few months, making me look like a clown, happily rushing to deliver clues to others. I was defeated inside. Ling Hongyuan continued, however, Yuji handed us the drawing of Baiyun shrinking blade like this. In Yuji's heart, there is also a trace of guilt that makes you unable to let go. But if you can't let go, why don't you go back? The Prime Minister is very worried. I miss you, the princess misses you too, even the people in the craftsmanship department miss you. UAG is also cruel, abandoning everyone so easily. He hugged me suddenly, which caught me off guard. Ling Hongyuan, don't move, just stay close for a while. My hand stopped in midair, neither pushing nor pushing. The Ling Hongyuan I know should not be like this. When the sword rises and falls, the head falls to the ground. This is his style. After a while, he let go of me and started to help me take off my clothes. I immediately stepped back, but there was no way to retreat. No, it was sensational just now. Why has the painting style suddenly changed? Ling Hongyuan, why are you nervous? I just took off my robe so I could sleep. I can just do it myself. I took off the heavy red robe on my own, revealing the cloth I wore yesterday. Ling Hongyuan said disgustedly, is this what the Imperial Preceptor's office only lets you wear? Quote. These are my servant's clothes. I borrowed them from the maid. Ling Hongyuan didn't pay attention to this trivial matter and just asked me to put on my clothes and lie down. After covering me with the quilt, he also lay aside and said nothing. I broke the silence and asked, when did your Majesty discover me yesterday? Ling Hongyuan, my servant said that the peach soup messenger was coming, so I rushed over immediately. As soon as I entered the door, I saw you lying alone on the ground. You didn't wake up no matter how I called you. I didn't know you had passed out until I called the doctor. It's no big deal. Your Majesty, won't you ask what's going on? Ling Hongyuan, although I don't know why you appear here in a different appearance, it's good to be alive. There was silence in the room. After a while, Ling Hongyuan seemed to have fallen asleep. I tentatively called out, Your Majesty. Ling Hongyuan, what's the matter? Prime Minister, are you okay? Ling Hongyuan's tone was very soft, maybe because he was too tired. She is fine, but I miss you very much. Where's the princess? Ling Hongyuan, the princess and Mr. Yu are also very nice. They're already engaged and will be getting married next spring. They miss you too. Get engaged. The person Yu Wanyi said he was interested in turned out to be the princess. My mind was put away. Ling Hongyuan suddenly said, where's me? UAG asked these people, why don't you ask me? I am silent. Ling Hongyuan, forget it, you are very heartless. Go to sleep. You are tired today. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it tomorrow. I looked at the ceiling, knowing that I had to stay here tonight. I sighed, feeling a little sleepy, and slowly closed my eyes. Before falling asleep, he was still blaming himself for being so heartless, just sleeping next to Ling Hongyuan. I woke up with pain, not heartache, but pain all over my body, which was so painful that I couldn't breathe. Only then did I remember that today, before I returned to the Imperial Master's mansion to drink the antidote, Jiang Yuchen's poison may have taken effect. Ling Hongyuan also woke up. He looked at my painful look, a little confused and at a loss. What's going on? Medicine. Take me back to the Imperial Master's mansion to get the medicine. Ling Hongyuan immediately picked me up and walked out of the room. I felt that my body's perception was slowly weakening, and I seemed to hear Yun's voice in the vagueness. You must be hallucinating. How could you meet Yun's on the street at night? I couldn't hold on any longer and my head started to hurt. The poison was so strong that it hurt all over my body. Soon, I fainted from the pain again. I fell into coma twice in 2 days. It was so funny and made me want to cry. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 156. Save me for the second time. I lay on the bed and tossed and turned. This was undoubtedly a serious blow to my acting skills. Before, I thought that Jiang Yuchen was already a normal person compared to the other 3. Unexpectedly, it turned out that none of the targets assigned by the system were good. Still careless. I don't know how long I lay there. Staying in this room, I felt the time had slowed down a lot, and every minute and second was torture. If I hadn't begged the system to play electronic backgammon for me, I might not have been able to survive it. Hungry. It seems it's dinner time. Just as he was thinking about it, the door opened, and it was Jiang Yuchen again. He put the food in the same place and then cleaned up the food I had knocked over in the morning. Looking at him, I had an indescribable feeling, maybe a trace of guilt, but he poisoned me and imprisoned me. Offset it, no one will owe anyone anything when I get out. Jiang Yuchen brewed up a new antidote for me, and I naturally drank it. No one could suffer the pain for me. But this meal. I won't eat. If you don't let me out, I will go on a hunger strike. The candlelight was also a little dim. From this position, I couldn't see his expression clearly, but I could only hear him sigh softly, as if he was helpless. The next second, he pressed my left arm. It was numb again. Why are you still bullying people? Jiang Yuchen leaned my upper body in his arms, opened my mouth, and fed me spoonful by spoonful, but I could only drink some soup. After all, I couldn't chew. After feeding half a bowl, he let me go and asked, do you want to eat? Or should I feed you? A wise man can bend and stretch. I will eat it myself. Jiang Yuchen let go of me, and I started to use the chopsticks myself. I lost my appetite after eating half a bowl, and one became irritable thinking about how long I would have to stay here. Jiang Yuchen, they're looking for a ping. I looked at him expectantly. Jiang Yuchen, but I said that a ping detoxified himself at the Imperial Prefect's mansion and ran away secretly. No one knows where he went. Jiang Yuchen, then Emperor Nanyang left in a hurry. He must have been sincere to a ping. I didn't want to talk, just lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling. Jiang Yuchen, why doesn't our ping speak? Where has the eloquent our ping gone? Died. Jiang Yuchen didn't want to see me like this, so he stood up and prepared to leave. I stopped him. Jiang Yuchen, you can't lock me down. After hearing this, he left. In fact, what I think is that if I leave here, I will definitely not stay in the Imperial Preceptor's mansion anymore. However, the poison on the body cannot be ignored. Who else can detoxify the poison made by Jiang Yuchen? There was no such poison recorded in the pharmacology book I checked before. I think it was Jiang Yuchen's own invention. I also feel another kind of poison. If I don't cover myself with a quilt, I will feel cold all over. The room was dark, and I couldn't see clearly what was going on my arm, but as long as I pressed it here, my whole body would slowly begin to become paralyzed until I couldn't move. Really ruthless. I stayed in this small dark room like this, for about 3 days. Except for Jiang Yuchen who came to deliver food to me on time, I couldn't see anyone else. I felt like my nerves were a little exhausted, and when I saw Jiang Yuchen, I felt an inexplicable need to rely on him. It must be that he has been in this room for a long time, and there is no living person to see and no one to talk to, so that's it. Fortunately, there is still a system that allows me to chat from time to time, so at least I am still awake. Today, Jiang Yuchen has not arrived yet, and he is already hungry. I don't know whether it is morning or afternoon, and my concept of time is becoming more and more blurry. I seriously suspected that Jiang Yuchen wanted me to be like this. Subtly, I gradually became inseparable from him. But I'm really hungry today. I didn't eat much at all in the last meal, so now I'm so hungry that my stomach is growling. It seems that there are also hallucinations. I heard something. It seemed like it was coming from outside the door. I was overjoyed. Someone came to save me. I was about to lean against the door to listen to what was going on outside. As soon as I lifted the quilt, I felt a chill that penetrated my bones, and I immediately shrank back. I remember it's summer now. Why is it so cold? It must be a poison problem. I wrapped myself in a quilt and shouted for help, hoping the people outside could hear me. In the past few days, I have tried to shout, but no one answered me. No one came even if I shouted dumbly. Now I can only pray in my heart that someone is coming to save me from outside. Maybe God showed his spirit and the door to the room really opened. The light outside shone on the person who came, and with the light behind him, he shouted, "Chen Anping, I'm here to save you." It's Song Shi. She hurriedly came over and helped me put on my shoes. Seeing me wrapped in a quilt, she asked distressedly, "Are you cold?" "Cold, I've been poisoned." Song Shi frowned, and picked me up with the quilt in his arms. "I will take you away from this place of right and wrong." I was a little choked and wanted to say something to express my gratitude, but my stomach growled and broke the sensational atmosphere. "Princess, is there anything to eat?" "Song Shi, on the carriage, that's enough." The light outside was just right, and I couldn't open my eyes. Now it is not night, but broad daylight. Sure enough, being locked up for a long time will create an illusion of time. The place that concerns me is also very familiar. It is the Gashi Temple where I often came to practice music theory. Fortunately, Jiang Yuchen thought of locking me up here. Ordinary people would never imagine that I would be locked up in the Gashi Temple. Now there are many people outside, chattering, but I feel extremely at ease. I haven't heard so many people talking for a long time. I suddenly said with emotion, Princess, this is the second time you have saved me. Song Shi, the second time. But I remember clearly that this was the first time. Chen Seshi is so light. Zhu is the lightest person I have ever hugged. Except for your majesty. I closed my eyes and felt the great sunshine. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, it'll be fine if I remember. Song Shi smiled and said, however, this is indeed the second Seshi Chen that I have rescued. Song Shi's tone was disdainful. She looked particularly bright and flamboyant in the sunshine. There is still no one who can fight. When I got on the carriage, I discovered that there was another person inside, Mr. Lichuan. I nodded to him and he smiled and made room for me. The carriage is very large and can accommodate 3 people. There is also a small square table with several plates of side dishes. Song Shi, eat, I made it specially for fear that you will be hungry. Thank you, princess. After saying that, I hurriedly picked up the food and started eating. In addition to being too hungry, the food outside is indeed more delicious, and I feel a sense of relief inside. But the coolness on my body still reminds me that I need to take medicine today. Song Shi noticed something was wrong with me and spoke first. Mr. Lichuan, can you help check on Mrs. Chen? She seems to be feeling very uncomfortable. Mr. Lichuan is very gentle, but I feel a little sad when I think that people like Jiang Yuchen were like this before. Mr. Lichuan took my pulse, but I can tell that he knew medical skills. He said, the pulse is disordered. He must have been frightened in the past few days. In addition, Mr. Chen still has 2 kinds of poisons that combine with each other, causing Mr. Chen to feel cold all over his body in the summer, which is unbearable. Song Shi slammed the table, scaring me for a moment. I thought that the Imperial Master was a boring person before, but I never thought that he would do such a thing. How did Master Chen provoke him? Why did he treat you like this? He locked you up and poisoned you, so cruelly. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 158 touched. I dare not say anything. Mr. Lichuan said, Mr. Chen is frightened. Let her rest for a while before asking. Or it is better to enter the palace now. The Imperial Preceptor is with the Regent. It will be more troublesome to ask directly. Besides, it is more troublesome for Mr. Chen. I am afraid that only the Imperial Master can detoxify the poison. Song Shi, okay, then go directly to the palace. Detoxification is important. I cast a grateful look. Song Shi smiled and said, there is another person who saved Mr. Chen today and is also a great hero. Who? Song Shi, Jiyuan County Lord. Li Jiyuan. Seeing that nothing happened now, Song Shi came to talk about it. It turned out that on the day of Ling Hongyuan's wedding, Li Jiyuan wanted to go to the Imperial Master's mansion to chat with me. Only then did the servants realize that I had not returned home all night, and Jiang Yuchen immediately sent people out to look for me. Song Shi, Master Chen, I don't know, but the Imperial Master is very anxious. I have never seen him look so scary. I drank hot tea and felt that I was not so cold anymore. Then what? Then Jiang Yuchen found me that night and announced that I had suffered a minor injury outside, but it was nothing serious and I just needed to rest. Who can disbelieve what Jiang Yuchen said? The next day, Ling Hongyuan went to the Imperial Master's mansion and said he wanted to visit me. But Jiang Yuchen told me that I don't know when I left, and I was no longer in the Imperial Master's mansion. When Song Shi said this, he paused again. Did Mr. Chen have a personal relationship with Emperor Nanyang before? I spoke after careful consideration. Not a personal relationship, just a friend with whom we can talk a few words. Song Shi, then when the Emperor of Nanyang heard that you were missing, he hurried to the palace to find the regent. He just asked the regent to send someone to find you. He even delayed his return to Nanyang and threatened to find you. You will go back. This outsider can't help but say that on the first day of Emperor Nanyang's marriage, the bride couldn't care about it, but she took care of other women's affairs, so she must have spit on her. Ling Hongyuan actually didn't tell anyone that I was Chen Yuji, and I was the one who worshipped with him that day. Instead, I kept it secret, went to Qiwanshan, and asked him to send someone to find me. Because this was Beiyan, Nanyang's guards could not move around freely in the city, so they had no choice but to find Qiwanshan. I cursed in my heart. Ling Hongyuan is not too bad. After Qiwanshan learned that I was missing, she was at a loss for a while. After understanding the situation, she hurriedly sent someone to look for me. After Li Jiyuan learned about this, he approached Song Shi and begged her to help search together. Song Shi asked her, why did you come to me? Li Jiyuan said, the eldest princess has a keen eye for people. She must know that Chen Seshi is an excellent person. She has an old relationship with the eldest princess before. The eldest princess will definitely not ignore Chen Seshi's disappearance. Song Shi, Master Imperial Master said she left the house on her own initiative. Li Jiyuan, does the eldest princess believe it? Song Shi was stunned and said, the regent has sent people to look for him. Li Jiyuan, I only believe in Princess Chang. I was really surprised that Li Jiyuan could do this for me, and we had only had a casual chat before. Song Shi leaned back and said with a smile, she did not believe in the wrong person. I can really bring you back. I asked, how did the eldest princess and the county magistrate Jiyuan know that I did not leave on my own but disappeared? Song Shi, the reaction of the Imperial Master is very wrong. He was so anxious when he heard that you didn't come back one night. But at that time, you had been gone for a day, but he was not in a hurry and still found time to go to the Imperial Master. Pray for the people in the temple. It is hard not to make people suspicious. So either the Imperial Preceptor knows your whereabouts, or the Imperial Preceptor said that Master Chen left on his own is false. Later, Li Jiyuan discovered that Jiang Yuchen would bring his own food box when he went to the Gashi temple, and he would go there twice a day, bringing a food box with him both times, which was very regular. This makes people very curious. Wouldn't it be more convenient to eat at the Imperial Preceptor's house and then go to the Imperial Preceptor temple to pray? Why go to the trouble of bringing your own food box? All in all, Jiang Yuchen is very suspicious. So today, Qi Wanshan summoned Jiang Yuchen into the palace, and the eldest princess took advantage of this opportunity to search the Gashi temple. According to law, soldiers are not allowed to inspect or stop at the Gashi temple, but who is Song Shi? She just likes to break the rules and arrogantly leads people into the Gashi temple. A search was fruitless. Until Mr. Lichuan said that he remembered that every Gashi temple would have a cellar in order to better place the tokens of people's prayers. So Song Shi turned around and found someone to lead the way to the cellar, but the master in the temple stopped him and refused to let him go to the cellar. The Gashi temple must have some strong men guarding the temple to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Song Shi naturally defeated them, then entered the cellar and finally found me in a dark room. Song Shi, it's a pity that County Master Zhiyun can't come today, otherwise you would be able to see her today. She has been very anxious these days. I was in a daze, and I realized that I should say thank you, and Ping would like to thank the eldest princess, the county magistrate Zhiyun, and Mr. Lichuan. There is no way to repay a great kindness and kindness. If Ping can find a place for Ping in the future, I will thank you. You must do your best. Knowing that so many people have taken the trouble to find me, I feel indescribably moved inside. Even though the people I raided weren't great, I met a bunch of great people. Mr. Lichuan nodded gently after I thanked him. Song Shi smiled and said, if Mr. Chen really wants to thank you, then make the greenhouse on your drawing. I hope it can be used this winter. I was stunned for a while, and then I remembered that what I wanted to do before was to warm the house. If you can make it, you won't feel the cold in winter, and it will be like spring all year round, very comfortable. I have already drawn many versions and I am still improving. Song Shi saw my doubts and said, when I went to the Imperial Prefect's mansion to check people, the first thing I saw was your room, with scrap paintings piled up here and unfinished drawings. I'd then be more sure that you won't leave on your own. The eldest princess is really wise and ingenious. After I improve the warm house again, I will be the first to serve it to the eldest princess. Song Shi, we agreed, I will be the first to use it. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 159 Bastard. While chatting, they arrived at the gate of the palace. I got out of the car wrapped in a quilt, it was so funny. When the chamberlain saw that it was the eldest princess, she quickly came to salute her. Song Shi, no need to be polite, you go and tell the regent that I have brought Chen Seshi back and he will be there soon. After the waiter attended, he quickly rushed to report the news. Song Shi took me to the nearest palace to freshen up and change into thick clothes. Being locked up for the past 3 days without washing or bathing has been very uncomfortable. Now that I have a bath, I will feel more comfortable. It's just that in the hot summer, I'm wearing thick clothes, which makes me feel a little out of place. When we arrived at the main hall, the people inside had been waiting for a long time. When Qi Wanshan saw me coming, she hurriedly came over and asked, are you injured? I shook my head, not used to him being like this. Qi Wanshan, why are you wearing such thick clothes? Song Shi interrupted him and said, she was poisoned. She was found in the cellar of the Imperial Master's temple. It was a dark room with a big lock on the door. Master Imperial Master, what do you want? Said. Only then did I realize that Jiang Yuchen was also in the palace, silent and watching me quietly from a distance. I looked away, not wanting to look at him. Qi Wanshan asked, Master Imperial Master, what's going on? Didn't you say you don't know anything? Qi Wanshan was a little excited. I held him, but I didn't know if my hand was too cold. He trembled completely and held my hand instead. Song Shi said, if you want to ask questions, the regent can leave it to you later. The most important thing is to detoxify Seshi Chen first. Qi Wanshan, yes, detoxify first. We looked at Jiang Yuchen, but he still didn't speak and was silent. The two bells on his waist are very eye-catching. They're close together and form a parallel lotus. Mr. Lichuan spoke at the right time. Master Chen's poison needs to be fed with medicine every day to ensure that the toxin will not attack. There must still be yesterday's medicine residue in the Imperial Preceptor's house. If the Imperial Preceptor is not willing to tell me, then I'll be brave enough to do it. At the Imperial Preceptor's house, take the medicine residue and check it out, and you will know the medicinal materials needed for the antidote. Jiang Yuchen still didn't speak. Song Shi turned around and wanted to take me away. It seems that the Imperial Preceptor doesn't want to say anything anymore, so that's it. I don't have the patience to waste time here. Today, I will take Chen Seshi out of the Imperial Preceptor's mansion. I guess I can't stay there anymore. No. Jiang Yuchen finally spoke, you can't take her away. He walked towards me slowly. Aping, you said you would stay with me, test medicine for me forever, and feel sorry for me. How could you leave me? I clenched my fists, walked up to him, and looked directly at him. Jiang Yuchen looked at me with bright eyes. I reached out and slapped me with my backhand. Jiang Yuchen. I am grateful that you gave me food and shelter in the winter, and I am grateful for your gentleness and kindness, but you locked me with poison, and you clearly knew that a person was in the dark. How uncomfortable it is, why do you still keep me there? Do you know, I am also very scared, how can I continue to stay with you like this? The chill on my body is getting heavier and heavier. When I see you now, I think of the feeling of being alone there these past few days. I feel sorry for you, but you want to turn me into like you for your own selfish desires. Shameful. Bastard. I wiped away the tears that were about to fall. Let's say goodbye, Jiang Yuchen. It's best for everyone to take a step back. I followed Song Shi, and I was still a little stunned while sitting on the carriage. Song Shi and Mr. Lichuan didn't dare to say anything. I asked, are you scared? Song Shi, that's not true. It's just that Mr. Chen wants to cry, so just cry. It's not embarrassing. I didn't want to cry, I just didn't react. Why? A person who was so gentle before would become like this. He is obviously so good to me and helps me protect me in everything. A person like him shouldn't be like this. I just felt cold all over, but thinking that I had just slapped him, the depression in my heart finally came out. That's it, no more strategies, whoever likes the strategy can come, I just want to live well. Host. Don't say anything, or I'll beat you up too. Open hollow corner bracket, W. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the Imperial Master's mansion. I didn't want to go in for fear of being offended, so only Songshi and Mr. Lichuan went. But they were blocked from entering, and it was Yun's who was guarding the door. I heard the sound of fighting outside, and when I opened the car curtain, I saw that Yun's and Songshi were already fighting. The two are equally matched. This Yun's is also a fool. Without Jiang Yuchen's signal, he will not let outsiders into the house at will, even if he dares to stop the company commander's princess. Afraid of hurting innocent people, I quickly got out of the car and shouted, Yun's, it's me. When Yun's saw it was me, he stopped. Sir, you are back. Let the eldest princess in. Yun's, but I will move out of the Imperial Prefect's mansion today, and no one can stop me. Yun's was stunned. Why did you want to leave suddenly? I don't believe Yun's, you don't know where I am these days. You will always follow. Jiang Yuchen, how could you not know what he is doing? Yun's, Master, he said he was healing your wounds. Healing, do you believe it too? Ask yourself what the truth is. If you stop me today, don't blame me for ignoring our past feelings. Yun's looked at me, lowered his head, sighed, and gave way. I went to my room to tidy up. I didn't bring anything with me when I came. When I left, I only took the drawings with me and nothing else. Sawa was still lying comfortably in the yard. When she saw me, she meowed and stopped moving. Forget it, let it stay here. It has food, drink and shelter, which is better than anywhere else. Mr. Lichuan was making a list of antidotes for me, and he looked a little worried. Yunzhe suddenly appeared and handed me a piece of paper in his hand. Sir, this is the antidote. It can cure the 2 kinds of poisons in your body. If you take it for a few days, you will be cured. I took the order and hesitated to speak. Yunzhe, my lord, I know what my master is doing, but I can't stop him. As my master's personal bodyguard, I must obey unconditionally. This time, I think this is my apology to you. After the master comes back, it will be fine if he punishes the younger one. Because of the years of friendship, the master will not punish the younger one severely. I was a little choked and could only say, thank you. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 160. It's time for a resolution. Songshi took me back to the eldest princess mansion. Originally, I was planning to live in the house that Qi Wanshan had given me previously. But there was nothing inside. Seeing that there was no one around me, Songshi took me directly back to the eldest princess mansion. Songshi asked someone to clean up a room. The room was not big, but it was quiet and comfortable. My hands and feet were still a little cold, so I took out the drawings from my bag and prepared to divert my attention, which might not make me feel so uncomfortable. Mr. Lichuan is brewing an antidote for me. This medicine is complicated and uses many medicinal materials. I am afraid it will take a few hours. The greenhouse I am designing actually comes from Yangwon Town, Nanyang. At that time, there was heavy snow in the winter. Even if the doors and windows were blocked with things, you would still feel the slightest chill. The residents of Yangwon Town would set up a small stove in their house and put some firewood on the small stove. The room would be warmer, but there would be a lot of smoke and dust and they would not be able to stay in the room for too long. I took this inspiration and improved it, and it seems pretty good so far. The structure of the greenhouse became clearer and clearer on the paper, and the chaotic thoughts seemed to become clearer and clearer. Looking at the very familiar handwriting, I was too lazy to change it. This vest had become tattered at some point, so it was better not to cover it up. Put down the pen. Version 2.0 of Hothouse is completed. Looking at the drawings, I am very satisfied. If people start building greenhouses now, we will definitely be able to live in them this winter. At this moment, Songshi knocked on the door. Master Chen, the medicine is ready. I stood up and opened the door and welcomed Songshi in. Before I knew it, it was already evening, and the west was turning red. Songshi held a bowl of dark medicine and placed it on the table. I said, how dare you bother the eldest princess with such a thing? Songshi, it's okay. I wanted to come and talk to you, sir, so I sent you here on the way. She immediately saw the drawings on my desk that were still wet. Sir, did you finish it so quickly? I smiled and said, there is only one tale left unfinished. The eldest princess can take a look at this greenhouse. Songshi looked at it carefully and said, I don't understand this, but the paper painting is exquisite, I think it is not bad. I handed the drawings to Songshi. The eldest princess has chosen a date to start construction. We can live in it this winter. Songshi was very happy. After keeping the drawings properly, he remembered the purpose of looking for me. I would like to ask, sir, what are your plans in the future? I was surprised why she asked this. Songshi said, I have heard from the regent that your excellency is not very willing to be this strategist, and it is inevitable that you will not take it seriously when you take office. Besides, the reaction of the ministers regarding the previous marriage must have made your excellency very uncomfortable. It's hard for the courtiers to treat me as a bargaining chip, it's hard for the courtiers not to recognize me as a female official from the bottom of their hearts, and it's hard for them not to be able to show their full potential due to various constraints in the system. I lowered my eyes and said, the eldest princess has a delicate mind, and it is indeed difficult to hold a high position as a low-ranking official. Songshi, no need to say so. I have noticed Mr. Chen's talent when I was in Yuanshu City. Don't belittle yourself. I have said so much because I just want to ask you, sir, I have a good job here. Sir, are you willing to follow me? After Songshi finished speaking, I was silent for a while, the sound of electricity in my head constantly reminding me of the remaining tasks. Seeing this, Songshi pushed the antidote in front of me. Sir, think slowly, don't be in a hurry, drink the medicine first, it has been several hours, and you must not feel well. I drank the medicine in one gulp. It was very bitter, but my mind was much clearer. This is an olive branch from the new party A. Whether I continue to follow the old path or find a new path depends entirely on my thoughts. Song Shi asked me to think slowly, and after chatting for a while, someone from outside came to report that someone had come to the house. It's so late, who else will come? The visitors were none other than Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che. Song Shi, are these two distinguished guests from Nanyang really just friends as you said? I smiled and said, as the eldest princess knows, there is also a Chen Seshi in Nanyang, but his life is in danger now. From what outsiders say, I look very similar to Chen Seshi. I think these two distinguished guests must have recognized me as that person. Chen Seshi. Except for Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che, I am afraid that no one knows that Chen Yuji has long ceased to exist. It is better to keep such bizarre things a secret. Although I said it very tactfully, Song Shi understood immediately. She told me to hide behind the screen and not have to show my face. Song Shi went to face Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che by himself and asked, "Why did your majesty come to the eldest princess's residence? Could it be that you have discovered how good I am and the old relationship is unforgettable?" Ling Hongyuan ignored what Song Shi said and just said straight to the point, "I'm here to take my wife back." Standing behind the screen, I had goosebumps all over my body. Can Ling Hongyuan stop using the word, madam, in every sentence? Song Shi, the eldest princess's palace does not have the wife that your majesty talks about. Please come back. Ling Hongyuan, the eldest princess brought Chen Kashi out from the imperial master's temple. Who in the city doesn't know about it? The eldest princess should not hide her anymore. Song Shi slapped the desk and said, "Your majesty, please calm down your attitude. This is in Beiyin, not Nanyang. No matter how noble your majesty is, you should not point fingers at me. Yes, I am from the Gashi temple. The Central Military Commission has brought back a Chen strategist, but he is a strategist from Beiyin. What does it have to do with the lady your majesty talks about? Ling Hongyuan, the person I am marrying is Beiyin Chen Kashi. Song Shi, although I was not in the city before, I also know that your majesty proposed to marry the head of Beiyin County, but later he regretted it and married Chen Seshi of Nanyang. Your majesty was too willful and reckless. Ling Hongyuan lost his patience. Eldest princess, are you not going to let her go? Song Shi, the person belongs to me, so why should I let him go? As soon as I finished speaking, I heard the sound of swords clashing. The two men got into a fight. I quietly took a look. Only Ling Hongyuan and Song Shi were taking action, while Qin Che only watched from the side. Ling Hongyuan only had the dagger in his hand, and it was a bit difficult to fight with Song Shi's long sword. What's more, Song Shi has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, so he naturally has an advantage over Ling Hongyuan. Soon, the sword was stained with blood. Ling Hongyuan's arm was slashed with a sword, and Qin Che immediately took action to stop the two of them. Qin Che, your majesty, eldest princess, please stop. Song Shi put away his sword. You two, go back. There is no one you are looking for in the eldest princess's mansion. Ling Hongyuan covered the injury on his arm and looked towards me as if he was sensing something. I immediately retracted my head. Ling Hongyuan, please yourself. Swish. Song Shi, your majesty, if you take another step forward, this sword will pierce more than just your arm. There was silence for a while outside the screen, and then there were some rustling sounds, and then Ling Hongyuan was heard saying, "Please give this letter to the eldest princess. I will leave for Nanyang tomorrow. If she is willing to go back together, then, the carriage will be waiting at the gate of the city at noon tomorrow." After a while, there was no sound outside the screen. Song Shi came over and handed the letter to me. They left. I took the letter, and it said, "Please express your gratitude to me personally." It was quite thick. Song Shi, are you going tomorrow? Although it is common for Nanyang women to become officials in the court, their salaries are too small. Song Shi smiled and said, "Then can you read this letter?" Will not. I put the letter on the candlelight aside, and gradually, the paper burned. I know what's written in it without reading it. Regret, guilt, sadness, unwillingness. No matter what is in it, it should come to an end. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 161 Resignation. At night, I was lying in bed thinking about what Song Shi said. Although she didn't say what it was about, it just attracted me inexplicably. I tapped the system in my head. Drop. Host, please give instructions. Close hollow corner bracket. Can I give up the main strategy objects? Detecting. A burst of electric current passed by, and my ears felt a little numb. It is detected that the host has successfully completed the main mission of Nanyang. After the mission is completed, you can get corresponding rewards. It is detected that all the main missions in Beiyin have not been completed. Does the host need to give up the strategy mission? I looked at the two options, thought about it, and clicked, yes. Drop. The system is calculating. Calculation successful. The Beiyin strategy mission has been given up for the host. Close hollow corner bracket. As soon as the electronic sound fell, I felt a sense of relaxation all over my body, as well as an inexplicable sense of illusion in my heart. This is the end. After the host gives up the strategy mission, it will not be disturbed by the option mode. The host information has been frozen and will no longer be changed. The host can check it by himself. In view of the high degree of completion of the host's mission and the fact that the host has retrieved the soul fragments on its own, as compensation, the system has reduced the difficulty of survival for the host. Close hollow corner bracket. The host can choose whether to continue to stay in this world. I also felt a little unreal that I actually gave up on the strategy mission like this. Looking at the options, I hesitated. Thinking about everything I have experienced here, I cannot pursue perfection, but I must also pay attention to a beginning and an end. I chose, yes. Drop. The host will continue to stay in this world, and the nascent system 2.0 will continue to serve the host. Close hollow corner bracket. When I woke up early the next morning, I was still in a daze, thinking that what happened last night was a dream. But it's real, and I don't need to attack people anymore. I was in a good mood, humming a little tune, and felt the chirping of cicadas outside became sweet. I am New Hulu Anping now, and no one can stop my freedom. After being excited for a moment, my body began to feel cold again. He went to the kitchen silently and asked Mr. Lichuan to make some medicine. Today is the day for the Nanyang envoys to return. They have been delayed for too long. If they don't leave, I feel that Qi Wanshan will start driving people away. Song Shi and I arranged to meet Li Jiwen at the tea house. Afternoon, the gate of the city was bustling, and Nanyang envoys had begun to leave for home one after another. Song Shi, I'm going to see you off this morning. I also want to see Seshi Chen. I drank some tea and asked, why does the eldest princess suddenly want to see her? Song Shi, I heard that she died soon. I didn't have a close relationship with her, but it was considered an acquaintance. A visit was enough to show the feeling of acquaintance. It's just a pity that I didn't see her today. It would be great if the eldest princess has this intention. Speaking of which, Li Jiwen just arrived. It is really difficult to make an appointment with her. Before leaving the house, he needs to report to his parents. Whether he can leave the house depends on Mr. Li's wishes. Li Jiwen smiled and said, it's calculated, I kept the eldest Princess Chen waiting for a long time. Song Shi, no problem, why did Mr. Chen summon me and the county chief? I offered tea instead of wine and said, the eldest princess and the county lord have been working hard these days for Anping. Anping is very grateful and has nothing to offer in return. I can only thank the eldest princess and the county lord here first. If necessary in the future, Anping where there is a screen, Anping will definitely do his best. Li Jiwen, Your Excellency, you are really polite. Song Shi, Master Chen wouldn't invite us out just for this matter, would he? I looked at them and said with a smile, Anping will be resigning tomorrow. From now on, Anping will work with the eldest princess. There was no warning about this incident, and the resignation letter was written just last minute. Song Shi, I'm afraid the regent won't let you go easily. As long as I want to leave, there's no way I can't leave. There is no need to guide the left and right, and there is no need to take too much care. After I handed in my resignation, I was called into the palace by Qi Wanshan that day. I breathed a sigh of relief and just went. I had to leave anyway. It is still a familiar palace road, I have walked it countless times. Qi Wanshan was still waiting for me in the main hall. For some reason, there was suddenly a lot of things in front of the desk. Qi Wanshan heard the sound and raised her head to look at me. Here you go, sit down. Your Majesty, you are too lazy. Why are there so many tricks? Qi Wanshan, it's all about the national master. When I heard Jiang Yuchen again, I was still stunned. Qi Wanshan, the Imperial Preceptor is currently banned from the Imperial Preceptor's residence. No one can release him without Gu's permission. But after all, he is still the Imperial Preceptor of a country, and he is still resting in the residence. I responded calmly. Qi Wanshan, what about you? How do you want to punish him? I was silent for a while before speaking. Isn't there a law in Beiyin? The prince can just punish this kind of thing according to the law. There is no need to ask. The common people. Qi Wanshan, do you really want to resign? Yes. Qi Wanshan, but, where will you go after you resign? Are you going to return to Nanyang and continue to be a strategist? I looked at him blankly. You. Qi Wanshan, I have known it for a long time. I have already recognized the handwriting on the shrinking blade drawing you dedicated to me. Chen Yuji, do you also want to go back to Nanyang? The waistcoat fell off again and again. I seemed to have gotten used to it. It was no longer surprising, Your Majesty. It's not that it has nothing to do with Nanyang. There is no Chen Yuji anymore, only Chen Anping. Qi Wanshan, then why are you resigning? Do you know that it is difficult for a woman like you to survive outside? Where are you going to develop your talents? Or do you just want to live an ordinary life like this? Is this what Your Majesty thinks? Why don't Your Majesty tell the common people first whether the memorial on the table is to impeach Jiang Yuchen or to beg for mercy for Jiang Yuchen? Qi Wanshan, Jiang Yuchen has a special status. With your special status, can you ignore the law and pretend that nothing has happened? Your Majesty, do you think there is any reason for ordinary people to stay in such a court? Seeing that he didn't speak, I continued, the prince himself feels that it is difficult for women to survive outside, but he never solves the root cause of the problem. It has been more than a month since the grassroots became an official, and I wanted to set a precedent for Beiyin women to become officials in the court. But all the ministers and even the prince have not changed their minds, so how can ordinary people continue to stay? Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 162 Happiness. I put the official uniform I had brought with me on the table, knelt on the ground and said, thank you for your great love, Your Majesty. I am very grateful to you, but it is difficult for me to take on this important responsibility, so I will resign. Qi Wanshan was silent for a long, long time. It was so long that my knees were a little sore, and then he said, that's it. The sun was shining brightly when entering the palace, but only half of the sky was red when leaving the palace. I felt relaxed, no longer bound by any identity. As I walked on the street, even the hustle and bustle of the past became melodious. I also returned the string of silver jewelry that Qi Wanshan gave me earlier. Now that you have decided to leave, there is no need to keep these extraneous things. Master Chen. Song Shi and Li Jiwen stood in front and waved to me. I walked over with a smile and said, Princess, the common people have resigned and cannot afford to be called a lord. Song Shi, since you have chosen to work with me, you can naturally afford this, Mr. Chen. I accepted Song Shi's olive branch and wanted to go to the border with her. During the few days I was imprisoned, Ling Hongyuan received a secret message. Those small neighboring countries were secretly colluding and preparing to attack Nanyang. There have been signs of this matter before. For those small countries, Nanyang and North Yin are not easy to mess with. The forces of these two countries have always checked and balanced each other, and they would not easily provoke wars on weekdays. But now even for an ordinary birthday banquet, Beiyin invited envoys from Nanyang to attend the banquet. This made those small countries worried, for fear that the two big countries would join forces to bully them. If these two major countries are going to cooperate, who will be disadvantaged? It must be these small countries. So they secretly colluded and took the opportunity to attack Nanyang while the Emperor of Nanyang and the Qin general were not in the capital. Because of this, Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che rushed back in a hurry. After all, the fire was burning in their own home. Ling Hongyuan has stayed in Beiyin for so long. It is indeed as those small countries guessed that he wants to cooperate with Beiyin. Nanyang has money and Beiyin has food. Cooperation is a win-win situation. Then the world will be divided in half. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Qi Wanshan talked with the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs all night long, analyzing the pros and cons of the matter, and finally agreed to Ling Hongyuan's proposal. After all, these small countries provoke provocations from time to time on weekdays. They have already seen that they are unhappy, so why not take this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop to avoid future troubles? This time, the small countries joined forces to attack Nanyang, which naturally reminded Beiyin that sooner or later, this fire would reach Beiyin. Qi Wanshan was selecting soldiers for border defense. After Song Shi found out, he immediately took the brunt of the effort and stepped forward. Qi Wanshan rejected him. There is no precedent for women in Beiyin to serve as officials in the court, let alone to lead troops on expeditions as generals. Just when Song Shi wanted to go to the palace to have another quarrel with Qi Wanshan, the imperial edict arrived, saying that Song Shi was made a general and ordered to guard the border. So Song Shi legitimately became the first female general in Beiyin. The imperial edict was written by the little emperor himself. Song Shi saw the handwriting on the imperial edict and recognized it at a glance. His handwriting was taught by me. The writing is getting uglier and uglier. On the second day after the imperial edict was issued, Song Shi put on his military uniform and began to lead his troops to the border. I also got on the carriage Song Shi prepared for me and set off with her. Song Shi, aren't you going to say goodbye? Me, I told Jiyuan County Chief yesterday, but it's a pity that she still can't leave the house today. Song Shi was silent for a while and said, see you soon. There were many people bidding farewell, including ministers, common people, Qi Wanshan and the little emperor. But they were undoubtedly not questioning, wanting to see how many days this, pampered, eldest princess could stay at the border. After a tiring journey all the way, I arrived at the small border town and was shocked by the scene here. I heard that there is going to be a war on the border. The residents living here are running and walking. Most of the remaining people are old, weak, sick and disabled. Seeing many new faces in the city, they all poke their heads out. These people have either been rooted here for a long time and are unwilling to leave, or they have no foundation and cannot leave at all. Before coming here, I didn't know what the errand Song Shi had given me. Now, it is somewhat clear. Song Shi set aside a small house for me alone, and appointed me as the weapon master, so that I could have access to all kinds of weapons. The lieutenant generals in the army were somewhat dissatisfied with Song Shi and me. They did not think that women could take on such important responsibilities. Song Shi was too lazy to respond and defeated them one by one, while I blocked their mouths with one improved drawing after another. In addition to improving weapons, I also took in many young but abandoned women. The girl who was clever and handy learned the art of mechanism, the girl who knew a few words learned pharmacology, and the girl who was more lively and restless went to Song Shi's camp to practice martial arts with her. For me, every day is fulfilling. Girls like to gossip a lot on weekdays. It's not boring if you say something to her. I have been staying here for almost 2 months, and today I am still struggling with a small organization. I walked outside to relax and sort out the messy thoughts in my mind. The girl who was boiling medicine said, "Have you heard that General Nanyang was assassinated?" I stopped when I heard the familiar title. Nanyang has been fighting with various small countries for nearly 2 months. There have been more than a dozen battles, large and small, but all ended in failure of each small country. They know that if they do not take the initiative now, they will be beaten in the future. But after all, Qin Che has experienced hundreds of battles, and if he thought about it, it couldn't be that simple. And now, assassinated. Another girl making medicine said, "Is it an assassination?" But I heard that someone stabbed his chest and lungs with a sword on the battlefield, and he is currently unconscious. After listening for a while, someone outside suddenly asked me to go to the main camp and Song Shi came to see me. Only then did the two girls notice me behind them. I smiled and let them continue chatting. When they arrived at the main camp, Song Shi got straight to the point. Qin Che was stabbed into the chest and lungs with a sword and is now unconscious. I said calmly, "I just found out." Song Shi was surprised. "You got the news pretty quickly. Nanyang wants Beiyin to send troops to assist." Song Shi was still surprised. "How come you know it again?" I pointed to the secret letter with Nanyang's special markings on the table and said, "Early on when Ling Hongyuan came to the throne, he continued to be tyrannical, and many famous generals and celebrities died at his hands. Now Qin Che is unconscious. I think he can't be found. When someone arrived, I sent a letter so that Beiyin could help." Song Shi nodded. "Then what do you think?" "At present, we have enough food and grass reserves and weapons. It is feasible to go to help. But if a small country invades at this time, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to respond." Song Shi, "Then, you won't help. It will take some time for the secret message to be delivered to the general. The war on the Nanyang border is tense. Ling Hongyuan will definitely find another way to resist foreign enemies in the past few days. Besides, Qin Che is not the only one in Nanyang who can fight. Let's just sit back and watch. Look again." I thought about it again and said, "However, the general can let out the news that he has sent people to support Nanyang. In this way, those small countries that are ready to attack Beiyin will take advantage of this to attack. Song Shi, but we didn't send anyone to support them, so what they have to face is Bayin's neat army. I nodded. It's almost time to talk, it's time for me to go back. Song Shi, don't you ask how Qin Che was hit by the sword? I said calmly, no need. As we said, Nanyang had already sent people to respond to the enemy, but the person sent was Ling Hongyuan himself. Emperor Nanyang's personal visit had already boosted morale, and those small countries were beaten back and forth. The small country that was ready to attack Bayin also took this opportunity to attack Bayin. Especially when they saw that the leader of the battle was a woman, the small countries became even more arrogant. They all thought that there was no one in Bayin, so they selected a woman with no strength to fight. However, after Song Shi, among a group of soldiers, took the opponent's head and chopped off their flag, the situation was instantly disrupted. Seeing that there were only a lot more soldiers in Bayin, they realized that they had fallen into a trap. Bayin won a complete victory in this battle. Since the small country's military strength was divided up to attack Bayin, Nanyang naturally won easily. We have some peace and quiet. Song Shi also became famous for this battle, and no one in the military camp dissatisfied her. Gradually, there were more people in the city, but more and more of them were women. They heard that there was an academy here specifically for women, so they came here just to get a foundation for their careers. The academy was founded by me. What I learned was not the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, nor any general ethics, but the art of machine learning, textiles, pharmacology, martial arts, etc. This is thanks to Song Shi's strong support, otherwise I wouldn't have the money to deal with this matter. I am responsible for the art of organ mechanics, Mr. Li Xuan is responsible for pharmacology, martial arts is for a female general under Song Shi, and textiles. How can such a thing happen without me? Li Jiyuan has reached the age where she can build her own mansion, and her mansion was chosen here. She had never traveled far before and everything she saw was new. When she heard that she was going to accept a group of disciples today, she was still frightened. But weaving and other things were already handy for her, and it was more than enough to teach others. In this way, the academy started bustling with activity, and later there were more and more students. After that battle, I heard Song Shi say that when Ling Hongyuan personally led troops to resist foreign enemies, the Nanyang government began to be turbulent. Then Ling Hongyuan returned from a great victory, and the first thing he did was not to reward him, but punish him, which made Minister Nanyang extremely dissatisfied. If the Prime Minister hadn't tried his best to dissuade him, there would have been another wave of bloodshed in the court. Song Shi, do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Good thing. Song Shi, how do you say this? The snipe and the clam compete for the fisherman's profit. Bayin only needs to wait for an opportunity to win the world. If Ling Hongyuan insists on doing this, the Prime Minister will be disappointed over time. If the Prime Minister is forced to leave, civil strife in Nanyang will be inevitable. By then, without us taking action, some people will be unable to stand such tyranny and defect to Bayin. Of course, this is a story. Now I only care about whether my apprentice has mastered the basic skills, I only care about whether the soup I make tastes good, and I only care about how much money the shop I run makes. Later, there was an edict in the capital that any woman of old age could pass the examination and become an official in the court, without being restricted to any official position. This year I sent away a few apprentices. They wanted to give it a try in the capital to see if they could carve out their own world in the court. I bid them farewell with tears. Song Shi, why are you crying? It's not like we can't see you anymore. I sobbed and said, they took away all the preserved fruits I made. Song Shi, here comes someone. Go and capture him for me. Later, many people proposed marriage to me, but I declined them all. Song Shi said, do you really want to live alone for the rest of your life? Why not? Isn't the general still alone? Isn't the Lord Jiyuan still alone? Song Shi, that's right, no one who can fight is worthy of me. Li Jiyuan smiled and said nothing. She is the youngest among the 3 of us, and she also likes these small ornaments in my house the most. Li Jiyuan seemed to have seen something and asked, this peach blossom branch is so beautiful, but where did it come from in this cold winter? I looked over and saw that the peach blossom branch was in full bloom and was placed in a porcelain vase in my room. My face was also full of confusion. Maybe some caring servant went to the greenhouse to pick it. Greenhouses have become common in the city, allowing people to live in them and to grow flowers, fruits and vegetables that are not common in winter. Song Shi, and the kittens in the courtyard are all chubby. No wonder they like to stay with you and don't want to leave. These cats were all stray cats in the city, but one day they suddenly came into my yard. I saw how cute they were, so I kept them. Unexpectedly, more and more cats came to stay. It's snowing heavily outside, so I built a warm hut for the kitten. The 3 of us were warming ourselves by the fire in the house and talking, and it seemed like a long time had passed. I think I will stay here for the rest of my life. I do. Drop. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Happiness and Consummation Achievement Medal. Close hollow corner bracket. End of the full text. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 163 Extra, UAG. Chen Ping is a person who knows a little bit about everything but is not proficient in it. Chen Pingsheng was born in an ordinary family, but fortunately, the family had a little money. At that time, Chen's father was very aware of investment and made a lot of money by investing some money. Chen's father also had a strong sense of investment in Chen Ping's education. In the 1st grade, she enrolled in the most popular dance class at the time. She studied for 3 months, but she sprained her ankle and gave up. I took her to learn calligraphy in the 2nd grade. The calligraphy teacher at that time was a very elegant old man with good calligraphy. Chen Ping studied for 2 months, swallowed ink and ended up in the hospital, so he gave up. In the 3rd grade, Chen's father found that Chen Ping's math was a little off kilter, so he took her to learn abacus and mental arithmetic. She studied abacus for more than 3 months. In the end, her math deteriorated and she became the last in the class, so she gave up. I learned to sing in the 4th grade, but I lost my voice and gave up again. I started learning flute in the 5th grade, but I gave up after being reported as a nuisance by my neighbors. Chen Ping, who was in 6th grade, didn't want to learn anything and was beaten by Chen's father. Chen's father compromised on his own. Father Chen suspected that the name he gave his daughter was too common, so he couldn't learn anything, and he wanted to change his daughter's name to a loud one. Mother Chen, what's your name? Father Chen, Chen Liang. Chen Ping. After Chen Ping entered junior high school, she fell in love with reading comics. She fell in love with those sparkling protagonists and cried for the love that moved the world. So she decided to learn to draw. Chen's father bought her a lot of painting tools for this purpose, and even built a studio for her at home so that she could concentrate on painting alone. For this operation, relatives and friends said, Ping must be very talented in painting, and he will definitely be a great painter in the future. In fact, secretly they were waiting to see their jokes. How long can this painting last? A month, 3 months, half a year. Chen Ping persisted for a full year, and his family went bankrupt. Father Chen trusted the wrong person and invested most of his property in a project. He gained nothing and even lost money. Chen's father went to find the person in charge of the project, but the numbers he called were all empty. When he sent a message, he found that he had been blocked. Only then did Father Chen realize that he had been deceived. Chen's father was hit hard. From then on, the family relied on Chen's mother to support the family. Chen Ping also gave up painting because it was too expensive. Chen's father still couldn't pay off his debts, but he fell in love with drinking. Chen Ping looked at his tired mother and his depressed father beside him. What he wanted to say was stuck in his throat and he couldn't make a sound. In adolescence, Chen Ping was sensitive and had low self-esteem. She didn't want to talk to others. She just liked to be alone and draw something on paper that was in her heart. A few days before the high school entrance examination, she came home and heard her parents arguing. Father Chen, they said I can't make money because I have only one daughter and no son. Mother Chen, would you please wake up? If you dare to force me, I will leave tonight. I don't want to stay in this bad life for a long time. Mother Chen turned around and saw Chen Ping coming back. There was silence in the room. Father Chen was drunk, pointed at Chen Ping and said, it's because of you. Chen Ping shook him off, entered the room, locked the door, tore up all the paintings he had painted before, and cried loudly. The painting depicts Chen's father, who was also her father when she was a child. She went to an ordinary high school, Chen's mother and Chen's father divorced, and Chen Ping was sentenced to Chen's mother. From then on, Chen Ping became extremely sensible and rushed to do all the housework. Later, due to Chen Ping's mother's work, she was afraid that she would not be able to take care of Chen Ping, so she arranged for her to stay in school accommodation and return home once a month. Chen Ping became even less talkative and liked to stay by herself. Her classmates thought she was a weirdo and were unwilling to talk to her. In the second year of high school, through Chen's mother's own efforts, the family situation had improved. One day she called Chen Ping and asked, Ping, do you want to continue learning to paint? Chen Ping has always liked painting, and Chen's mother noticed it and enrolled her in a painting class. After taking the art exam in her senior year of high school and then the college entrance exam, she was admitted to a school that wasn't considered very good, but she did her best. She majored in landscape architecture, and her favorite thing was to go out alone to sketch, painting people, landscapes and buildings. Nice. Chen Ping, who was concentrating on writing, was startled. A young man holding a kitten stood behind him, looking at Chen Ping's painting with a smile on his face. Are you studying architecture? What's your name? You draw so beautifully. How many years have you been studying painting? The young man was very familiar with himself, and Chen Ping was a little uncomfortable with it. Wait a moment. The young man was even more surprised. Your voice is also very nice. His eyes were sparkling, as if he had seen something precious. Chen Ping's face was a little red. Ever since she became hoarse while singing, no one has ever praised her for her beautiful voice. My name is Chen Ping. I study landscape architecture. I haven't studied painting for a few years. My paintings are not very good. But the young man was not stingy with his praise and kept praising her paintings. This one is beautiful, that one is beautiful. They chatted all afternoon, from the bright sun to the setting sun. The kitten would nuzzle Chen Ping from time to time. Like the boy, he was also gentle and familiar. It's getting late, it's time to say goodbye. Chen Ping mustered up the courage to ask him, what's your name? The young man smiled and said, my name is Jinan, Xiang Jinan. They arranged to meet again the next day. In the days that followed, the agreement remained the same. Sometimes we make appointments by the river, sometimes we make appointments in the park. From that day on, Xiang Jinan also brought his painting tools with him to sketch with Chen Ping. Xiang Jinan studied architecture and painted more buildings. Chen Ping liked his paintings very much, so Xiang Jinan taught her one stroke at a time. In addition to sketching, Xiang Jinan also likes to take Chen Ping to various amusement places and eat in snack streets. There are more and more smiles on Chen Ping's face, and she is becoming more and more cheerful. Even the teacher praised her for making more and more progress in her paintings. On this day, Chen Ping discovered that Xiang Jinan's calligraphy was also very beautiful, vigorous and powerful. Xiang Jinan, do you like it? Chen Ping, I like it. Xiang Jinan, want to learn? Chen Ping, I think so. Xiang Jinan, let's think about it then. Chen Ping. Seeing Chen Ping's dumbfounded expression, Xiang Jinan smiled even more wildly. I'm teasing you, I'll teach you. Xiang Jinan still taught her step by step, and Chen Ping also learned quickly and effortlessly. Xiang Jinan, have you ever learned calligraphy? Chen Ping, I learned it, but then I drank the ink, and my family didn't dare to let me continue learning. This time it was Xiang Jinan's turn to be stunned. After he realized what he was doing, he laughed again. It's okay, it's okay. Our breasts are a bit dark and we are more educated. Chen Ping liked Xiang Jinan's calligraphy very much, so he took the trouble to learn it. Later, he even had some charm of Xiang Jinan's handwriting. Xiang Jinan, our A Ping is amazing. Chen Ping continued to write on the paper, and after a while the words, Xiang Jinan, appeared. When Xiang Jinan saw this, he also wrote 4 big characters. Our Ping's screen is the screen chosen by Q Ping. Chen Ping knew what Xiang Jinan meant. She is not an ordinary person, she is the chosen one. Later they got together naturally. Chen Ping felt that Xiang Jinan seemed to have endless energy and smiled so brightly every day, and he was unconsciously attracted to him. She thought that such a person must have a very good family. Xiang's father and Xiang's mother are indeed very good people, but the sadness in their eyes cannot be concealed. Chen Ping was confused and went to ask Xiang's father and Xiang's mother. Xiang's mother held her hand and said with tears, Jinan, this child has congenital heart disease. Ah Ping, we are not driving you away, but Jinan is destined to have no future. You are still young, you will have more choices. After hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't believe that such a sunny and gentle Xiang Jinan had no future. He said that he wanted to become a powerful architect and build a house of their own in the future, leaving the interior design to her. They have even planned what green plants they will keep at home and how many kittens they will keep, but now they say that he has no future. Chen Ping calmed down and asked, how long can he live now? 2 years. No wonder Xiang Jinan coughed from time to time. When asked, he hesitated and said it was just a common cold. No wonder Xiang Jinan's face has always been pale. He said it was because of his skin color. No wonder he disappears for a few days every few weeks, just to go for a physical checkup. He is talking about the school arranging students to go out for sketching. In the past 2 years, Chen Ping has been accompanying Xiang Jinan, but the two of them have never made it clear about his condition. Chen Ping watched his illness gradually become serious, and he liked to cry alone when no one was around. Recently, they liked to go up and see the ancient buildings left by the ancients. These buildings have exquisite structures and complex structures. Sometimes they can spend a whole day sketching. Even though Xiang Jinan kept coughing, he still didn't want to leave and just wanted to finish the painting. They also often go to museums to see exquisite institutions and exquisite patterns on cultural relics. Xiang Jinan made a small ornament for Chen Ping. By turning the switch, you can see a photo of the two of them inside. A Ping is so beautiful. Always talkative. A Ping is so beautiful, the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Xiang Jinan was speechless. I feel a little tired. Chen Ping burst into tears. Why are you getting lazier and lazier? Xiang Jinan smiled and said, you still call me a talkative person, but you are obviously the most talkative person. Ah Ping, I haven't bought the food yet. If you buy it, it will disturb the people. Have you fed those stray cats? Did you forget? I fed it this morning. I forgot. I'm so tired, Ah Ping. I can't bear to leave you. I'm so selfish. I let you stay with me for so long. Then can I be selfish and ask you to stay with me for a few more days? Xiang Jinan smiled slightly, his face paler than the white sheets. A Ping. Be happy. Don't be sad. He held Chen Ping's hand and suddenly loosened his grip, and his heart motor suddenly started ringing. Chen Ping froze on the spot and did not recover for a long time. In the end, Xiang's mother took her away. After attending Xiang Jinan's funeral, she said goodbye to Xiang Jinan's father and mother. Regarding Xiang Jinan's things, she took nothing with her except the small ornament. Chen Ping in front of others had an expressionless face, while Chen Ping behind the scenes cried loudly late at night, holding on to the small ornament and unwilling to let go. From then on, Chen Ping could no longer hold a pen or draw, and her life became dull again. It seemed that Xiang Jinan's matter was just a dream for her. When you wake up from the dream, there is nothing. This is her 8th year on the job. It's the same as learning things as a child. I changed jobs one after another, first as a salesperson, then as a waiter, and then as a dessert seller. I did everything, but I didn't stick to anything. However, people around her praised her for being confident and interesting, as cheerful and optimistic as a little son. On this day, a colleague recommended a small game to her. In it, you can choose your favorite character, enter certain data, and the system will automatically assign you a partner. Seeing that you have been single, maybe you will want to fall in love after playing this game. Quote. Chen Ping had never told anyone about her previous affairs, so everyone thought she was single. Looking at the game on her phone, she was a little curious, and her longing for Xiang Jinan became more and more intense. By some strange coincidence, she input Xiang Jinan's appearance, personality, and abilities into it. After losing, she realized what she was doing. She was probably crazy to believe such a thing. The game will be uninstalled in the next second. But the system had already been activated, and she was forcibly pulled into that small world that night, and this series of stories happened. If you ask Chen Ping how she feels about this game, she will definitely give a big negative review and add 2 words, stupid. Did you ask her if her heart was moved? She will definitely tell you without hesitation, my heart has moved. How could you not be moved? Qin Che has a face exactly like Xiang Jinan. Ling Hongyuan's handwriting was exactly the same as Xiang Jinan's. Jiang Yuchen has the same personality as Xiang Jinan. Qi Wanshan, like Xiang Jinan, likes fancy things and feeding the cats. How could she not be moved? But after all, they're not Xiang Jinan. Her Xiang Jinan is unique. Chen Ping remembered clearly that when she was first released into this world, she was shocked when she saw Qin Che. At that moment, she was afraid that the person in front of her was fake, afraid that all her 8-year disguise would be broken, and afraid that she would be alone again in such a dark night. She didn't come back to her senses until Qin Che thrust his sword into her body. He is not content with the present. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 164 Extra, Qin Che. If you ask Qin Che, does he prefer you or Aji? He would say, I'm not good enough for any of them. In the first half of his life, he was dominated by his inner paranoia and killed Chin Yu. He didn't know why he was like this, it was as if he would become crazy and lose his mind whenever he encountered something like Chin Yu. He felt that he was a sick person. But that day, he met RG. His heart was driving him, he should kill this unknown person immediately. However, the man in front of him was not afraid of him at all, and just held his hand with trust. At that moment, he controlled his murderous intention and took her back. She said her name was Chen Yu-ji. Please yourself, this name is really nice. He kept her behind for some reason, trusted her for some reason, and wanted to take her back to the capital for some reason. Chin Che wanted to know what other interesting things could come out of her mouth. But when she said she wanted to eat candied horse, Chin Che was stunned and thought of Chin Yu who was killed by him. Chin Che did not agree. But she looked a little sad. Chin Che said she could order whatever else she wanted except the candied horse. She immediately became happy again. This made him even more confused. Is there really someone like this in the world? Chin Che passed by a candied horse glued stall and accidentally took out some money to buy a bunch and asked the boy to bring them in, while he quietly hid aside to watch her reaction. She happily took a bite. Chin Che was also happy. However, while eating, she began to stare at the candied horse in a daze. After a while, her face was covered with tears. Chin Che discovered something. Very weird thing. Chen Yu-ji is imitating Chin Yu. Chin Che could tell at a glance that his acting skills were so poor. But Chin Che was sure that Chin Yu didn't know Chen Yu-ji. In fact, this person had never appeared before. So how did she know Chin Yu's temperament and preferences? Why are you pretending to be Chin Yu? On the day when Ban Yue went crazy, she saw the worst side of Chin Che. But she had neither contempt nor fear, only distress. Chin Che's murderous intention was soothed by her. It would be great if Chen Yu-ji could always pretend to be Chin Yu, so that Chin Che could kill her without any worries. Chin Yu would not feel sorry for him, nor would she pat his shoulder and comfort him softly. I will stay with you. Later Chen Yu-ji was too lazy to pretend. She said she didn't want to eat candied horse. Chin Che was happy at that moment. She is finally her. Chen Yu-ji is very powerful and can make so many powerful things in a short period of time. Chin Che had seen Chen Yu-ji drawing pictures seriously. Is fascinating. Just standing there was enough to attract Chin Che. Chin Che didn't want others to see her like this, and the paranoia in his heart came again, but he suppressed it. You can't do this, it will only push her further and further away. Later, Chen Yu-ji praised the food he cooked for being delicious. He cooked meals every day and waited for her to eat with him. Chin Che hates that Chen Yu-ji stays out at night. Chin Che doesn't expect too much, he just wants Chen Yu-ji to appear in front of him every day. But Chen Yu-ji is getting busier and busier, and they have less time to see each other every day. Chin Che was unhappy. Chen Yu-ji coaxed him. In fact, she didn't need to coax him. As long as Chen Yu-ji appeared in front of him, he would be very happy. Later, in order to coax Chin Che's temper, Chen Yu-ji kissed his face, forehead, and eyebrows. During those days, Chin Che was very happy every day. It doesn't matter how busy RG is, or how many people are around her. As long as he is special. I don't know when it started, but it seemed that he hadn't gone crazy for a long time, and he didn't have the hostility in his heart. As long as he stayed by Chen Yu-ji's side, Chin Che felt at ease. However, Chen Yu-ji wanted to apologize. Chin Che thought she was so stupid. If he really wanted to apologize, why would Ling Hongyuan keep her? But his RG said that as long as he apologized, he would resign from his official position and travel around the world with him. Although Chin Che knew that Chen Yu-ji was lying to him, Chin Che was willing to believe it. But that day, when Chin Che woke up, he heard from his servants that his RG had been stopped in Dali Temple. Chin Che was afraid that she would be bullied, so he rushed over immediately. But what she heard was that her heart was filled with joy. The string that had been stretched for the past few days suddenly broke, and when he reacted, the sword in his hand had already penetrated Chen Yu-ji's chest. He froze on the spot, and only later did he realize that he wanted to call the imperial doctor. He wanted to see how his RG was doing, but Ling Hongyuan stopped him and said sternly, "You killed her, you have no right to touch her." Watching Ling Hongyuan take him away, Chin Che stayed there in confusion. It was him, he had just stabbed the sword into RG's body with his own hands. Looking at the blood stained on the cold sword, Chin Che suddenly started crying. But he really doesn't want to kill his RG. He just wanted to ask RG, was what she said true? If it is true, then what is the friendship between them these days? But it was obviously RG who he met first, so why did she end up being happy with someone else? Chin Che still remembered that RG liked to be in a daze in front of him, and her eyes looked at him quietly, with a hint of affection and joy in them. But now Chin Che really wanted to ask RG, who was she looking at through him? Seeing him hurt, was he the person she felt distressed for, or the person in her heart? Later, Chin Che saw Chen Yu-ji again. She had completely changed her appearance, but Chin Che still recognized her at a glance. Chin Che knew that her acting skills were very poor. But Chin Che was also willing to accompany her in the performance. In fact, he would rather believe that RG is still waiting for him to return in Nanyang capital. The RG in front of him is just a fake, not his RG. Why wouldn't his RG not look for him when he came back? Why would you stay with someone else and not be willing to accompany him? He didn't hurt RG either. It was the same as before at the general's mansion. RG was definitely waiting for him to return. However, RG is indeed back. She really didn't want to stay with him anymore. She said, the two sides cancel each other out and each is fine. As Ling Hongyuan said, he was no longer qualified to stand by RG's side. Chin Che was in pain. He seemed to be going crazy again, and the rage in his heart could not be suppressed. When there was an invasion from the border, Chin Che held his sword and fought day and night, like a Shura from hell, cruel and crazy. Everyone said he was crazy. He doesn't care. He only cares about whether RG will feel sorry for him when he hears the news, and then come back to stay with him. The place where Chin Che was standing now was the place where he and RG met for the first time. He stood here blankly, his thoughts far away. A fierce battle had just occurred here, and the soldiers had just finished searching for any survivors, and the place was completely silent. Chin Che was in a daze. He seemed to see someone alive. The man slowly got up and looked around. He found someone behind him, turned around and saw Chin Che. Chin Che suddenly started screaming in his head. What a similar scene. Chin Che stretched out his hand and said, "I'll help you up." The man was stunned for a moment and was about to reach out, but instead picked up the sword from the ground and stabbed it into Chin Che's chest quickly. Chin Che was stabbed by him like this, and his vision instantly returned to clarity. Not RG. Chin Che killed him with his sword. The wound on his chest became more and more painful, and he seemed to see a scene that had never appeared in his memory. Right here, he held his sword and stabbed RG through the heart. That was their first meeting. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 165 Extra, Ling Hongyuan. Ling Hongyuan, the abyss of the Heng generation. His father could not see clearly his mother, and he also looked down on him. Even if Ling Hongyuan is indeed his father's child. Even though Ling Hongyuan's mother was requested by his father himself. When you are tempted by beauty, your heart will always be in turmoil if you cannot get it, and if you get it. It's just so. Because he was not favored, Ling Hongyuan had a hard life since childhood, and people in the palace treated him differently based on his status. Basically, in the entire palace, except for Ling Hongyuan's mother who was truly kind to him, he didn't trust anyone else. His suspicious nature since childhood doomed him to a rough life. That little palace maid was an accident. He never believed that there would be someone who would treat him so unconditionally well. He was already in the cold palace, and he could not see his future. He began to give up on himself, and even his mother died. The only person in the world who was kind to him was gone, so why should he live? But the little palace maid, who was sent to serve the unfavored prince, was so optimistic even though she was in the cold palace, and seemed to have unlimited energy every day. On days of heavy snow, the cold palace had long been a place avoided by outsiders, so naturally no one would come to bring charcoal or food. But the little palace maid didn't know how to get food. Ling Hongyuan didn't dare to eat it. In the end, I still don't believe her. Stolen, robbed, or did she buy it? Ling Hongyuan didn't want to owe her a favor, and he didn't have the ability to repay her now. But the young palace maid said, if the third prince doesn't eat it, then I won't eat it either. I think there will be someone buried with the third prince after he dies. She speaks boldly. But it made Ling Hongyuan want to eat. After all, if I die, I can't take other innocent people with me. In this way, they lived in peace for a while, and he and the little palace maid actually felt like they were dependent on each other. Maybe I can relate. Ling Hongyuan thought so. He thought that in the spring of next year, he would go and beg his father for mercy and return the favor to the little palace maid. But later, the little palace maid died. Died on the last day of winter. The last person who was kind to him was dead. But he cannot die, he wants revenge. Not only the imperial concubine who killed his mother and the little palace maid, but also the real culprit. Finally, it was Chin Che who found him. Chin Che was still rational at that time and not as crazy as he became later. The two people cooperated, acting inside and outside, and slowly eroded the forces of all parties. But it is far from enough. His elder brother, who was proud of his compassion, was considered by all the ministers to be the best candidate for crown prince. However, during the most difficult years for Ling Hongyuan, when he was bullied, he chose to stand idly by and treated him coldly like ordinary people. How could Ling Hongyuan forget that his good elder brother was the son of the imperial concubine? And his second brother, who bullies others by taking advantage of his power, never says a good word about him. His father loved to see brothers being friendly and respectful to each other, so he knew that in the end it was his second son who killed his eldest son. In the end, the person who was able to sit by his bedside and see him off was his youngest son, whom he had always looked down upon. In the end, his beloved concubine also died in his bed. Ling Hongyuan really wanted his father to thank him. Even though he was about to die, he still let him have fun with his beloved concubine and die in his beloved concubine's warm arms. Ling Hongyuan laughed crazily that night. From that night on, everyone was afraid of him and everyone respected him. But those who were good to him will never come back. The first time I met Chen Yuji. He smiled. He really wanted to kill her. The abacus beads that could not be hidden were about to hit his face. But if he killed her, Chin Che would probably go crazy again. Ling Hongyuan held back. He didn't want to act like a father and coax a crazy person anymore. But Chen Yuji is also very powerful. She did have enough chips in her hand to save her life. But she must be used only by him. Chen Yuji said she had no ulterior motives. Ling Hongyuan didn't believe it. But seeing how scared she was, she probably didn't have the courage. But only Ling Hongyuan knew that he really never believed Chen Yuji from the beginning to the end. This person's origin is unknown, he can't trust him easily. But what are you doing? He obviously despised using women as bargaining chips to achieve his own goals, but he destroyed her innocence in front of so many people. What he thought at that time was that if I was used by him, I would be his person and would be tied to him for the rest of my life. Just taking advantage of it. But when he saw Chen Yuji crying, he actually felt distressed. Perhaps, when she said that she would be loyal to him for the rest of her life and would never have any second thoughts, he had already been tempted. With Chen Yuji's abilities, any job he finds will be better than the current one. He thought, why should she stay by his side and receive such a small salary? He also thought that if she really left, he would definitely kill her. Chen Yuji really left. She is dead. Ling Hongyuan took great pains to let her breathe. Ling Hongyuan was so angry that he vomited blood when he thought of that reckless man Qin Che. This is good. No one will take the seat next to Chen Yuji anymore. Now he is the only one who is qualified to stay by his side. After reading the letter written by the enthusiastic man from Beiyin, Ling Hongyuan was so angry that he laughed. They say they have no ulterior motives and that they're loyal only to him. It's all lies, all of them. Ling Hongyuan wished he could tie Chen Yuji back the next second, take her to the imperial prison, and then place all the torture instruments in front of her. She was so afraid of that place that she would definitely never escape again. Forget it. He thought, she is so timid, so it's better not to scare her. As long as she was willing to come back, he would promise her anything. When Chen Yuji was not around, Ling Hongyuan forced himself to suppress the desire to kill. He thought that she would definitely not want to see him killing someone. Chen Yuji worked as a strategist in Beiyin. Ling Hongyuan was so angry that he laughed again. If she is not wronged in the Beiyin court, who will be wronged? For the sake of Qi Wanshan, whom she mentioned, would she rather suffer injustice and be loyal to him? It was really painful when the hairpin pierced my skin that night. Ling Hongyuan thought, this is the lively her, the one who will resist and say she doesn't want to, not the one who can only kneel on the ground and say nice things. She said that she and Qin Che wanted to part ways, and Ling Hongyuan was visibly happy. He lay next to Chen Yuji, just to seek a little peace of mind. But her condition was not good. She breathed in large gulps, as if she was on the verge of death. She can't die. She couldn't die again. Ling Hongyuan was afraid that if she died this time, he would never see her again. God had already favored him once, allowing her to come back. He thought, it didn't matter if she didn't go back with him, as long as she was alive, it would be fine. She is missing. The imperial teacher said that she left on her own. How come? Is she avoiding him? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Ling Hongyuan was confused, and his intuition told him that there was something wrong with this imperial teacher. Something must have happened to Chen Yuji. He met Li Zhiyun, the person who almost wanted to marry him. I heard that Princess Zhiyun likes him very much. But there was no emotion in her eyes. She only murmured, save her. Finally, it was Chen Yuji who was found by Song Shi. Because of poisoning, she was still being kept in Song Shi's house. Ling Hongyuan wanted to see Chen Yuji again. But she hid and didn't want to come out. Ling Hongyuan thought that she would come out if he was hurt. She will feel sad. Oh, she still didn't come out. Well, let's just not see each other. Ling Hongyuan handed the letter in his hand to Song Shi and asked her to pass it on. She might change her mind after seeing this. Well, she still can't. The war situation on the Nanyang border was tense, so he had to go back. Qin Che is dying, will she come back? Don't come back, don't feel sorry for him. Ling Hongyuan went to the battlefield. He wondered, would Chen Yuji worry about him? If I win the battle, will she come to congratulate me? After returning to the capital, the more he looked at those old guys, the more annoyed he felt. She said she wanted him to take the queen this morning. Ha, that's ridiculous, he already has a queen. The ministers looked at each other and said he was crazy. Even the prime minister said he was crazy. Ling Hongyuan smiled, grant him death. After a moment of silence, he said, Prime Minister, please stay. I don't want to see the queen sad. The rest will be executed. Tyranny. Everyone was condemning him. He was just wondering, would his beloved come back to condemn him? But he didn't want her to come back. There were already people in the court ready to make a move, and now he could not protect his beloved. After secretly escorting the prime minister out of the city, Ling Hongyuan sat at the desk, waiting for the arrival of the rebels. He was tired and he didn't like being an emperor. Seeing the handwriting on the table that couldn't be more familiar. Ling Hongyuan smiled. When did you feel moved? Did she say that she has no second thoughts and only serves one king? Certainly not. If this is really how he likes her, how many people does Ling Hongyuan have to like? Chen Yuji likes to brag, but Ling Hongyuan never believes her. What's the reason for that? Ling Hongyuan thought, that's too much. It was seeing her clearly very angry but forcing herself to suppress her temper and even smilingly saying, Your Majesty is mighty. Ling Hongyuan casually said that his handwriting was worth 1,000 gold coins, so she believed it and treated it as a treasure. She blocked the knife because she didn't want to see herself become a tyrant in the eyes of others. It was by chance that he saw her concentrating all day and night just to draw the most exquisite drawing and then present it to him with bright eyes. Ellipsis. He is so good at pleasing herself, and she deserves so many people to be nice to her. He was just angry. Why did she kiss Qin Che and not him? In the next life, let him meet his sweetheart first. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 166 Extra, Qi Wanshan. Qi Wanshan is neither from Beiyin nor from Nanyang. He was a wild child who was sold to Beiyin by foreigners. Why do you say he is a wild child? Because he grew up in the mountains. He was raised by wild animals in the mountains. So he understands animal language. However, a group of beastmen discovered this mountain and wantonly hunted wild animals for the precious skins and flesh. However, these wild animals were not easy to deal with, and the beastmen did not catch many of them, but they did find Qi Wanshan hiding in a hidden corner. He had no recollection of what happened at that time. He only remembered that he was caught and sold. Later, the traffickers taught him a few words and he was able to speak. Qi Wanshan was still somewhat beastly at that time, baring his fangs and claws at everyone, and scaring away many guests. So the human traffickers beat him until he was covered with bruises. Suddenly one day, someone said, Stop fighting, I bought him. Qi Wanshan thought he was about to escape from the clutches of the devil, but he ended up entering a more painful place, the regent's palace. The old regent noticed his bestiality. People like this will be more ruthless. The old regent never treated him as a human being. More often than not, he seemed to treat him as a plaything for people to watch. He liked to watch him fight with others and get bloody. In the end, the old regent would laugh, pat his head and say, "Well done, but you have to be cleaner next time. It's not clean if there's blood on your body." In fact, Qi Wanshan really hates the old regent. The tiger that came with him to the regent's palace and had been taking care of him before was skinned and killed by the old regent. Qi Wanshan has a high level of comprehension and learns very quickly, whether it is academic or swordsmanship. He can live like a normal person. But the old regent still didn't treat him as a human being. He mocked him verbally and fought with him every day, which resulted in more and more scars on his body. The old regent brought back a new child. Only 3 years younger than Qi Wanshan. Asked the old regent why he likes to take care of children from outside. The rumor outside is that it's because he is not good enough. Qi Wanshan was very happy. Because the old regent can finally find someone else to torture. However, the old regent did not let the child who came later fight day and night, nor did he mistreat him. On the contrary, he doted on him and gave him all the good things. He definitely has what Qi Wanshan has, and he also has things that Qi Wanshan doesn't have. This is actually nothing to Qi Wanshan. He had never felt much for material possessions. However, the first step the old regent took to teach his child to be cruel was to kill Qi Wanshan. So Qi Wanshan ran away. But he failed to escape and was caught in the royal hunting ground and was about to be silenced. Qi Wanshan thought it was quite ridiculous. This old guy saved him, but then killed him with his own hands. Just when he thought he was going to die, he met Song Shi. She cracked the whip, sat on the horse, and looked down at her condescendingly. Qi Wanshan had never seen such a woman before, so flamboyant, wanton and domineering. After he lost too much blood and fell into a coma, when he woke up he saw Song Shi's impatient face. She said, "Leave as soon as you wake up. This princess's mansion won't accept people like you." She said, "If you don't leave, I'll break your legs." She said, "Forget it, keep him. You are still useful. I have long seen that the old regent is not a good guy. When are you going to take the throne and kick him out?" Song Shi is the only crown prince of Bayan and is the apple of everyone's eye. It is normal for him to have such a temper. Song Shi's change of attitude was because Qi Wanshan and she reached an agreement just to bring down the old regent. Qi Wanshan once asked Song Shi why he hated the old regent so much. Song Shi just asked him to do more and talk less. Seeing her like this, Qi Wanshan did not dare to ask more questions. It was only after Qi Wanshan became the regent that he learned about the dirty things the old regent had done, seizing women, plundering people's wealth, and wantonly killing people. Of course, these are things to follow. During his time at the princess's mansion, Qi Wanshan realized for the first time that his life was not all about fighting, and that there were people who truly treated him as a human being. Qi Wanshan naturally fell in love with Song Shi. He thought that he must be special to Song Shi. No. Someone had already walked into her heart first. He hates. He wanted to see what the man looked like. Will he be more handsome than him? Qi Wanshan and Ling Hongyuan met for the first time. But he was attracted by the woman next to him. Her blank look is hard to ignore. Qi Wanshan didn't show it on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart. "See, this is the kind of charm I have." Just looking at the way the Emperor of Nanyang was protecting her, Qi Wanshan suddenly felt something was wrong. But he couldn't go into it that deep. Because he also has to take care of Song Shi. She has been extremely excited since she met Ling Hongyuan. Perhaps it was because she saw her ideal man that she couldn't help but lose control of her emotions. Qi Wanshan and Ling Hongyuan met many times. After all, they had to discuss many political matters. However, Chen Seshi was present at least 7 of the 10 meetings. Qi Wanshan couldn't help but take a few more glances. This guy is really interesting. There was a look of fear on his face, but his words were merciless. Although he looks small and thin, he actually knows a lot. Look at the beautiful utensils she made. He thinks. Kill her. Those who could not be used by him would be killed. Qi Wanshan, who had not been so excited in many years, sent people to assassinate Chen Yuji that night. More than once. He was the one who secretly gave the courage to that group of wealthy businessmen, and he was also the one who provided them with the poison. Unfortunately, Chen Yuji was not completely blind. He was also the one who arranged for the horse to go crazy, but unfortunately she was saved by Song Shi in the end. Qi Wanshan was so angry that he laughed. Song Shi is still too kind. If she doesn't want to kill anyone, then he can do it. If Chen Yuji is killed, Song Shi will be able to have Ling Hongyuan all to himself. The last assassination attempt was when Chen Yuji returned to the capital from the hunting ground. That's right, it was Qi Wanshan who arranged it. In fact, the night before, Qi Wanshan approached Chen Yuji and offered wealth and glory for the rest of his life in exchange for the blueprints. What did Chen Yuji say that night? Oh, she said, "I don't need wealth and glory, I just need the title of regent." She had a sly smile on her face and her eyes were bright. Qi Wanshan's heart skipped a beat. Chen Yuji must die. Originally, the assassination was just a show put on by the two of them, but Qi Wanshan really wanted her to die. He bribed an official just to ensure that the assassination would go wrong. But she was still rescued. But the rabbit that was given to her came back. There was also a silver ornament strung on a thin rope in his mouth, like something he was wearing on his head. The rabbit put it in front of Qi Wanshan. Qi Wanshan looked at it quietly. "For me." The rabbit remained silent. After a long while, Qi Wanshan finally sighed and said, "Forget it, let her go." Song Shi discovered the assassination and started arguing with Qi Wanshan. "Who told you to do it?" Qi Wanshan, if you kill her, Ling Hongyuan will have no one he likes. Song Shi was furious. What does this princess's business have to do with you? Who Ling Hongyuan likes has nothing to do with you. You are using this princess's name to do these things. All those books I asked you to memorize were eaten by dogs. Qi Wanshan opened his mouth to speak. But Song Shi interrupted. If Chen Yuji really died in your hands, this princess would be the first to kill you. At that time, Song Shi and Qi Wanshan were already on their way back to Beiyin, so Song Shi's plan to bring Qi Wanshan to apologize had to be put on hold. Not long after returning to Beiyin, the emperor of Beiyin passed away. From then on, Qi Wanshan began to control the government and taught the young emperor some matters concerning state affairs. The relationship between Song Shi and Qi Wanshan seemed to have become strained since then. But Qi Wanshan was too busy and had no time to take care of these things. Nanyang's agriculture is slowly catching up with Beiyin's. The new emperor has just ascended the throne and the government is unstable. He has too many things to deal with. Qi Wanshan finally got the drawings that Chen Yuji promised to give him, but what followed was the news of Chen Yuji's death. Qi Wanshan paused as he picked up the pen. The people below also said that before Chen Yuji died, she had said that she loved him. Qi Wanshan smiled. He didn't believe her nonsense. Qi Wanshan thought he would never see Chen Yuji again. Unexpectedly, she changed her appearance and appeared before him. Which? He thinks. Just kill him. But he still softened his heart. Qi Wanshan ridiculously believed that after she came back to life, she would come specifically for him. If you don't want to kill him, then use him. She healed his arms, the arms that had been broken by the old regent. He was very happy. She was somewhat useful. After changing its appearance, it actually looks better than before. She is very talented. She can draw such a big dam by herself. The look on her face when she talked about the exquisite utensils was really full of confidence. And her serious look, worried look, happy look, could easily disturb Qi Wanshan's mood. The national teacher is a bit of an eyesore. He occupied too much of Chen Yuji's attention. But Qi Wanshan likes to rob, and everything he has now is snatched back by himself. It's just Chen Yuji, he doesn't believe that he can't snatch her away. Qi Wanshan took great pains to give her the title of county lady so that she could marry him. Qi Wanshan still remembers clearly what she said, that she liked him. Chen Yuji likes cats very much. You ask Qi Wanshan how he knew that. Li Hua had already been instigated by him to rebel, and every day he could learn from Li Hua what Chen Yuji had done in the mansion. Qi Wanshan invited Chen Yuji into his house and took her to see the cats he raised. Chen Yuji was indeed very happy. But why couldn't she recognize that the silver jewelry on his head was actually given by her? It doesn't matter if you can't recognize it. Qi Wanshan also made a string of silver jewelry for her. She liked what he did. Chen Yuji doesn't seem to like serving as an official in court. She wasn't in the mood. And that group of old stubborn people are always talking about her. Qi Wanshan thought that as long as she married him, they would not dare to say anything. But when Ling Hongyuan came, it was clear from his demeanor that he had bad intentions. Sure enough, he specifically asked for Chen Yuji's hand in marriage. It seems that he also recognized Chen Yuji. What made Qi Wanshan happy was that she refused. Qi Wanshan watched the fun with a smile. It was a bit sour, but Chen Yuji really came for him. Qi Wanshan's favorite scene these days is Chen Yuji's various ways of rejecting Ling Hongyuan. Qi Wanshan was especially excited when the hairpin was inserted. This way Ling Hongyuan won't bother me anymore. But this group of old ministers was really an eyesore, causing her to give up the position of county lady to someone else. But it doesn't matter, it's just a virtual position. Song Shi brought a man back to the court, and Chen Yuji came. Qi Wanshan had already figured out that she was here to watch the fun. She was so stupid that she actually thought he liked Song Shi. Qi Wanshan laughed at her for being childish. Watching Ling Hongyuan's wedding, Qi Wanshan felt itchy and began to imagine his own marriage with Chen Yuji. It must be beautiful. But Chen Yuji was missing. Qi Wanshan was panicked. He immediately sent someone to look for her. For 3 whole days, there was no news from her. Qi Wanshan thought she had run away on her own, and planned to tie her up when she came back so that she would always be by his side and could never run away. When Qi Wan saw the blueprint that Chen Yuji had drawn herself, he knew very well that she would never leave on her own. She is in danger now. During these 3 days, Qi Wanshan couldn't eat or sleep. God had no idea how excited he was when he heard Song Shi say that Chen Yuji had been found. She looked much more haggard, but the force of her slapping on Jiang Yuchen's face did not decrease. Seeing her crying, Qi Wanshan felt a pang in his heart. After she finished speaking, she turned around mercilessly. Qi Wanshan suddenly felt that if he forced her to do something, it would probably only drive the two of them further apart. Then don't push her too hard, let her relax alone. This delay led to her resignation. Qi Wanshan laughed inwardly. But what she said was unreasonable. The court of Beiyin was very opposed to the idea of women serving as officials. She had suffered countless injustices. Then let her go first. Once he has dealt with the affairs of the court, and no one objects to women serving as officials in the court, then she will be willing to come back. However, it was difficult for him to overcome all the criticisms by himself, and he was condemned by many officials for this. Fortunately, he taught the little emperor, so at least no one dared to disobey the emperor's order. Qi Wanshan always thinks of Chen Yuji when it is late at night and everyone is asleep. People down there said she was doing well at the border. It seemed that she would never come back. The group of kittens adopted by Chen Yuji was sent by him, so it was equivalent to him being with her. Qi Wanshan will never forget Chen Yuji's expression when she saw the group of stray cats. She was surprised and happy, and even her eyes became gentle. He thought that at that moment, they must have been in sync with each other. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 167 Extra, Jiang Yuchen. Jiang Yuchen's childhood was not very good. His father was the previous imperial teacher. In order to allow Jiang Yuchen to inherit his mantle, he was very strict with him since he was a child. Jiang's father calculated that he was destined to encounter a disaster, so he rarely let Jiang Yuchen come into contact with the outside world, and the only people he could see every day were those in the imperial master's residence. Fortunately, Jiang Yuchen's mother is a very gentle woman. She would bring fruit snacks when Jiang's father was teaching Jiang Yuchen strictly. She would also appear in time when Jiang Yuchen was sad and tell him interesting things to cheer him up. Jiang Yuchen loves his mother very much. He thought that this was not a bad thing actually. He didn't care about his strict father since he still had his mother. But his mother died on a rainy day. That night, Jiang Yuchen cried all night and fell ill the next day. Jiang's father only let him drink some medicine and then locked him in the dark room again. This time, no one would come in with snacks, a smile on their face, and tell him interesting stories. From that time on, Jiang Yuchen became less fond of smiling. He only had the same expression every day and was indifferent to everything. But no one knows the pain he suffers in the dead of night, and no one knows how uncomfortable and scared he is when he is alone in the dark. He also didn't want anyone to know his vulnerable side. Jiang Yuchen thought that this was the biggest disaster in his life. Unexpectedly, when he went out one day, he encountered an assassin, which caused Jiang Yuchen to become blind. Every day he suppressed his fear, wiped tears from his face, and didn't know what to do. I couldn't see anything clearly, and even the imperial physician was powerless to treat the poison. I could only rely on myself to explore, read medical books, and save myself. He has the ability to tell fortunes, but he can't even control his own life. But as a national teacher, he cannot show weakness. The imperial master's mansion still has to rely on him for support. But as he was blind, he could only pray for the people and could do nothing else. He only had the title of national teacher in vain. Later, Jiang Yuchen became fond of traveling around, telling fortunes for passers-by, and setting up a stall to sell porridge. Perhaps that would make Jiang Yuchen feel that he is valuable and useful, and make him feel that he is not a useless person. Jiang Yuchen came to Nanyang, and by chance, he got to know a strategist named Chen Yuji. She is very good, and every household seems to be praising her. The laws she changed. The farm implements she made. Some of her deeds. All highly praised. Hearing these words, Jiang Yuchen had an urge to get to know her, but was told that Chen Seshi had passed away some time ago. Jiang Yuchen was in a trance for a moment. Then he was surprised at how he had lost his composure. Yuns was sent to do other things that day, and Jiang Yuchen was the only one left in the courtyard. On an ordinary day, he met an unusual woman. Her origins were unknown, and she said she wanted him to take her in and would do anything for her. Jiang Yuchen refused. He doesn't like to interact with outsiders, or he doesn't know how to get along with others. After all, in the first half of his life he was either alone or left in darkness. The only one who can speak is Yuns. Jiang Yuchen thought that what he said was already very cold, but he didn't expect that the woman would come again. Jiang Yuchen thought that she was still a woman after all, and it would be uncomfortable for her to be outside in such a cold day, so he offered to tell her fortune, but said that he would only do so for those who were destined to be with him. This calculation is incredible, it cannot be calculated. Jiang Yuchen doubted his life. So he placed her in the yard, thinking that if he couldn't figure it out today, could he not figure it out tomorrow? Still cannot. Jiang Yuchen learned from her that her name was Chen Anping. Chen Anping took on a lot of work, including setting up a porridge stall, cleaning the yard, and providing daily meals. She is very capable and has no complaints. She is not picky about living in the woodshed and her laughter can be heard every day. This made Jiang Yuchen's long-suppressed mood become somewhat cheerful. Later, Yuns came back and Jiang Yuchen asked him to bring some mattresses to Chen Anping. But Chen Anping seemed to be uninterested. She had been worried these days, and even the porridge she made tasted a little bland. The courtyard was much quieter that day. Yun said that Chen Anping went out early and he didn't know what he was going to do. Jiang Yuchen didn't think anything of it. Maybe it was because what she was asked to do was too tiring, or maybe she met her relatives, or found a better way out. Sure enough, she met the aunt of her old friend. Jiang Yuchen let her go. She refused to leave. She said she wanted to go to Beiyun to seek revenge. Jiang Yuchen naturally didn't believe it. How could such a bright and cheerful person like her be the kind of person who harbors hatred? Jiang Yuchen still kept her. Jiang Yuchen was very curious about Chen Anping. She did not feel pity for him just because he was blind, but instead silently helped him deal with some troubles he might encounter. The candlesticks in the house were placed where he couldn't reach them. When boiling medicine, she would quietly organize the firewood and buy him some blind books. Jiang Yuchen has never liked being taken care of by others, as that would make him seem like a useless person who can do nothing. But Chen Anping would not let him feel that way. She would not stop Jiang Yuchen from doing what he wanted to do. She would just stay quietly by his side, saying nothing, but feeling at ease. She seemed to be able to empathize with him, and she seemed to know what he was thinking. Jiang Yuchen thought that it would be nice if it continued like this. Yuns felt that the smell of the medicine today was not right, so he asked, "Master, this doesn't seem to be the same medicine as before." Jiang Yuchen said calmly, "Yes, it's poison." Yuns, "Master, are you going to?" Jiang Yuchen, "Nothing, I just want to wait it out." Seeing Jiang Yuchen's persistence, Yuns thought that his master would not be so stupid as to let him drink, so after giving him a few instructions, he went back to do his own thing. Chen Anping saw Jiang Yuchen boiling medicine and asked a few more questions. Jiang Yuchen was silent for a moment. If he said it was poison, she would probably ask more questions, so he just said it was eye drops. But what Jiang Yuchen never expected was that Chen Anping insisted on testing the medicine for him. Jiang Yuchen said nothing. Chen Anping said he knew some pharmacology. Jiang Yuchen laughed inwardly. She was lying. Even Yuns could smell something wrong with the medicine, but she couldn't. Well, let her drink it. Anyway, she said she had to help test the medicine every day. Anyway, the antidote to this poison can be detoxified by drinking it for a few months. The problem is that Jiang Yuchen has to boil 2 pots of medicine every day. On the way back to Beiyun, I met a strange man. Yun said he looked like a general, and from his conversation he seemed to be acquainted with Chen Anping. Jiang Yuchen asked her if she knew him. She said she didn't know him. Jiang Yuchen still didn't say anything. She was lying again. I don't know how much of what she said was true. Jiang Yuchen was a little angry along the way and was waiting for an explanation. But obviously, Chen Anping didn't notice. He always had the same expression, so it was no wonder that she couldn't see it. Later, Jiang Yuchen calmed down. Just because of what Chen Anping said. She said she felt sorry for him. Jiang Yuchen was stunned. He wondered if she was lying again. But he still couldn't see it. That's fine. Jiang Yuchen would just take these nice words as true. But Jiang Yuchen remembered it very clearly. My father had fallen ill due to overwork, and my mother took care of him day and night by his bedside, crying from time to time. Jiang Yuchen was a little confused and asked his mother why she was crying. My mother said, my mother loves her husband so much that she can't help herself. Jiang Yuchen thought, if Chen Anping loved him, then maybe she loved him too. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuchen's face turned red. But when I think about spending the rest of my life with her, it doesn't seem impossible. She said she was pleased with Qi Wanshan. Ridiculous. Fraud. Jiang Yuchen went back and threw away all the herbs he used to make the antidote for her. Yuns didn't understand, but still obeyed the order and threw them away. After throwing it halfway, Jiang Yuchen asked him to take it back. It's not that he doesn't want to. He was reluctant to part with these precious medicinal materials. Jiang Yuchen boiled a bowl of tonic and told Chen Anping that it was a bowl of poison. But she drank it without hesitation. Jiang Yuchen saw that she trusted him so much. I started to waver again. Maybe she just likes to lie to Qi Wanshan and doesn't like to lie to me. This was the excuse Jiang Yuchen gave to Chen Anping. He also always believed it. It was not until the time when Yuanqiu City was attacked by bandits that Yun said that the man in black who rescued him was very similar in skills and figure to the man he met in Nanyang before. Jiang Yuchen became suspicious. He exchanged his own ointment for the ointment that the man in black gave to Chen Anping. At this time, Jiang Yuchen was still comforting himself that Chen Anping didn't seem to care about the man in black. Maybe he was overthinking it. Take the ointment and check it out. Good guy. It contains medicinal herbs unique to the Nanyang royal family. Ask carefully. Good guy. Some time ago, Chen Anping asked Yuns to send a letter to Nanyang. Compare it with Chen Anping's handwriting. Good guy. It is quite similar to the handwriting of Emperor Nanyang. Just when Jiang Yuchen thought that the old friend Chen Anping was talking about was the Emperor of Nanyang. On the day when the envoy from Nanyang came to visit, he saw Qin Che and recognized him at a glance as the man in black who rescued him that day. Jiang Yuchen was so angry that his blood boiled. Later, Chen Anping wanted to talk to them about something else. Jiang Yuchen looked at the scene of her and Qin Che riding horses together, and immediately sent Yuns to investigate. The fact that he was acquainted with Qin Che, his handwriting was similar to that of Emperor Nanyang, he could draw blueprints and make small gadgets, etc., all clearly indicated that this person was Chen Yuji. Jiang Yuchen couldn't describe his feelings at that time. He only knew that he had been deceived by Chen Anping from beginning to end. Even the name is fake. Her name is Chen Yuji. Jiang Yuchen was so angry that he laughed. She was the one who lied from beginning to end. Then let her keep lying. At this time, Jiang Yuchen still had a trace of rationality. When Jiang Yuchen saw Chen Yuji in Ling Hongyuan's arms, he felt very uncomfortable, as if his heart was being cut out. If there was no poison in her body, would she have returned to Nanyang the next day and lived a life of drunkenness and debauchery with Ling Hongyuan? Jiang Yuchen locked her in that dark room. He didn't know how to punish him. He thought that what he feared most was that house. If she was also afraid of it, then they could become the same kind of people. She will still be as nice to him as before, and they will return to the way they were before. Cannot go back. She left. She called him a disgrace and a bastard. He might never see her again. Jiang Yuchen voluntarily resigned from the position of imperial master and let Yuns take over. Jiang Yuchen finally returned to the small courtyard in Nanyang. After all, he could no longer stay in Beiyun. Qi Wanshan made what he had done public, and Jiang Yuchen was pointed at wherever he went. Another reason is that Jiang Yuchen no longer wants to be a national master. The shadow of his childhood was to become a qualified national master, and his mother also wanted to go to the temple to pray for blessings, but she met with misfortune. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But Jiang Yuchen really wanted to know. If what happened later hadn't happened, would she still stay with him? I'm afraid not. Everything she said was a lie to him. But it would be nice if she could just keep lying. I wish she could always be by his side. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 168 Extra, Song Shi. The thing Song Shi regretted most in his life was that he had been studying with Ling Hongyuan for more than 10 years. The Ling Hongyuan, who was so tenacious and never gave up, is no longer there. Maybe she should have thought of it earlier. There had long been rumors about the tyranny and massacre of the new emperor of Nanyang, but she still didn't believe it. She didn't believe that he would become like that after studying for so long. Until Song Shi finally met the person she had been thinking about. Somewhat disappointed. He has grown crooked and is no longer as handsome and cute as he was when he was a child. There was another woman beside him. It seems that he is blind like himself. Throughout the entire trip to Nanyang, Ling Hongyuan's attention was attracted by that woman. Song Shi was naturally dissatisfied. She had always been pampered since she was a child, so how could she have ever been treated so coldly? But in the process of getting along, Song Shi found that this woman named Chen Yuji was very interesting. Especially her good mouth, when she talked eloquently about the things she made, that look made not only Ling Hongyuan but also Song Shi feel itchy. Well, Ling Hongyuan's brain isn't very good, but his vision is pretty good. But Song Shi thought of the concubines who were fighting with each other in her father's harem, and she thought, she can't just give up like that, because she is no worse than them. But before Song Shi's chance to show off came, it seemed that Ling Hongyuan had lost his patience. Song Shi immediately released his last trump card, the little palace maid. Sure enough, he stayed. But when he saw Chen Yuji leaving alone, Song Shi felt a little uncomfortable. The man in front of her had long lost his youthfulness, and his face was full of scheming and calculation in front of her. She said, "Your Majesty, don't beat around the bush. This princess doesn't understand. If you want to know where the little palace maid's relatives are, then tomorrow your Majesty and this princess can go to the horse farm for a race. I always have to compare it to stop her from thinking about it." But I didn't expect that Chen Yuji was also in the horse farm. Song Shi rode on the horse, feeling particularly excited today. In the end, Song Shi won the game. Song Shi felt a little depressed. The person he had liked for so long turned out to be so not so capable. However, listening to Chen Yuji's compliments, Song Shi was particularly happy. Why doesn't anyone in her princess's mansion have such a clever tongue? People like Chen Yuji should not be confined to Ling Hongyuan. It's such a waste of talent to follow Ling Hongyuan. But Song Shi can tell her to go to Beiyang. Now we are still in Nanyang, it might not be a good idea to poach people in person. So Song Shi asked Qi Wanshan to poach people, but he seemed to have misunderstood the meaning. Chen Yuji encountered an assassination attempt. Song Shi was very satisfied to see her admiring look. As expected, it was a good thing that she begged her father to let her learn riding, because those two were slower than her. However, this assassination was actually arranged by Qi Wanshan. Song Shi endured Qi Wanshan for a really long time. He is vindictive and has a dagger behind his smile. He likes to impose his own ideas on others and kills without blinking an eye. He can take someone's life while chatting and laughing. Too cruel. If he had never touched anyone of hers, she would have kicked him out of his princess mansion and left him to fend for himself. And now, he was doing something harmful under the name of doing good for her. Song Shi really wanted to kill him with a sword. Someone like Chen Yuji shouldn't die now. Before he could even ask her for apology, the old Emperor Beiyin fell seriously ill. Song Shi quickened his pace and rushed back to Beiyin from Nanyang day and night without stopping. Fortunately, he still made it in time. She saw her father for the last time. The emperor held her hand and said kindly, "My eldest princess, you have to stand on your own." Song Shi tried hard to hold back her tears. Her father said that he wanted to pass the throne to her, but he didn't want her to be confined in the palace, so he simply passed the throne to Song Nanshao and gave the military command to Song Shi. "I have always known that you want to be a great female general. Take this tiger talisman. It is the best thing I can leave for you." Song Shi held the tiger talisman tightly and accompanied his father through his final moments. She thought of her father's warm embrace when she was little, the time she had meals and played with him and his mother, the martial arts and riding skills that his father taught her, and his stern tone when he talked about the world with her. Song Shi didn't recover for many days. In fact, when she was 18 years old, her father wanted her to go to the military camp to lead the troops, but was opposed by a group of court officials. Now, she holds the military order, and no one objects, and no one dares to object. What a crappy love, what a crappy prejudice, get out of here. There must have been many people in the military camp who disobeyed her. She didn't like to waste her breath, so she just beat them one by one. What made her sigh was the news of Chen Yuji's death. To be precise, she was not dead yet, but she was only breathing her last breath. It's just a pity for Song Shi, she should have been brought to Beiyin at that time. As for Qi Wanshan, Song Shi tried to stay as far away from him as possible. She had taught only two people in the first half of her life, Qi Wanshan and Song Nanshao. Qi Wanshan was simply the failure of her teaching career, and Song Nanshao was half of it. One threw moral ethics to the dogs, and the other took his clingy nature to the extreme. Song Shi thought, men are trouble. When he returned to the palace this time, Song Shi discovered a woman, and Qi Wanshan seemed to have a special feeling towards her. Song Shi wanted her to give up. Qi Wanshan was not a good person. But she seemed to really like Qi Wanshan and even cured Qi Wanshan's hand. That would be even better. Song Shi thought. If she gets Qi Wanshan in her hands, Qi Wanshan will no longer bother her and will directly let her go to the border. Before going to the border, Song Shi went to Yuankacheng first. The girl followed. Song Shi was still sighing that she was risking her life and chasing Qi Wanshan all the way to Yuanchu City. But she was short-sighted. This girl knows a lot of things. I heard that she even risked her life to find out the corrupt official's weakness. But these are what Song Shi heard. She is currently very busy. She needs to build sheds for people to live in, appease the people of Yuanchu City, pay attention to whether there are enough supplies left, and command the soldiers and arrange manpower. The girl was injured on the road. Song Shi didn't feel sorry for her but was angry that the bandits were so bold as to hurt her right under her nose. That night, Song Shi wanted to go and see how seriously the girl was injured, but was shocked by the things she brought. There was everything, piled up in almost an entire room. God man. Song Shi looked at her again. This girl's name was Chen Anping. She wondered for a moment. Are all those people with the surname Chen some hidden experts? But thanks to the things she sent, this rainy day was not so unbearable after all. But Song Shi fell ill. In a daze, he found Chen Anping taking care of him. The bandage on her hand was eye-catching. Song Shi had only one thought in his mind: he must wipe out those bandits. Chen Anping went to investigate Yuan Kujiang again, and Song Shi accompanied her. Looking at her serious expression, Song Shi felt inexplicably familiar. Are there really two people in the world who are so similar? Song Shi had another quarrel with Qi Wanshan. She didn't know why they didn't allow her to go to the border, but also not allow her to participate in the suppression of bandits. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. If she wanted to go, no one could stop her. Leaving her with only a title in the military camp is more painful than letting her die. The bandits were extremely cunning and failed in their several attacks. At this time, Song Shi met Mr. Lichuan, who said he had a way. Although he was wearing rags, he spoke very politely. I don't know where this poor scholar came from. Song Shi temporarily brought him into the military camp. When he failed to catch the bandits for a long time, Song Shi had to listen to Mr. Lichuan's advice. He couldn't let him eat and drink for free, right? But this method really worked. Within a few moves, Song Shi captured the bandits' lair. Return with a great victory. As soon as I returned to the court, I heard that Ling Hongyuan was actually going to marry Chen Yuji in Beiyin. Song Shi thought he might be crazy, so he just watched the fun. In fact, Song Shi has been planning to take Chen Anping away. The court of Beiyin is not suitable for her, and her abilities will only be obliterated by those conservative ministers. Maybe Song Shi has a regret in his heart. Now it can't be a regret anymore. Good, she's gone. Song Shi rushed to the Imperial Master's mansion. The unfinished drawings on Chen Anping's desk meant that she would definitely not leave so easily. If the Imperial Master didn't tell her, she would go find it herself. Finally, she was found in the cellar of the National Temple. She was curled up in a corner, obviously very scared. The look Chen Anping gave her reminded her of the eyes of an old friend, which were also bright. It's worth it to save this life and save another person. When leaving the capital, Qi Wanshan followed silently behind without saying a word. Song Shi asked Chen Anping, are you really not going to say goodbye? She seemed to have misunderstood the meaning, or she was pretending not to understand. There is no doubt about Chen Anping's strength. Her favorite thing to do on weekdays is to stay in the armory and draw blueprints day and night. You can see that she is enjoying it. Song Shi also enjoyed his current state. When he was in a good mood, he would use his sword more. When he was in a bad mood, he would find a few people to fight with. Song Shi accepted a few more disciples, all of them women. It was all because Chen Anping built an academy on his own. While Song Shi complained about the cost of money, his men kept working hard. She thought, of course, men are not the only ones who can fight wars, do business and govern the world, we women can also hold up the sky. When Song Shi took the head of the enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops, she did what she had always wanted to do. She has become an outstanding female general of her generation. Isn't it good for the five of us to be together? Chapter 169 Extra, Li Jiyuan. Li Jiyuan has been lying to Chen Anping about one thing. She didn't like the Emperor of Nanyang at all. She only knew that she had made a special trip to see her that day. Li Jiyuan, a very typical lady from a wealthy family. She had been taught by her father since she was a child. In addition to the etiquette, virtues and precepts for women, what her father talked about most was that women should respect themselves and not go out of the house in public at will. Li Jiyuan has been strictly disciplined since she was a child, and she has always done well. But recently, my father was always sighing. Sometimes he was talking about how great Chen Seshi was, sometimes he was talking about how great the new county lord was. Li Jiyuan couldn't help but be curious, so he went to ask his eldest brother what was going on. Only then did they realize that Chen Seshi and the new county lord were actually the same person. What surprised Li Jiyuan even more was that women could also serve as officials in the court. Li Jiyuan likes reading, but she has a lively personality. She often looks at the female ring and then takes out some books on worldly affairs from the bookshelf next to her. She prefers reading this kind of book to reading women's rings. She had thought more than once, if men could serve as officials in the court, why couldn't women? She also knew that there was already a precedent of women serving as officials in Nanyang, and the current prime minister of Nanyang was a woman. And Beiyin finally has this precedent. Li Jiyuan really wanted to meet this Chen Seshi and see what kind of person he was. Her deeds in Yuankachang spread to the capital, and Li Jiyuan wanted to go to Yuankachang to see how magical the dam she painted was. The new fruit teas were also made by Chen Seshi. She was generous and taught these things to many people who had no livelihood. Li Jiyuan looked at the tea he had brewed and really hoped that Chen Seshi would have a chance to taste it. But my father really disliked this Chen strategist because everything he said was against common sense. For the first time in her life, Li Jiyuan refuted her father, who said that she was too bold and could not be controlled. It is true that I cannot control Li Jiyuan. On the day the envoy came, Li Jiyuan secretly ran away and asked his maid to take a basket of flowers. The maid even laughed at her, wondering if she had fallen in love with some young man. Li Jiyuan did not answer, but stood on the second floor of the tea house, waiting quietly. She finally saw that figure, wearing a purple dress and a crown on her head. She was particularly dazzling in the summer sun. Chen Seshi was even more handsome than she had imagined. Li Jiyuan quickly asked the maid to give her the flower basket, and then scattered the flowers towards Chen Seshi. Although she didn't see Li Jiyuan, she saw the flowers. Li Jiyuan is already very satisfied. The maid kept urging her to return home quickly. But Li Jiyuan was unwilling. She had come out with great difficulty, so how could she go back easily? She was going to see the ceremony. Fortunately, Li Jiyuan insisted and let her see the legendary singing of hundreds of birds, accompanied by Chen Seshi below. The scene was magnificent. Li Jiyuan fell. I hadn't come to my senses yet when I got back home. Her father asked her to kneel in the ancestral hall, and she responded stupidly and knelt there stupidly. It's like being possessed by evil spirit. Li Jiyun thought that she was already satisfied to see such a scene. But fate is so magical. She became the county lady, a title she got from Chen Seshi. Li Jiyun was worried that Chen Seshi might have a grudge against her because of this, but she found out that she had come to visit him in person to apologize. She was looking at people with a narrow mind. How could Chen Seshi be that kind of person? Li Jiyun was very happy because Chen Seshi drank her tea and praised her for her good running. For the first time, Li Jiyun felt that learning tea art was a very useful thing. As she thought, Chen Seshi was very gentle. He was afraid that she would not want to marry the emperor of Nanyang, so he came to ask her in person. If she was unwilling, he would not force her. How could I not be willing? Li Jiyun was very happy to be able to solve such a big trouble for her. She didn't remember what the emperor of Nanyang looked like at all, she only knew that Chen Seshi would not be in his hands. His tyranny is not suitable for such a gentle Chen Seshi. In the end, Ling Hongyuan did not marry her, but married another woman. Li Jiyun couldn't help but feel sad for her. Living in the hands of such a person would probably be terrifying. But on the wedding day, she saw Chen Seshi under the red veil. She was dazzled by Chen Seshi's beautiful makeup, and it took her a moment to realize that she shouldn't be in there. Li Jiyun panicked and tried to pull her over, but failed. Li Jiyun told himself to stay calm and find a way to save Chen Seshi. But that night, the Imperial Master's mansion found her. Li Jiyun breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt a little uneasy. On the second day, Li Jiyun saw so many officers and soldiers searching outside. After asking around, he learned that Chen Seshi had left. Li Jiyun didn't believe it. There was no way she could leave on her own. She must have been taken away. Li Jiyun went to ask the eldest princess for help. He went to the eldest princess only because he knew about her suppression of bandits, and thought that she must be an upright person. The princess is willing to help. They went to the Imperial Master's mansion first, where Li Jiyun saw the blueprint drawn by Chen Seshi for the first time. It was complex and exquisite, and it was only half finished. Li Jiyun can already imagine what it will look like after it is completed. Li Jiyun has been following the princess to look for someone for the past 3 days, and they will not let go of any small corner of the city. Unfortunately, her father couldn't bear to see her show up in public, so he locked her in the room and didn't allow her to leave the house. However, the maid told her that Chen Seshi had been found and was now in the princess's mansion, so she could rest assured. Only then did Li Jiyun feel relieved. But what followed was her father's accusation, saying that she learned from Chen Seshi that this was why she became like this. The second time Li Jiyun refuted his father was still because of Chen Seshi. This time her father became even angrier and locked her in the room again, not allowing anyone to see her. However, this time she was released not long after being imprisoned, because she had reached the age of marriage and as a county princess, she could build her own house and live alone. Under the order of the regent, and despite her father's objection, she went to the border area where Chen Seshi was. Although she is no longer strategist Chen, Li Jiyun still likes to call her Lady Chen. Li Jiyun was very happy. She was finally no longer confined to a house, but came to this world and felt things she had never seen before. Master Chen would take her riding horses, make interesting toys for her, and feed the kittens together. There was no other distraction, just them. Isn't it good for the 5 of us to be together? Chapter 170 Extra, Wending An. Wending An was a talented woman known far and wide. She was not only proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, but also well versed in the ways of governing the world. But her king was attracted by her beauty rather than her talent. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Wen family is cold and aloof, and looks down on everyone, including the king. However, Wending An loves his younger sister very much, the second daughter of the Wen family, Wen Yaran. Wending An knew that she was a woman and could not protect 2 people. She had heard that there was a precedent of women serving as officials in Nanyang, so she wanted to go to Nanyang. She was well versed in the affairs of the world and the theories of governing the country, but she regretted that her talent was not appreciated. But Wending An didn't expect that the king she respected would follow them all the way and block their final way out. The people sent by the king imprisoned her separately from Wen Yaran. Wending An was afraid that her sister would be harmed, so she was about to submit to the king and follow them into the palace. However, the border was in turmoil, and the soldiers from Nanyang captured the border city in one fell swoop. Wending An took the opportunity to escape, and then she asked the people in the city, including every corner, big and small, but there was still no sign of Wen Yaran. Her actions attracted the attention of a soldier from Nanyang, who brought her directly into the camp for questioning, only to find out that she was the famous talented woman. Wending An learned that the general who led the attack did not kill all the people in the city after he captured the city, but settled them down and comforted them. Wending An decided to take a gamble and wanted to meet the general. That was the first time Wending An met Chin Che, and it was not a pleasant experience. Chin Che refused to help her find Wen Yaran. He was never a nosy person. Seeing that her request for help was fruitless, Wending An was about to leave when Ling Hongyuan sent an urgent letter to Chin Che, asking him to bring Wending An and her sister back to Nanyang safely. After Wending An learned about it, she seemed to see new hope. Chin Che dared not disobey the imperial edict, so he led a team of soldiers to search. He learned that before attacking the city, a team of soldiers had secretly left, and among them was a woman with a red scar on her forehead. That's Wen Yaran. They should have reached the next city by now. After finding the clue, Chin Che discussed countermeasures with his soldiers and launched an attack in one fell swoop. The soldiers of other countries had already been defeated and scattered, so it was easy to capture the city. Chin Che sent people to find that team of soldiers. After learning about Wen Yaran's whereabouts, he took Wending An to rescue him. But Wen Yaran had already been tortured to death and bled to death. When Wending An saw Wen Yaran, he cried and laughed, as if he had become crazy. After Chin Che settled Wen Yaran, he wanted to let Wending An be alone. When he was leaving, Wending An grabbed his sleeve, with no emotion on her face, and said, "General, please take me to see them." Qin Che knew who she was talking about and what she meant. He took her to the dungeon, gave her some torture instruments, and let her deal with it herself. There were countless whip marks on Wen Yan's body, and she whipped them back one by one. Wen Yan died of excessive blood loss from the wound on his neck. Wen Yan picked up the sword and cut their necks bit by bit, letting them bleed to death. Qin Che watched this scene coldly. After Wending An dealt with all this, he felt sick and uncomfortable. "Qin Che, you are not cruel enough. Wending An, I have to do some good deeds for my sister." From then on, Wending An followed Qin Che back to Nanyang. Although her heart was desolate, she still wanted to repay the kindness of the letter. Many people don't know why Wending An is so loyal to Ling Hongyuan. Some said Ling Hongyuan saved her life, some said Wending was happy with Ling Hongyuan, and some said she was forced. Anyway, there are many different opinions, but Wending An's ability is beyond doubt. Wending An likes to bend over her desk every day to deal with matters that need to be resolved, so that she can be busy and won't suddenly be idle and think about her dead sister. Seeing Chen Yuji at the city gate, she was still thinking about something when she was suddenly attracted by the woman on the horse. So similar. Both in appearance and personality, she is very similar to her sister. Wending An hurriedly sent people to inquire about this woman, but in the end there was no result. They could not find out anything about her at all. It was as if she appeared suddenly without any trace before. Wending An wanted to ask Ling Hongyuan, maybe he knew something. On the white jade steps in the palace, she met Chen Yuji. But she didn't dare to talk more, for she was afraid that her loss of composure would scare the person in front of her. On the second day, Wending An met Chen Yuji again. She wanted to bring her into the officialdom. It didn't matter if she didn't know anything, because she could teach her little by little anyway. However, Chen Yuji really surprised her. She knew a lot, had a smart mind, and could understand things quickly. Wending An cares a lot about Chen Yuji's affairs, and even the servants in the mansion can see it. As soon as Chen Yuji came, Wending An would ask people to take out those pastries that were usually prepared for someone unknown. The Prime Minister's mansion has a very exquisite courtyard, which has everything that should be there, and Wending An will add things to the house from time to time. And now, these things are sent to the general's mansion from time to time, and it can be said that he cares about Chen Yuji. But that's all. Chen Yuji is just Chen Yuji after all, not her Wen Yan. Wending An felt that this was good enough, as long as he had a thought in mind. But the good times didn't last long. Chen Yuji died, and Wending An's only hope was gone. Ling Hongyuan searched for all the miraculous doctors in the world to save Chen Yuji's life. Qin Che is still running around outside looking for those miraculous medicines that no one knows whether they exist or not. Wending An looked at them indifferently, somewhat amused. For the first time, I thought about resigning. Ever since that incident, Ling Hongyuan and Qin Che started to behave abnormally, and all the big and small matters in Nanyang were handled by Wending An. She also wanted to be sad, but she was too busy to have time to be sad. She herself is a person with poor emotional perception. Apart from Wen Yan's death, which has already caused her to collapse, it seems difficult for anything else to arouse her emotions. Sometimes, when she saw the small desk in the study, she would suddenly feel dazed and realize that Chen Yuji was already dead. After Ling Hongyuan went to Tang Beiyan, his temper became even more violent. He would chop off heads at any time, and Wending An couldn't stop him. She thought it would be better to let Ling Hongyuan chop her to death as well. Later on, it was Wending An who cleaned up the mess for him. Wending An had known about the unstable political situation in the court for a long time, but he did not stop it. He thought it was all Ling Hongyuan's own fault, and it would be better for everyone to have a new wise ruler. Someone came to persuade her to reconsider her master and not to be so stubbornly loyal to Ling Hongyuan. Wending An declined politely and told them that if they could really succeed in changing the owner, there would be no point in her living. She came to Nanyang just to repay her gratitude. Now that the gratitude has been repaid, she can retire. One day, Ling Hongyuan called her to the main hall and threatened her to leave quickly. He had arranged a carriage outside the palace gate, as well as some of Ling Hongyuan's own property, all of which were left to Wending An. Wending An said she would not leave. Ling Hongyuan asked her with a smile if it was true that she liked him as the rumors said. The next moment Wending An turned around and walked away cleanly. Wending An looked at the pile of assets left by Ling Hongyuan and fell into deep thought. The industries are huge, numerous and diverse, and holding these in hand basically makes one rich enough to rival a country. Ling Hongyuan is really a fool. Wending An thought. As stupid as her sister. Wending An is not Wen Yan's biological sister, she was brought back. Wending An thought that after wandering around since childhood, he would finally have a home, but he didn't expect that the man who brought him back was a pervert who liked to play with women. At that time, they had lived in peace for several years. Wending An met Wen Yan, and the man was not very good to his only daughter. She had no food to eat. Wending An and Wen Yan depended on each other for survival. However, on the day Wending An came of age, the man revealed his true nature. After drinking, he wanted to force himself on her. There was a huge disparity in power between men and women, and Wending An was unable to resist. In the moment of crisis, Wen Yan brought a knife and stabbed the man from behind, allowing Wending An to escape. But the man was still alive. He endured the pain and poured the scalding water beside him onto Wending An, but was blocked by Wen Yan. There were red burn scars on his face. Wending An picked up the knife that had fallen to the ground, and with strength from nowhere, he stabbed it straight into the man's body. That day, they took the money and ran away. Although they were afraid, they went on without hesitation.